Right now, the fate of the entire kingdom rests on just one man. Sir Alistair Vane, Grandmaster of the Lionheart Guild, stood tall over a field of bodies, locked in a brutal duel. The crowd watching was in total shock. Their champion, actually losing, impossible. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 Thorn, the man labeled the world's greatest villain, whispered that they were the only ones left standing. It was a meaningless war, he said, and he was the one who started it. As he drew on his power, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 sighed. It was all because of evil like himself. Alistair just laughed. "A messenger of justice? Don't make me laugh," he mocked. He looked 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 in the eye, asking how a monster like him could even utter the word. He screamed that he was fighting for every single soul in the realm, but 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was always there, blocking his path. "What are you if not pure evil?" he spat. Below them, the citizens began chanting the hero's name in a deafening roar. Hearing those cheers, it was like a shot of adrenaline. Alistair smirked, declaring that as long as the people stood behind him, he'd never fall. Then boom, he launched a devastating strike. Pure, raw energy, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 barely managed to cross his arms in a desperate defense. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending a wave of terror through the crowd. When the smoke cleared, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was on his knees as the hero calmly approached. Just the two of them now. Through the haze, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 could see the silhouettes of people in the distance, already celebrating his bloody defeat. They screamed for his head. "Kill the monster!" they yelled in perfect, terrifying unison. Alistair looked down at him coldly. "See, not a soul wants you alive." He gathered his power one last time. This was the end. In a flash of blinding speed, he fired a lethal energy blast at the broken 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚. The impact sent him tumbling across the shattered stone of the courtyard. And just like that, the hero ascended. He looked down at the masses, smiling like a saint. All his careful planning had finally paid off. "True freedom is here," he proclaimed. People were actually crying with joy. Then Alistair fired a massive beam straight into the clouds. A colossal magic circle split the sky. And then, a giant, terrifying hand descended from the heavens to claim him. The cheers died down instantly. People started to realize something was very, very wrong. But Alistair, he just kept smiling. That hand hit the ground with such force that everyone started running for their lives. "With the Dark Sovereign's descent," Alistair shouted, "comes eternal peace." "Peace? You mean tyranny," a voice rasped. It was 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚. He wasn't dead yet. Alistair's smile twitched. "Still kicking, you insect," he told 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 to watch the perfect world he had created. And just like that, the vision faded. Fingers flew across the keyboard, the clicking sound filling the messy room. Talk about a plot twist. Readers must have been fuming, realizing the protagonist, Alistair, was actually a puppet for the Dark Sovereign, along with his council of 13 high evils. But hey, fiction is just a mirror, right? The dark themes of that novel weren't just made up. They were based on the author's own hellish school years. Back then, he'd seen the world's true colors. Power was used to bury violence and flip the script on what was good and evil. He poured all that bitter reality into his writing. But the critics, the reception was anything but positive. Nothing left to do now. He shut the laptop, closed the hate-filled comments, and slumped onto his bed in a room that looked like a total disaster zone. He lay there, scrolling through even more toxic reviews on his phone. Whatever. He decided to just let it go and get some sleep. But he was jolted awake by a deafening crash. He opened his eyes to see men with pickaxes, desperately digging a hole in the stone floor right next to him. He reached out, touching the ground. It wasn't carpet, it was cold, hard stone. Nearby, a young man was being pummeled, accused of defiling the holy eclipse. Looking at the boy, the author felt a jolt of recognition. Someone from his past. "Why am I dreaming about this guy now?" he wondered, still trying to wake up. A guard suddenly grabbed the boy by the throat, telling him to get back to work before things got out of hand. He pulled back a fist, but then something stopped him. The guard's eyes landed on our author. He swung and bam, a direct hit. "Wait," the author thought, "why does a dream hurt this much?" Another guard stepped in, and the two of them started screaming at each other over who got to do the beating. The author's heart hammered. This felt way too real to be a dream. The guard spat on the ground, pointing a finger. "You're next. I'm coming back for you." The beaten boy crawled over, trembling. "Are you all right?" "𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚." 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒔, he looked at his hands, his head spinning. He scrambled away, his knees hitting the dirt, and that's when he felt it. A surge of mana pouring out of him. The air practically vibrated with energy. It was a rare, dangerous power, the ability to absorb mana at will. Congenital mana hypersensitivity. He pressed a trembling hand to his forehead, trying to catch his breath. He caught his reflection in a muddy puddle, no doubt about it. He was 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚's thorn. Of all the characters to end up as, he got the doomed villain. He looked at the boy. If he was still alive, that meant 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 was currently 5 years away from the story's bloody finale. If he'd woken up as Alistair, he'd be a worshipped hero. But at this rate, it would all end with the descent of the Dark Sovereign. Only the cultists and followers of the Dark Sovereign would be spared in the end. Unless he flipped the script, he was looking at a pathetic death. Luckily, he wrote this world. He knew exactly how to get out of this hellhole. Possession complete. All of Alistair's memories and skills were now his own, even though he was still stuck at level 10 without a single noble house to back him up. After working the mines for hours, he was absolutely spent. His stamina was garbage, and he was seriously starting to regret giving this villain 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒂 hypersensitivity just for the drama. But as he clutched a crystal and scratched his plan into the dirt, he knew this was the only way out. Suddenly, his friend Julian comes running over, calling his name. Julian's frantic, asking if he's holding up okay. Alistair just nods, so the kid asks if he needs a breather. Alistair just smirks. If the wardens actually allowed them to rest, he wouldn't have been dragged to this hellhole in the first place. Welcome to the Iron Grave, a slave camp run by the Blackwood Syndicate, where novice mages are forced to mine 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒂 shards until they drop dead. He tells Julian to quit worrying and get back to the shards. But then, to the kid's absolute shock, Alistair whispers that he's planning an escape. He tells Julian to forget he ever heard it and get back to work before the guards catch them whispering. Julian begs him not to do anything suicidal, and Alistair just gives a silent nod. Heading back to the pits, he realized he'd done all he could to warn the kid. See, Julian was a character he'd actually modeled after a boy he'd met in real life. He couldn't afford to change the story just yet, not if he wanted this escape to actually work. The prisoners are hauling heavy crystals when Alistair spots a guard, dragging a young man out of the line. Poor kid tried to make a run for it the second the wardens looked away. Big mistake. Another guard barks for everyone to pay attention. The boy is trembling as the warden draws his sword, sneering that this is exactly what happens to runners. Then, right there in front of everyone, he drives the blade straight into the boy's stomach. The entire crowd is paralyzed with terror. But the guard isn't done. He keeps lashing out in a blind rage, splattering everyone nearby with blood. Alistair is shaking, his blood boiling. Looking at the body on the ground, he can only think one thing: you idiot. I warned you. The guard stomps over and snarls that since they're all alone now, he's going to slaughter Alistair too. Alistair doesn't even blink. He says he couldn't care less about the dead kid. He just needs to use the latrine, and he needs it now. The guard is totally caught off guard. The man lets out a mocking laugh, asking if the little noble brat finally wet his pants. Alistair stays silent, so the warden finally relents. He leads him to the door and growls. He has exactly 60 seconds. 1 second late, and it's a grave. Alistair steps inside, greeted by the grim sight of discarded bodies littering the floor. He moves deep into the shadows, while the guard starts the countdown outside. Finally, he finds what he's looking for. At 49 seconds, he starts frantically drawing a sigil on the floor using fresh blood. With only 18 seconds left, the symbol is complete. Immediately, a blinding light erupts from the stone floor. Alistair starts the invocation. He knows he's being watched. He knows this entity goes absolutely mad for tragedy, trials, and pure despair. Outside, the guard shouts, 10 seconds left. Better pull up those pants and get out here. Alistair turns to the glowing mark. He taunts the void, asking if it isn't curious how a low-level insect like him managed to summon it. If things play out like the novel, the entity should be appearing any second now. To hook it, he plays on its hunger for entertainment. He knows that if it waits, the world it wants to toy with will be destroyed. He's the show, and he's demanding an answer to his summons. He tells the darkness that he's the only one efficient enough to wield this power. The light flares, turning the room white. Alistair smiles. He knew it would show up. The Void Marauder, the legendary patron from his story, finally speaks. It calls him arrogant, but admits he's caught its eye, so it grants him a fraction of its power for a moment. It demands proof of his worth. Alistair's response: just sit back and watch. Suddenly, boom. The guard kicks the door in, screaming about whether Alistair thinks this is some kind of joke. But he stops dead. The room looks empty, filled with swirling dust and a terrifying silhouette that makes his blood run cold. Alistair can feel it, the raw, godlike power of the constellation flowing through his veins. He blurs forward. The guard lunges to grab him, but Alistair is already gone, vanishing like a ghost. The guard spins around, staring at the empty doorway in shock. He thinks he's alone, until Alistair reappears right behind him. With one brutal swing, he drives an iron rod into the man's neck. The warden tries to curse him, tries to scream, but only a wet, pathetic stutter comes out. Without hesitating, Alistair rips the iron rod free. The man collapses instantly, stone dead. Alistair looks down at the body. He actually thanks the man, because it was thanks to this jerk that he finally decided to leave this hellhole behind. The Void Marauder is loving the show and seals the contract. Just like that, the boy's death is avenged. He snatches a dagger from the guard's belt and tucks it away. A chime rings in his head, new weapon registered. Arthur's choice was made. No more looking back. As the moon rose over Ironreach Bastille, he began his move. He grabbed barrels of oil, drenching every inch of the stone corridors. Step 1, he needed a knight's armor to pass for a guard. Step 2 was pure chaos, lighting the cells ablaze. Then he'd do the unthinkable, walk right out the front gate. The alarm bells screamed as knights scrambled through the growing smoke. "Fire! Someone get the water brigades!" they shrieked. A commander barked for everyone to follow protocol and head for the morgue. Arthur slipped into a black carriage and vanished into the night. Glancing at the driver, Arthur leaned forward to catch his eye. He asked if the man was the relief for the high tower. The driver nodded. Apparently, someone had just escaped from Building 18. "The rat's heading for the northwest ridge," Arthur lied. "Why are we still here?" Panicked, the driver whipped the horses into a gallop. That northwest path led straight into the jagged, dangerous heart of Blackwood Peak. At a glance, it seemed like the perfect exit, dark, dense, and completely unguarded. But in reality, it was a graveyard of traps set by the Umbra Guard, exactly what Arthur needed to lose them. He told the others they'd trap the runner on the slope. "Since he's heading for the cliffs, we're just going for the corpse." The driver grunted in agreement, shouting the password at the gate. Finally, he was outside the prison walls. The carriage rattled through the midnight streets. The driver glanced back. "So, what's the real story in Building 18, kid?" Playing the part, Arthur shrugged. "Honestly, easier to just execute the prisoners. They're nothing but trouble anyway." The driver laughed. "Too right, total losers, the lot of 'em." Arthur's eyes narrowed. He hated men like this. Then the driver asked, "How long you been serving at the Bastille?" 2 days, Arthur said. The man suggested he should have joined the 9th Wing, a unit that Arthur knew didn't even exist. Even so, the carriage kept moving. Arthur smiled. In a flash, he drew his dagger and buried it in the driver's skull. No more games. He turned on the remaining guards with cold, deadly intent. Time to finish this once and for all. With the driver dead, the carriage veered wildly. They slammed to a halt, and the body was kicked out into the dirt. The second guard roared, unleashing his ether. A massive blast tore a hole in the roof as Arthur dove for cover. The guard was shaking with rage. "You little rat, how dare you play us?" He lunged again, desperate to kill. A beam of raw energy blasted Arthur back, nearly throwing him from the vehicle. "Worthless trash," the guard spat. But as the man turned to finish him, he caught Arthur's cold gaze in the polished silver mirror. Arthur vanished. A heartbeat later, he was behind him, his blade carving through the guard's throat before he could scream. They locked eyes as Arthur yanked the steel free. Then, he shoved the dead weight out into the dark. Nausea hit him. He'd burned way too much mana. Then, a blinding light cut through the trees ahead. Another patrol. He hadn't expected them so soon. He just smiled. Fine, more obstacles it is. Using the terrain, Arthur threw himself down the steep embankment to vanish into the woods. He hit the ground hard, but out of the shadows a hunter emerged. 2 dead knights, impressive for a runaway. The man hefted a heavy battle axe and whistled, summoning a monstrous crawler from the earth. A glowing red mark burned above his head, a celestial patron. Arthur tensed. What kind of power was this? His patron was the all-seeing eye, an entity that tracked ether trails. That's how he'd found Arthur so easily. Arthur just smirked. "Perfect," he whispered, leaving the hunter visibly confused. He could see the red sigil for a reason. If he killed a hunter, he could strip the celestial patron for himself. The cold voice of the system echoed. "Harvesting available. Plunder the target." Arthur's grin widened. Finally, he was going to see what it felt like to rob a god. The guy was a tier 100, suicide in a fair fight. Arthur turned and bolted, baiting him deeper into the forest. "Run, little worm." The hunter laughed, watching the bushes rustle in the distance. He told Arthur to hide all he wanted. "My eyes see everything. There's nowhere to run." The man stalked through the trees, scanning the darkness with eyes that burned like embers. There, a heat signature behind an ancient oak, he hurled his axe with a roar. "Found you." He charged forward but only found a shattered trunk. No blood, no Arthur, nothing but silence. He froze, looking around wildly, and that's when he saw something that chilled his blood to the bone. Below him, Silas lunged, driving his blade straight into the man's throat. He couldn't believe a brawler would be stupid enough to just throw away his only weapon. As he finished the killing blow, Silas muttered that the man died for one reason. He underestimated the wrong opponent. Suddenly, his internal interface pinged. Target eliminated. He'd officially secured the blood contract with the powerful ethereal witness. This soulbind was forged by the 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒍𝒔 and would only break through total soul death or a formal contract termination. Every ounce of that man's power now belonged solely to Silas. He scanned his new skills, feeling pretty damn satisfied. Then, using magic sight, he checked the shadows for any more pursuers nearby. But then, reality hit. He clutched his mouth as a wave of pure, violent nausea washed over him. Falling to the dirt, he coughed up dark blood. He stared at his hands. Was the magical strain finally breaking his body? To vanish from the hunter's sight, he'd suppressed his mana hypersensitivity and hidden within the natural flow of the world's energy. He dumped his entire reserve into a catalyst stone. Without his constant control, it would have explosively devoured all surrounding mana. He had to stifle his own magic senses immediately and hurl the unstable stone as far away as possible. It worked. He lured the fool to his death. But that short-range teleportation, it was absolutely tearing his physical body apart. One more step, and he was a dead man. He desperately needed to find a safe sanctuary to hide in. He heard a heavy rattle on the road. A merchant wagon hauling the refined star sand used to purify the stone sleepers. Racing to the cliffside, he took a leap of faith and landed hard right on top of the crates of sand. Lying there, he realized he'd already killed 3 men, an event that never actually happened in the original legends he'd read. He had to protect the future, while using his forbidden knowledge to reach the absolute peak of power. He was a nobody in this massive world, so the future wouldn't break. As the wagon moved, Silas actually started laughing. More relaxed now, he watched the sky, an irritatingly beautiful view for a guy who was currently looking like a corpse. At the citadel, the overseer barked that they had plenty of slaves for the mines and told everyone to get back to work. Behind him, the subordinate nodded. Once his master left, the man chuckled, calling the prisoner clever for catching them off guard and just confidently walking right out the main gate. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 arrived at the travel hub, looking absolutely exhausted. The strain was killing him. Because of the massive mana burn, his physical stamina just wasn't recovering like it used to. The man noted he was a rank 10 shadow whose power was undetectable. Yet, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 had slain rank 45 and 55 elites of the Divine Order. At a messenger booth, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 called out for a contact. He was leaning against the stone, exhausted, asking if he could request one final favor. Back at the Citadel, the lead pursuer smiled. This was going to be an incredibly interesting hunt. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was at Lady Alara's estate getting his wounds patched up. He thanked her for the help, while she looked absolutely terrified for him. He dropped the bombshell. House Obsidian had captured him. You could see the color drain from her face instantly. She asked if they'd sent him to the mana mines. He nodded. They always needed low-rank fodder just like him for the dirty labor. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 reached out because he still trusted her. He knew, deep down, she never stopped loving 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's thorn. In that moment, Alara collapsed into tears, apologizing over and over again. She wept, saying she should have stayed close. After their breakup, she'd become a high-tier ranger for the Order. She was a rank 150 veteran now, bound by a divine contract. But if she'd been by his side back then, she'd have been dragged into that dungeon too. Standing up, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 said they had to stay apart. Being near him was a death sentence because of House Obsidian. But Alara argued back. At her rank, she was practically invisible to any common trackers they might send. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 turned away, telling her not to waste her worry on a ghost. He wanted her to live only for herself now. Alara packed a bag with gold and an untraceable magic stone to prevent any tracking. Without even looking at her, he noted that her guild was still walking on eggshells. Back when they dated, and even now, she fit the mold of a high-ranking Order member perfectly. Nervous, Alara asked if he'd ever join an Order again. She started suggesting they work together, but 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 shut that down immediately. "Don't live in the past," he muttered. Hearing that, the tears started falling down the girl's face all over again. She pulled herself together, admitting she expected that answer. She'd already prepared everything to ensure his safety during the journey. A close friend of hers was a garrison captain, and all the contact details were etched into the communication stone. Still crying, she begged him to be careful and stay safe. He gave her a soft smile and said the same. Getting into the carriage, he headed toward the station. The driver asked if he could activate the broadcasting stone, and the young man told him to go right ahead. The crier shouted that the Junga Order had massacred every last soul in the White Rose house. People were already whispering about the arrival of a literal judgment day. In a carriage nearby, a noble grew worried. The streets were empty, and he panicked when his wife didn't respond to his call. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 locked eyes with her, but the skin was gone. Nothing remained but a bleached, grinning skull. Terror paralyzed him. He looked up, only to find a massive, jagged scythe pressed firmly against his throat. Above the wreckage of burning carriages, twisted shadows circled a sky turning a bruised, unnatural purple. Rumors spread. The sky was bleeding. Mid-sentence, she was gone, dragged into the shadows by creatures that shouldn't exist in this world. As helmets opened and monsters tore through the streets, the gifted rose up. They called these warriors knights. The world was ending, and the people, they were convinced the gods had finally passed their judgment. At first, these knights fought the beasts. Then, they started hunting people in the name of the gods, before their motives twisted into something far darker. Everything felt lost, until a woman was cornered in an alley by a gang of ruthless cutthroats. One man raised his blade, promising a quick death. But then, our hero finally stepped out from the shadows. Arthur Sterling caught the blade bare-handed and checked on the lady. Just like that, the Order of Sterling was born, humanity's new shield and healer. Word spread fast. Everyone started flocking to the Citadel, the one place that was supposedly safe. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 listened to the reports, knowing the truth. House White Rose wasn't behind the massacres, they were being framed. the real monster, Arthur Sterling himself. Ironically, the carriage driver was bragging about his son dreaming of joining Arthur's glorious order. If 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 spoke up now and revealed the truth, he'd be branded a villain. It was his word against a living legend. He needed leverage, and fast. That's why he sought out the Mercenary Guild, a place where even legends have a price. A few minutes later, he reached the gates of the iron-wrought fortress. Freelancing for the mercenaries was his safest bet. That is when Lady Alara appeared, introducing herself with a sharp, calculating gaze. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 played it cool, keeping his real name hidden and introducing himself simply as Julian. They shook on it, and she handed him a stack of bounties. A simple collection job, she called it. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 wasn't interested in the easy stuff. He wanted the high-risk, high-reward contracts right out of the gate. Alara heard he was only rank 10, and 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 didn't deny it. The woman didn't just smile, she laughed in his face. She wiped her eyes, gasping for air. Then she dropped a heavy, crushing aura. "Are you looking to become a corpse?" 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 didn't flinch. Aren't mercenaries judged on results, not just some arbitrary rank? Alara was no joke, a high-tier mage and supporter bound to a powerful celestial being. She was a piece on his board, destined to face the 13 stars. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 needed her trust, starting with a simple question. She claimed power and spirit weren't the same. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 just walked past her. "Neither are truth and prejudice, Lady Alara." She smirked and decided to give him one chance to prove himself. It was time for a showdown. Alara unleashed her magic. The test was simple: survive her power or fail the contract. She wanted to see if he had the guts to protect his body and dodge, to find an opening for a strike. Mist swirled, forming lethal puppets that could hunt anyone anywhere. Her signature spell, the stalking mist. It wasn't meant to kill, but one hit meant he was out of the test. He had to be perfect. "Start!" he shouted. Instantly, the stalking mist surged toward him like a living wave. Energy flared upon impact, masking the battlefield in a thick, blinding haze. She lost sight of him completely. Suddenly, she saw him, sprinting along the right wall. At rank 10, that should be physically impossible. Most rank 10s can barely hop a fence, yet he was moving with the grace of a master, using high-level jump abilities. She smirked, thinking he was just a loudmouth. She cast again. "Let's see you dodge this." The mist lashed out with terrifying speed, ghostly hands reaching for him. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 glanced back. She was still smiling. Once again, the stalking mist closed the gap, erupting into a tidal wave of energy that reached for him. She looked up. He was gone. Was that a teleportation spell? Before she could blink, he was right behind her. Her heart stopped. A cold, sharp blade was pressed directly against her throat. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 calmly asked to end the test. Instead of being angry, Alara actually smiled. He was fast. Seriously fast. She was a pro through and through. Turning around, Alara asked if he'd been trained by some legendary master before. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 told the truth. No. She touched the blade, noting that those moves were way beyond any rank 10. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 asked if he'd passed. Alara nodded, admitting she'd normally only hire someone of rank 50 for a job like this. She watched him at the counter, her eyes reflecting in the mirror. 𝒒𝒏𝒍𝒚 was definitely someone to watch. Alina asked if he was interested in a reinforced shield. Why? Because a sniper had a crossbow aimed right at his head. When she mentioned the favors she received from House 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚, Arthur knew immediately this was a bloody territorial war. She unrolled a worn parchment, a royal bounty for a notorious outlaw. "Take it," she whispered. "This will be incredibly useful for you." Hiding within the ancient, crumbling ruins was Lord Malachi, a level 50 sorcerer tasked with retrieving the legendary 𝑺𝒕𝒂𝒍. Scanning the contract's grim details, Arthur had just one question. Does he need to be brought back to the capital alive? Alina shrugged. The man was a butcher. "End him. The crown will thank you for the service." Arthur smirked. "Perfect. I'll start right now." She warned him the ruins were massive and the rat was likely hiding. But for Arthur, this maze wasn't a difficult dungeon to track. Arthur knew these ruins from the old legends. It was a perfect hideout, and he knew exactly which powerful guardians were lurking inside. He felt the shadows shifting around him. "Found you!" Suddenly, Arthur drew his steel blade across his own palm, letting the blood flow. That fresh, metallic scent of blood triggered the primal instincts of the predatory rabbits watching him from the dark. They lunged. Arthur flickered through space using short-range blinks, a blur of magic and steel as he systematically eliminated the entire pack. One final transverse teleport, a massive leap, and silence. Behind him, nothing but a trail of fallen monsters remained in the dust. Elinor had been very clear. Bring back the bounty item, and whatever other loot he found was his to keep. A dual-wielding knight emerged from the shadows. When asked about his reward, Arthur demanded a royal license for raiding elite multi-boss dungeons. Arthur sized the man up instantly. He wasn't the main target, but a dangerous lieutenant, an intermediate boss of the ruins. "A pleasure, Sir Vincent," Arthur quipped with a cold grin. Vincent didn't care for talk. "The only thing I'll do is kill you." "Don't get salty with me," Arthur laughed. That was the final spark. Vincent roared and charged forward with pure murderous intent. Clones everywhere. Vincent split into multiple shadows, making it impossible to track the real strike coming from a sword high above. The blade swung down with bone-shattering force, but Arthur flickered away, using a transverse teleport to vanish just before the impact. It looked like a simple, full-powered, desperate gamble, but Arthur saw the truth. The real Vincent was already closing in for the kill. Blink, Arthur appeared right in Vincent's face, driving a brutal strike into his gut. Vincent's cool completely evaporated into pure irritation. Another wild swing, another easy dodge. "You're supposed to be a boss," Arthur mocked. "You're just a name on a piece of paper." Honestly, this guy's technique was a total mess. His direct combat style was way too crude to be a real threat. Arthur circled behind him, pinning him down by the old wound. Drawing his weapon, he aimed a finishing blow straight for his head. The plan was flawless. The steel pierced his back in a flash. Arthur simply walked away, leaving his broken opponent in the dirt. After he vanished, the system chimed. He'd successfully looted the target's illusion ability. Arthur smirked, scanning the area for any more secrets. A faint green shimmer caught his eye from the rubble. He crashed down to investigate and realized it was rare, glowing soul balm herb. Elsewhere in the kingdom, a young squire grumbled to his master. "Finding that specific herb, it's practically impossible these days." Yvain couldn't believe it. He'd hit Vincent's weak spot perfectly. "Wait," she realized. "I've seen that man at the capital market before." She remembered him buying supplies at the counter. It was obvious now. He was preparing for a massive dungeon grind and farming session. "He moves like a master assassin," the young knight whispered, "and I've never seen his face in this territory before today." Another watcher argued Arthur shouldn't even be in this low-level dungeon, but Yvain just shook her head. "He's on another level." The knight asked if they should lure him to their side, but Yvain just smirked. "No, that's not necessary at all. Why work when he can do it for us? We'll wait until he's finished, then loot him, just as I expected from you." Arthur took a breath and quickly dumped all his newly earned experience points into his magic resistance stats. With his mana hypersensitivity finally under control, he went all in on defense. For the first time, he was starting to feel alive. That soul balm was a literal lifesaver. It acted as a powerful suppressant to keep his chaotic mana from exploding inside him. You won't find this stuff in a normal dungeon. It only grows naturally in the wild, making it impossible to mass produce. There was only one person in the entire kingdom who knew how to cultivate it, and she lived deep within the Deadlands. That place was a cursed no-man's land from the ancient wars, and it was a long, incredibly dangerous journey from where he stood. If his mana had spiked during that fight, he'd be dead. Arthur left the ruins muttering, "I need gold, lots and lots of gold." Elinor sighed heavily. A year ago, the reports weren't this bad. Now, the kingdom's situation was only getting worse by the day. Her contact warned her they were falling under the Obsidian Order's shadow. The news sent a wave of anxiety through her. Arthur noticed the tension in her shoulders. Tangled up with House Eclipse, are we? Sounds like you're having a rough time, Alina. She glanced at the carriage mirror and forced a smile. I'm fine. I've just gotten used to always watching my own back. Pushing her carriage horses to their absolute limit, Lady Alina heard a familiar voice through her communication stone. They were desperate for a new knight, as their ranks were dangerously thin. It was Sir Julian, sounding incredibly urgent as he admitted he simply couldn't wait any longer to get in touch with her. Alina played it cool at first, telling him she wasn't sure. Honestly, she wasn't ready to stake her reputation on a new sellsword like 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 just yet. She explained that the candidate she had in mind needed more training. She wasn't about to make a reckless call before he proved his worth. Julian sighed, reminding her that her eyes for talent were legendary, especially since they had lost so many good men to unfortunate accidents lately. That's in the past, Alina shot back. She wasn't one to dwell on ghosts or failed missions when the future was at stake. She promised to monitor 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 closely and report back if he survived the cut. Then, she pivoted, asking if Julian had any useful whispers from the kingdom's shadows. Turns out, he did. He'd managed to snag some high-level intel regarding a dangerous crime syndicate moving through the borderlands. A secure magic scroll with the details would be arriving shortly. Alina thanked him, her mind already calculating the next move. Julian just chuckled, saying it was no trouble at all. He'd keep the secrets coming as long as she kept finding him warriors who could actually fight. The Ironwood Guild was bleeding out for lack of talent. He looked over at the last recruit she'd sent, currently tied up and useless, and told her to do better next time. He promised to reward them well, but Alina just sighed. She wondered if 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, who was currently on his very first commission, was actually ready for this meat grinder. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was currently locked in a deadly duel with a dread knight named 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚. He launched his blade, pinning the monster's leg to the dirt. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 roared, lashing out with razor-sharp claws in an attempt to drag 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 into the abyss. But 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was like a ghost. The claws passed straight through his chest, grabbing nothing but cold, hard stone behind him. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 froze in shock. Realizing 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 had vanished, the beast snatched up a pile of boulders to hurl at wherever he might be hiding. It was all a trick. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 had used illusion magic to slip away, waiting for that one massive gap in the monster's defense to show itself. The beast launched the stone with bone-shattering force, aimed right where 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 appeared to be running. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 dove forward as the ground exploded behind him, or at least that's what it looked like. Thanks to his magic, he was already miles ahead. The figure the rock crushed was just a shimmering clone. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 stared, completely rattled as the realization hit that it was fighting a phantom. Sudden movement. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 used a flicker step to appear directly behind the beast. He gripped his sword and drove it deep into the creature's spine. Caught completely off guard, the monster didn't even have time to scream. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 ripped his steel out, and the massive body slumped into the dirt. The dust had barely settled when 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 looked up at the scaffolding above. A rough-looking man was watching him, laughing about finding another rich pup to rob. The man tapped loudly on the wooden beams, signaling his hidden reinforcements to come out and play. Spectral wolf spirits emerged from the darkness, snarling with hunger. The man gave the order to hunt, and the pack lunged straight for 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's throat. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he pulled out a strange hunk of meat and held it out for the wolves to see. The man was baffled. Why were his killers stopping? All three wolves froze in their tracks, completely mesmerized as they began to feast on the offering. These weren't normal dogs. They shouldn't have been distracted by food. But while they were occupied, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 finally reached for his blade. He silenced the beasts one by one in a flash of steel. Their master's smug grin vanished, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 looked him dead in the eye, explaining that the meat was laced with a scent specifically designed to drive animals like that insane. Seconds later, the wolves disintegrated into nothingness. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's voice went cold as he delivered a final warning. "Hand over the stolen goods if you value your life," he growled, but the man just started spitting curses like a cornered rat. He retreated further into the scaffolding, taunting 𝒌𝒊𝒍 to follow him. 𝒌𝒊𝒍 didn't hesitate. He pursued him right into the belly of the beast. The man, a rogue named 𝒦𝒍𝒻, laughed to himself. He thought he'd lured a brainless idiot into a death trap. He tossed a mana bomb, screaming for 𝒌𝒊𝒍 to die. But 𝒌𝒊𝒍 could see the flow of energy. There were dozens more hidden under the floorboards. Using short-range blinks, 𝒌𝒊𝒍 danced through the explosions. 𝒦𝒍𝒻 watched in pure horror as his perfect traps failed to even scratch the kid. 𝒌𝒊𝒍 cleared every mana snare, leaping between the iron supports with impossible grace. 𝒦𝒍𝒻 couldn't believe his eyes. "You think you're special," the rogue screamed. He claimed protection from a dark patron known as the Chaos Combatant. He began channeling forbidden black magic from the underworld, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy to swallow 𝒌𝒊𝒍 whole. But 𝒌𝒊𝒍 was a blur. He chained his teleports together, closing the gap in a heartbeat until he was standing right in front of the mage. The guy was roughly level 50, a dark mage with a patron deity that specialized in disorientation and shadow play. 𝒦𝒍𝒻 snarled, convinced he still had the upper hand. He figured 𝒌𝒊𝒍 wouldn't be able to dodge what was coming next. He triggered his abyssal vision, and the entire world plunged into a pitch-black void. 𝒌𝒊𝒍 stood perfectly still, timing his heartbeat. As the shadows lunged, 𝒌𝒊𝒍 told himself to wait. He raised his blade to shield his eyes at the perfect moment and advanced through the dark. 𝒦𝒍𝒻 was absolutely stunned. How could a mere novice know exactly how to counter a high-level forbidden spell like that? Our boy Arthur just dropped an absolute bombshell. He's the one who actually created that forbidden art. His opponent, a noble named Lord Vayne, wasn't buying it for a second. He just sneered, told Arthur to quit talking nonsense, and lunged forward with a murderous glint in his eye. But then, bam, Arthur triggered a demonic snatching art, physically dragging the noble toward him. Vayne's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe a human was pulling off a monster's signature move. Panicking, Vayne screamed that the move was a total cheat and full of openings. Arthur didn't even blink. He calmly explained that he didn't need it to kill him, just to freeze his movements for a split second. And that second was all he needed. Arthur's blade flashed, sinking deep into Vayne's flesh. With his movements locked, all the noble could do was let out a blood-curdling shriek. In a desperate move, Vayne triggered a soul force dispersion to blow everything back. An explosion of raw energy erupted, sending Arthur flying across the courtyard. Finally free, Vayne stood there trembling with rage, swearing on his noble blood that he'd burn Arthur to a crisp. As he tried to regroup, Vayne's head was spinning. Something was wrong. Arthur's casting speed was all over the place, totally inconsistent. He started wondering if the kid was using some high-level relic to fake his way through an awakening. Fearing the worst, Vayne scrambled away, creating some distance between them. Arthur just scaled a high stone ledge like it was nothing, watching him. Vayne looked up and spat at him, calling him a pathetic little rat. "Just die already?" Vayne screamed, hurling a massive orb of concentrated magic straight at the ledge. The impact was instantaneous, a direct hit that lit up the entire area in a blinding flash. Arthur's body went limp, tumbling through the air and hitting the dirt hard. Vayne let out a manic laugh, finally feeling superior again. He started gloating, asking how a peasant like him ever dared to challenge a high-ranking knight. But wait, the laughter stopped. Vayne looked down and saw not one but several Arthurs standing there. He was seeing double, triple, it was an illusion. Enraged and losing his mind, he unleashed a rain of hellfire to incinerate every single one of them at once. The fire rained down, but two of the clones were too fast, weaving through the flames and charging straight for him. Vayne was completely losing it now, his mind scrambling to figure out which one was the real threat. That's when pure terror set in. The real Arthur appeared from the shadows like a ghost, hand clamping around Vayne's throat. He pressed his blade exactly against the jagged wound he'd carved earlier. Talk about surgical precision. Vayne let out a scream that probably echoed across the whole kingdom. Being hit in the same spot twice, that's a different kind of pain. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed into the mud, shrieking like a wounded animal. Clutching his stomach and spitting out curses, The noble looked up with hollow eyes. He demanded to know how Arthur had managed to play him so perfectly. How could he be deceived by a nobody? Arthur just gave him a cold, sharp smile. He admitted he only did it because he knew Vane was arrogant enough to fall for the bait. Even Arthur had to admit the strategy worked out perfectly. Right then, a glowing golden seal appeared in the air. The primal 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒍𝒔 watcher, an ancient god of the stars, was absolutely loving the show. He sent down a message highly praising Arthur's brutal tactics. Now you have to understand, these ancient watchers are always lurking, but actually getting a sponsorship, that's unheard of. It drains an insane amount of divine energy from the gods themselves. The Void Plunderer, a darker entity tied to Arthur, called the gift pathetic, but Arthur just shrugged it off. That divine boost was exactly what he needed to make the winning play. Arthur made it clear. He'll use every dirty trick and forbidden art in the book to survive. The plunderer called him a straight-up lunatic and told him to stop yapping and finish the job. "Fair point," Arthur muttered. He didn't hesitate, slamming his heel into the fallen noble's broken leg. Another scream tore through the air, but Arthur didn't even flinch. Vane hissed through his teeth, asking if Arthur really thought capturing him would change anything in this corrupt world. Arthur's response: if the world could be fixed that easily, he wouldn't be standing here sharpening his blade for what comes next. With those final, chilling words, Arthur swung his sword in one last, decisive arc. The noble's life ended right there in the dirt. Target neutralized. Arthur reached down and snatched the noble's magical contract, feeling the rush of new, dark abilities flowing into his soul. He sheathed his blade and checked his new haul. Phantom Sight and Chaos Aura. Not bad at all. He looked down at the body and figured he might as well strip the guy of his expensive gear too. No sense in letting good steel go to waste. Without a hint of remorse, he started searching the dead man's fine clothes, tossing aside anything that wasn't enchanted or valuable. He had to hand it to the guy. Even for a level 50 knight, Vane was carrying some seriously high-end loot. This was going to be a massive power spike for Arthur. First up were the gloves, which let him control ether threads to manipulate his daggers. Then the heavy enchanted armor to boost his soul force, and a ring that gave him a huge bump to magic resistance. The real prize, though, a talisman of the dark god. It would let him spam his abilities with almost zero cooldown, even if it did drain a bit of his soul force every second. A fair trade for that kind of power. Arthur suited up, feeling the weight of the new gear settle on his shoulders. He looked like a completely different person now, more dangerous, more refined. He pulled up his status screen one last time. That dark god talisman was easily the best buff he'd ever gotten his hands on. He was feeling unstoppable. He decided he'd taken everything worth keeping and would sell off the rank 9 junk at the next town. If he could just hit the 20th circle of power, he'd be in the clear. Striding out of the ruins in his new black gear, Arthur's mind was already on the next goal. Reaching the 20th circle would finally unlock that elite, shadow assassin skill he'd been eyeing. He hit the city streets but stopped short. Something was weird. This area was usually crawling with razor-fanged hares, but the place was dead silent. Not a single monster in sight. Then he caught it, a tiny, sharp glint from a spyglass on a distant rooftop. He wasn't alone. High above, a huntress leaned over the edge, asking her boss if they could just take the kid out and grab his new shiny gear. The boss just gave a slow, greedy nod. It was an ambush. The boss signaled his crew with a mirror flash. Their plan was dirty. They'd release a horde of captured monsters to tire Arthur out first, then swoop in for the easy kill while he was gasping for air. Suddenly, a pack of hares was unleashed, catching the scent of blood on Arthur's clothes and lunging at him. But Arthur just sighed. He was actually relieved to see them. He needed the practice. It wasn't even a fight. It was a slaughter. Arthur moved like a blur, and within minutes the monsters were nothing but a memory. As the last hare fell, a golden light washed over him. The divine echo announced the news. Arthur had officially reached the 20th circle of power. Thanks to his divine sponsorship, his swift pierce skill evolved right then and there into a much more lethal art. The Crimson Thrust. On the rooftop, the huntress's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe he cleared the wave that fast. Seeing the plan falling apart, the boss decided to take matters into his own hands and leaped. He dived off the building, falling like a meteor with his heavy claymore raised for a crushing strike. The ground shattered where he landed, but Arthur was already gone, having blinked away using short-range teleportation. Arthur looked at the crater and frowned. "Who are you supposed to be?" he asked, totally unfazed. He realized these guys were just common bandits trying to rob him. He'd almost lost his head to a bunch of scavengers. The boss was fuming, his face turning purple with rage. He screamed that Arthur was just lucky and triggered his bull charge to try and pin him down again. Big mistake. Arthur didn't even break a sweat as he stepped to the side, his blade already glowing with a dark light. He unleashed his brand-new crimson thrust, ending the fight before it even started. Alistair knew the beast's healing was finite. 10 hits. That was the limit. After that, the brute would be wide open, and he just needed to keep the pressure on until the tank ran dry. But the monster just laughed in his face. The huntress, Alara, shouted a warning. This boss was a true berserker. The more blood he spilled, the more his madness and strength would skyrocket. And then, without warning, boom, the giant charged like a runaway carriage. Alistair barely rolled out of the way, thinking to himself that this man truly earned the title of berserker. Pure, unadulterated carnage. Still, raw power has its price. His attacks were massive but clumsy, leaving giant gaps in his defense. Alistair didn't miss his chance. He lunged forward and struck again. The berserker just kept howling for more, like a man possessed. But Alistair was stone cold, calculating the rhythm. Just 4 more hits. That was the finish line. As the brute lunged in for the kill, he suddenly faltered. Something was wrong. His vision began to warp and blur, the world spinning out of his control. Alistair closed the distance in a heartbeat. He triggered his void gaze, freezing the giant in his tracks, and followed up with mind shatter. The boss was left standing there, completely disoriented. Openings everywhere. Alistair didn't hesitate. He rained down a flurry of strikes, his blade moving like a silver blur against the helpless monster. Even with steel carving through his hide, the berserker just swung his claymore wildly into the air. He couldn't even feel the blades biting into his flesh anymore. The fog finally lifted, and the giant's eyes refocused, burning with pure murderous rage. He spat on the ground, asking if Alistair was finally out of parlor tricks. But then, reality hit him like a mountain. A wave of agonizing pain surged through his body. His strength was draining away. But when? How had he lost so much blood? Both men stood frozen in a deadly standoff. Alara watched her champion falter with growing dread. The berserker screamed at the sky, desperate, claiming that his pain only made him a god. Too late. At that exact moment, Alistair activated his shadow snare ability. He stepped into the giant's shadow and drove his blade deep into the boss's chest. "At the end of the day," Alistair whispered, "you're still just a man. Berserker or not, if you lose that much blood, you die. Period." The giant collapsed like a felled oak, leaving the other 2 survivors paralyzed in absolute shock. That was the breaking point. Alara and her last companion turned tail and bolted into the woods, completely terrified of the monster Alistair had become. Alistair watched them disappear. If bandits were this bold in the heart of the realm, it meant the king's shield had completely collapsed. The borders were wide open. Suddenly, a golden prompt flickered in his vision. It was done. He had officially secured the Blood Glutton Covenant. Alistair couldn't help but grin, telling his celestial patron that 2 legendary contracts in one day was a hell of a haul. He asked for his reward, but his inner shadow just called him a total lunatic. Our hero, the master of shadows and theft, took a long breath to process the absolute chaos of the last few hours. He looked down at a kneeling survivor and commented that the haul was actually pretty decent. He'd scored a legendary anti-magic anklet. Along with enchanted boots that made him move like lightning, he now had gauntlets that could shrug off the heaviest physical blows. The plan: pair these heavy gloves with his throwing daggers. A perfect balance of unbreakable defense and lethal, long-range offense. With this setup, he could hunt the real monsters with surgical precision. He asked himself if it was time to collect his pay, then turned and walked away without looking back. He eventually reached the capital of 𝒕𝒂𝒍𝒍, where ancient stone buildings loomed over wide, bustling streets that stretched toward the horizon. Suddenly, his enchanted boots began to glow with an intense, radiant light, drawing every single eye on the street toward him. A mysterious woman stepped out of the crowd, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe he'd tracked down the Varder's treads so easily. Alistair gave her a short, professional nod and a polite thank you, ending the conversation before it even really started. His handler, the Shadow Queen, informed him that his first job was just a little test, and he'd performed better than 99% of the other recruits. It turns out half the idiots who take this job end up dead on their first day. But thanks to her icy, calculating mind, she only dealt with the elite. As promised, the lady in black handed him a royal decree, and all access passed to a dungeon crawling with elite lieutenants. She carefully handed over a leather-bound dossier containing every bit of intel he'd need to survive the crawl. The target, the Howling Peaks near Greyport Crossing, 4 intermediate guardians and 1 terrifying final boss. Alistair scanned the maps while she watched him with a dangerous smirk. "Liking the view, Alistair?" she asked. A small, dark smile played on his lips. A dungeon with 5 bosses. That meant 5 unique abilities he could rip away and make his own. "Reserve the entry for tomorrow at dawn," he told her. He wanted to be at the gates the second the sun broke. The man still seemed skeptical, questioning if she actually intended to buy the contract, curious about her ultimate play. Lord Silas had already been stripped of his best goods, and the woman saw a chance for a massive profit. They started hammering out the details of a new, even deadlier mission. Alistair tapped a finger on a charcoal sketch of a man in the dossier. Julian Thorne, a traitor to the crown who had stolen national relics and left a trail of broken bodies in his wake. The handler warned him that finding Julian's hidden fortress was nearly impossible. The man was a ghost who never showed his face in the light of day. But that wasn't going to be an issue. Alistair knew exactly how to track a man who didn't want to be found. After offloading his extra loot, he had 250 million gold sovereigns burning a hole in his purse. He picked up his communication crystal, already thinking about hiring elite security for his estate. A voice crackled through the crystal. "Who's calling this private line?" Direct and to the point, Alistair didn't waste a second. "I need 10 vials of dragonfire oil. Meet me at Yonjan Gate. Now." Sir Barnaby grunted a quick confirmation, sealing the deal before ending the magical transmission. With the Great Raid still hours away, Arthur figured a drink at Hayes' Tavern was the best way to dig for some local intel. Inside, things were already heating up. 2 brawlers were tearing each other apart while the crowd cheered for blood. A man with long, tangled brown hair hit the deck, his screams of agony echoing through the smoke-filled room. The tavern regulars were loving the chaos, treating the violence like a show, but Arthur didn't care. He walked straight to the bar and told Beatrice he wanted to bet every gold coin he had. Coldly, he ordered a glass of void nectar, a drink so lethal that the young barmaid's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She laughed, warning him that nobody in their right mind orders that stuff unless they're looking for a quick trip to the afterlife. He knew the drill. Bartenders in places like this were basically living archives of the kingdom's darkest secrets. Still, tavern rumors were always a gamble. Half of what you heard was usually drunken nonsense. Suddenly, his focus shifted. Something wasn't right. He froze, his eyes locking onto a figure at the edge of the bar who definitely didn't belong. A woman in a sleek, dark gown with hair cut sharp as a blade. It was 𝒕𝒂𝒍𝒚, the infamous Hound, and the deadliest enforcer serving Lord Sterling of the Eclipse Order. As the drink touched the table, Arthur's mind raced. Had the Order already picked up his scent? Beatrice leaned over with a flirtatious smile, telling him it was a shame such a handsome knight wouldn't be coming back to her tavern. When he asked why, she whispered a terrifying secret. Word on the street was that Eclipse was planning to seize the tavern tonight. Their plan, ambush the mercenaries while they were drunk and ship them off to the forced labor mines. Classic Eclipse human trafficking. Everything clicked. Sybil wasn't just here for a drink. She was the herald of the coming storm. Time to go. Staying here was basically a death sentence. But before he could move, crash. Both Arthur and the barmaid spun around as the front doors were kicked off their hinges. Heart racing, Arthur realized he was a second too late. The trap had already sprung. A squad of armed thugs clad in black armor stormed the room, and the tavern went silent as someone whispered the name everyone feared. Eclipse. Beatrice bolted for the cellar, and the local mercenaries drew their blades, teeth bared at the intruders. One of the Eclipse knights stepped forward, a twisted smirk on his face as he told everyone to stay perfectly still if they valued their lives. Total panic. People scrambled for the exits, and a brawl erupted instantly while a nobleman in a sweat-soaked doublet tried to hide, trembling in pure terror. Desperate to survive, the nobleman lunged at one of the black-clad soldiers with every ounce of strength he had left. The ring of steel on steel filled the air, getting louder and more chaotic by the second, until a man in spectacles flinched at a strange sound behind him. Arthur was standing right there, his eyes burning with focused intent. An Eclipse thug swung a massive axe, snarling a death threat, but Arthur was a blur, vanishing and reappearing behind him in a flash of translocation magic. The brute stood there, completely stunned, unable to process how his target had simply disappeared. He didn't even feel the strike until it was over. By the time he hit the floor, his life was already fading. From the shadows, Sybil watched the whole thing, her expression calm and calculating as she analyzed Arthur's every move. She was like a predator, scanning the room and waiting for the perfect opening. Then she moved. Silent as a ghost, she slipped out of the darkness and closed the distance behind our hero. Arthur felt the shift in the air just as she pulled a jagged dagger from her sleeve, ready to deliver a killing blow. With a lethal flick of her wrist, she sent the blade flying toward Arthur's throat. But the dagger whistled past him, burying itself deep into the chest of an Eclipse soldier who had been sneaking up on his back. The dying man gasped, looking at Sybil in utter confusion as his own comrade ended him. Without a word, she lunged forward and finished him off with a brutal, secondary strike. Arthur was floored. Why was one of Eclipse's top hounds turning on her own men? No explanations. The short-haired woman just kept moving, cutting through the Eclipse guards with a cold, relentless fury that left no one standing. Even Arthur, a seasoned warrior, was completely lost as to what her endgame was. She paused, her eyes lingering on him with a spark of genuine curiosity, admitting she'd never seen a fighter like him in this kingdom. "Which noble house do you serve?" she asked, but Arthur just scoffed, telling her he didn't care for oaths or masters. She actually smiled then, asking if he was open to a business proposal, just as a fresh wave of armed knights surrounded them. The Eclipse soldiers were losing their minds. Their own investigator had gone rogue, and Sybil just stared them down, ready to paint the tavern red. The guards were already paralyzed with fear, watching the lady's every move. They couldn't even manage to draw their swords. With a voice like sharpening steel, she commanded the black guard to strike. "Kill them now!" No mercy, just cold orders. Total panic. The men were lost in the escalating madness, having absolutely no clue how to handle the sudden, violent chaos. Having no other choice, they lunged at the duo. But the pair, just standing there calm, weapons ready for the impact. Sir Alistair finally saw the truth. This was all her design. Was this noblewoman actually just testing his mettle in a fight? Fine. He decided to play her little game, tearing through the fighters with movements that were nothing but a blur. Then he unleashed a hidden knightly technique. Fast, it was lightning. Efficient, they were down before they even felt the steel. Attacks flew in from every corner of the hall. The entire ballroom was turning into a deadly, blood-soaked trap. A guard actually managed to disarm him. The perfect opening, right? Wrong. Alistair always has an ace up his sleeve, refusing to lose. He moved with terrifying grace through the slaughter. In that chaotic mess, he was easily the fastest man alive. His combat skills were frankly insane. Everyone watching was just stunned. This guy is operating on a whole different level. One clean, brutal strike. A hand flies off, neutralizing the threat instantly. Messy, yeah, but it definitely got the job done. The lady watched him, her eyes wide with suspicion. Was he using forbidden magic or just some kind of unseen mystic force? He looked back at her, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. The sheer weight of the carnage was finally starting to show. No time to rest. He barked an order to find the secret passage immediately. Safety was the only thing that mattered now. He bolted for the exit, but they spotted him. Lord Thorne screamed at his men to hunt that bastard down right now. The two fled into the darkness, while half the guards chased them, leaving the main hall in complete and utter ruins. She couldn't help herself. Was he a secret assassin? Did he use ancient sorcery? The questions just kept coming as they ran. He just grinned, showing off his enchanted gear. With a tap of his runic glove, his dagger hummed with magical energy. He simply told her she could think whatever she wanted. Some secrets are better left in the dark, after all. As they ran, Alistair suddenly ran into a wall of fresh enemies blocking the main road. Just his luck, right? The castle bells began to toll, a warning. The Iron Lions were officially being accused of starting a riot in the city. Back at the hall, the Solar Guard kept attacking innocent guests. The announcement claimed they were just suppressing the threat quickly, hunting the fugitives, but Alistair, still the fastest, most dangerous man in the entire kingdom, no contest. Every swing aimed at him hit nothing but air. His agility was honestly hard to believe. He was dancing through them. He dodged with zero effort and hit back with everything he had. One by one, the enemies just started dropping. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared before him. A divine blessing from an astral patron. Talk about an unexpected power-up from above. Apparently, his righteous fury during the fight caught the eyes of the gods, and they were officially fans. A soldier lunged with twin blades, and Alistair actually laughed. Then, thwack, a knife to the forehead, dead before he hit the floor. The lady started thinking deeply about what he said. Justice. Could such a thing even exist in this broken world? She wondered if honor was just a fairy tale in a land built on inequality and constant, bloody conflict. But Alistair, he didn't care about philosophy. He was focused on one thing, getting through the night alive. The soldiers rallied, vowing to repay their patrons. Then, whoosh, a massive battle axe came flying through the air with lethal force. It slammed into the stone wall. Alistair didn't blink. He used the axe handle as a foothold and launched himself into a leap. He charged the man at the top of the stairs, using every trick and bit of strength he had left. The jump was short, but the impact was devastating. 3 guards were crushed instantly. Talk about making an entrance. He landed and dropped to his knees, his lungs burning. Nearby, the sound of more armored boots echoed through the corridor. Ilara grabbed a knife from a fallen body. She had already expected this would end in a pile of corpses. Alistair kept pushing, kicking through every door in his path. Then he saw her, signaling toward the safe route ahead. She looked so relieved, almost celebrating. Her instincts had been right. They had finally found the way out of this hell. Outside, the stars were burning bright in the black sky, casting a cold light over the silent winter night. Together, the pair finally cleared the gates, leaving the fire and the screams of the estate far behind them. The Solar Guard was still hunting, but they stayed hidden. She suggested he join a free company instead of a guild. With a sharp, intense look, she handed him a royal seal. "The pay is excellent," she promised. "Think about it." Alistair took the seal. "I'll call on you," he said, "but first, I've got some more urgent business to finish." With that, he turned his back, vanishing alone into the swallowing darkness. His subordinate didn't move an inch, a loyal shadow waiting for the next command. Suddenly, her communication stone glowed. It was her master, calling for an urgent, high-stakes meeting. Looking down at a group of shackled prisoners, she calmly reported that the mess in that district was handled. No more problems. Then, she asked if there was anyone else he wanted hunted down. All he had to do was give the word. The location, the high-security Ironhold dungeons. And the man on the hit list, none other than 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒔. Meanwhile, over at the main carriage terminal, the air was thick with people traveling across the kingdom. A pair of polished black boots stepped off a carriage, belonging to a man in sharp, tailored trousers. It was Alistair. He figured he wasn't on the most wanted posters just yet, judging by the lack of guards. Still, getting out of Oakhaven was the smart move. The Eclipse Syndicate was expanding fast, and they'd been keeping a hawk-like eye on all transport heading toward the Highlands. His safest bet was sneaking through Highbridge Station. He found a rough wooden crate and started tearing back the heavy sealing wax. Carefully, he checked the contents. His package had made it through without a scratch. He took it in his hands, feeling the power. Using a hidden alcove near the terminal, he retrieved the forbidden essence. But as he tuned into his surroundings, he caught a whisper of a shady conversation. A guy in a fur-lined cloak was talking into a magic crystal, telling someone that the time to strike was now. The guy realized Alistair was eavesdropping and snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs about what the hell he was staring at. All they wanted was for the person on the other end to meet at Highbridge. Nearby, a gray-haired mage with a long pipe began manipulating a gout of flame. Everyone's eyes were glued to a massive magical projection, flickering on a tower in the heart of Lindinium. This was the Iron Rose Order's territory. They held a complete monopoly over the rifts under the pretext of public safety. But let's be honest, the Crown Guard only ever did their jobs there because they were running a massive black market, keeping prices painfully high for everyone else. Our hero realized he couldn't rely on basic data anymore. He needed to pivot, and fast. He took a moment to reflect on his unique gifts and the hoard of legendary items he'd gathered over his journey. With absolute determination, he gripped one of those items. He'd made his choice. Without a second thought, he crushed the artifact with one hand, showing off the kind of raw strength and resolve that changes the game. For him, the power he already held was more than enough to crush any threat. Here's the kicker. His stamina recovery speed would double whenever he stayed out of the fight for more than 30 minutes. Unlike your run-of-the-mill knights, he never had to stress about his essence reserves. His abilities were just built different. Dagger gripped tight, he began walking calmly through the city's deserted, silent streets. Suddenly, something caught him off guard. He stopped dead in his tracks, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It was just a family, walking peacefully. A kid was tugging at his parents, asking for roast chicken for dinner. The mother just smiled, telling him not to worry because the Crown Guard and the Iron Rose would protect them. Alistair just watched from the side. The epitome of blind faith, he thought. He turned his back on them, walking the opposite way into the real world. Then a sharp noise. He spun around instantly. Thugs. They de-jumped the family and were trying to snatch the kid, while the father begged them for mercy. The boy was terrified, but the hooded criminals, they didn't have a shred of pity. People around started screaming for the Crown Guard, fearing a bloodbath. Alistair was already locked and loaded. He didn't care if it was broad daylight. These idiots were done. He appeared like a ghost, telling the hooded leader he was about to show them some real sincerity. Everyone froze in shock. Eyes went wide. No one expected a third party to just drop in and flip the script like this. The criminals spotted Julian in the distance and paled. They knew the situation just went from bad to terminal. The crowd was absolutely stunned to see Alistair Kane, a man associated with the Iron Rose, actually stepping in. His patron gave him insane mastery over the blade, and the power to literally separate space itself. Alistair couldn't figure out why the guy was there, though. Julian wasn't the type to play hero for a street mugging. Julian made his move. He flicked a golden token toward them. One of the thugs caught it midair, looking at it with suspicious eyes. The man in the sharp suit told them they could have all the gold they could carry, if they just gave the kid back. Greed won out. The thugs immediately started putting the boy down, no questions asked. But the cowards just shoved the boy to the ground as they turned to flee. The father rushed to his son, making sure he was okay while the thieves vanished into the night. Job done. Julian didn't hang around, the family was safe, and he was already on the hunt to finish those criminals for good. Sir Alistair Vance finally realized the true scale of his own grit and power. A master of the blade with a twist, he could bend space itself, hitting from angles no one saw coming. No way he was letting those two hooded cowards slip away. He unleashed everything, raining down blows that shattered their defenses. Total panic. They had zero clue what was hitting them in that absolute blur of chaos. His strikes, lethal. Every swing was surgical, giving them zero room to even breathe, let alone fight back. They couldn't keep up. Lord Cedric was moving like a shadow, too fast, too fluid. The mask slipped. Bingo. It was that same rat who'd been whispering suspicious orders back at the carriage station. He was staring at his partner's corpse, sobbing. "I was just following orders," he wailed. "It was all supposed to be a staged play." The crowd couldn't hear their hushed words. All they saw was a desperate man begging for mercy on his knees. He tried to swing back, terrified, but let's be real. Nobody there was a match for Cedric's sheer dominance. So Cedric ended the second thug and turned to the crowd with a hero's smile. "Rest easy," he called out. "You're safe." Exactly as Alistair predicted, a total setup. Cedric used rogue knights to boost the Order's reputation, all just a scheme to seize control over the kingdom's trade rights. As the people cheered, Alistair slipped away with a smirk. Let Cedric have his moment. Everything he's building will belong to Alistair soon enough. "Forgive me, my lady." A man handed over a parchment filled with intel on the escaped convict she'd been hunting. She didn't skip a single word, scanning the report with eagle eyes. She tore through the pages. Meanwhile, Alistair was deep in the woods, approaching two strangers, one of whom recognized him instantly. Lady Alara stared at Alistair's portrait. A cold smile touched her lips. Well, well, I've definitely seen this face before." "It's time," our hero said, stepping toward the rift. The guard nodded. "The abyssal gate is primed and ready, sir." But the sentinel hesitated. Alistair was only rank 20. That's way below the danger limit. This was basically a suicide mission. They asked him straight up, "Are you serious? You won't survive 2 minutes in there." He knew the risks, but if he wanted to reach his goals, he had to push through. There was no other way. The target, rank 50. Getting there was going to be an absolute grind, requiring every ounce of sweat he had. He needed that power, and he needed it fast. Even if the start was pure hell. Suddenly, the world shifted. The forest vanished, replaced by massive, jagged peaks piercing the sky. Alistair trudged through a desolate wasteland, fighting against gale-force winds that tried to knock him flat. Visibility, 0, just a wall of dust and wind. The only way he knew where he'd been was by the shallow tracks left in the dirt behind him. Whoa, he nearly walked right off a cliff. A massive, gaping canyon split the earth, inches from his boots. Then, a sound. Something was moving right behind him. Eyes, dozens of them glowing in the dark. Ancient, reptilian monsters were locking onto their next meal. This could actually work. If he survived this, he'd rank up in no time. Then, boom. The lizards lunged, coming at him like a tidal wave. Back at the manor, Lady Alara was still dissecting the intel on our fugitive. She needed answers. How did Alistair manage to trick a rank 100 paladin? That level of ether control is unheard of. It made no sense. How could a rank 10 rookie pull off legendary tier missions back to back? She zoomed in, studying every detail of his portrait. "Thank you, Chancellor," Alara said. Then she dropped a bombshell. She'd actually crossed paths with him just days ago. She estimated his power at rank 100. The Chancellor's jaw dropped. If that was true, all their previous intel was literal garbage. While the eggheads back home were scratching their heads, Alistair was out there in the mountains, fighting for his life. The lizards swarmed, but our boy's skills, way too refined for these beasts. Thwack, his blade found its mark, gutting the lead monster exactly where its armor was weakest. He tightened his enchanted gauntlet. There were so many of them. This was going to be a long night. He ripped his blade free, blood spraying the sand, and immediately pivoted to the next one. No hesitation. One massive, sweeping strike, half a dozen lizards just disintegrated. The sheer power was unreal. Brain at work. He scanned the remaining pack, tracking which ones were still standing to plan his next lethal move. Just 2 monsters left, no problem. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 strikes twice, quick as lightning, and puts them down for good. He stands over the bodies with a cocky grin, totally feeling himself. With a casual flick of his finger, he taunts the rest of the pack. "Who's next?" The beasts creep closer, eyes glowing like cursed rubies in the shadows, ready for round 2. It's one lone warrior against a whole crowd of monsters. But 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 doesn't budge. He's ending this here. Now, remember, when you're hunting these things, landing a hit is everything. In this world system, if you don't actually draw blood, the kill doesn't count toward your rank. But even a tiny scratch, that's enough to get you the credit and the rewards you need to grow. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 starts sprinting away with a pack of lizards right on his heels. They're snapping at his cloak, but he's got a plan. He uses a precision short-range leap, clearing the massive canyon gap with the kind of grace you only see in legends. While he's midair, the creatures chasing him start falling into the abyss one by one, unable to make the jump. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 sticks the landing perfectly on the far side, leaving the entire horde behind in the dust. Those lizards, they went straight into the dark pit. Trust me, nobody survives a drop like that. Objective complete. He took down a swarm of common beasts and cleared the trial without breaking a sweat. Achievement alerts start flashing for every kill. The strategy worked, and 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 just hit level 27. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Lady Alina finds a strange sketch on the floor, something 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 must have left behind. It's a blood ritual. She's worried. Could he have actually made a pact with an ancient star patron? Her communications stone rings. It's her master, demanding to know how the investigation is going. Alina tells him the truth. This fugitive isn't some random thug. Her master just nods, looking grim. She asks for more backup because, well, the local magistrate got on her nerves, so she killed him. Talk about a bad day at the office. Back in the Iron Peaks, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 surveys the wreckage. The battlefield is a graveyard of defeated beasts, total carnage. He picks up a jagged stone, staring at it while he thinks about where he came from. He remembers the grueling days in the mining pits, fighting every single day just to survive and make something of himself. By now, Lord Blackwood definitely knows 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 is the man they're looking for. But 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, he's not going to be caught that easily. Suddenly, a massive figure of living flame towers over him, lighting up the entire mountainside. The fire giant starts moving toward him, heavy footsteps shaking the ground as it looms closer. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 doesn't even flinch, he just grins. "I've been waiting for you." He draws his blade, ready to unleash his very first true ability. It's a standoff in the heart of the mountains. But wait, up on the ridge, a hooded archer is aiming right at them. Next thing you know, the giant is floating face down in the water. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's just pulled off another impossible win. A notification pops up. Ability mastered. Now he can imbue every weapon he touches with the power of dragonfire. From his hiding spot, the archer is stunned. How did he hunt down an intermediate boss that fast? His combat style is elite. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's actually used his skills to kite that humanoid fire beast straight into the oasis. He even used illusion magic to seal the deal. This guy doesn't act like a low-level rookie at all, the observer thinks. No wonder the captain is so interested in him. This whole mission to tail him came directly from her. The scout's orders were simple: follow him everywhere. He's got 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's face memorized by heart now. The captain mentioned his test scores were amazing, but his low level is what really worries her. She told the scout to help 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 if he gets in over his head, and maybe explain why teamwork is a thing. If 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 helps the Bluecrest house grow, he'd be an absolute game-changer for their noble family. The scout keeps watching from the shadows, but then, zap, a dagger comes flying from a mile away. It hits a protective barrier with insane precision. The shield actually starts to shatter from the impact. 𝒂𝒊𝒍 realizes he's dealing with pros. One of them is a boss-level defender covering the rear. Another one handles the sides, and the third is a tank holding the front line. The three of them are tucked inside that shield, working in perfect harmony. It reminds him of Serafina's words. She said they'd talk after the business with House 𝒕𝒂𝒍 was finished. She asked him to just wait. She even offered him a full-time spot in her guard. 𝒂𝒊𝒍 just looks at her sideways, staying quiet. He just smiles. "You make me sound like someone who wants to be tied down to a guild. Sorry, lady, I don't like sharing." Back in the fray, Sir Alistair executed a quick flicker, closing the gap in a heartbeat. He eyed that shimmering azure barrier, calculating, analyzing every single flaw before making his move. He began to circle the massive orb like a predator on the hunt. Every step was deliberate, tracing a lethal path around his target. Precision was everything. He gripped his dagger tight and plunged it straight into the heart of the glowing shield. He was aiming for a total shatter. Moving with clever speed, he stayed light on his feet to stay one step ahead of any retaliation the enemy might throw his way. Then, he triggered it, phase shift. Total transversal displacement in the blink of an eye. The enemy knights were completely baffled, blinded. Then came the snatch. In an instant, their world went dark and they couldn't see a thing. Another quick blink. Alistair smirked. Seeing every piece of his strategy fall perfectly into place was a hell of a feeling. The range was perfect for the vortex to trigger. Lord Somerset and his men finally realized the trap they'd walked into, but it was already too late. With a surge of the vortex power, he dragged them in, dismantling their ranks one by one without breaking a sweat. Total chaos for the soldiers. They were swinging at shadows, unable to see the source of the pain. Sir Alistair moved like a ghost. His combat speed was simply off the charts. That protective barrier was on the verge of splintering. He mocked them then, saying this was exactly why the weak huddle together in packs. He pointed out the fatal flaw of their logic. Relying on others is a death sentence when you can't even hold your own ground. Phase shifting again, he struck from every angle at once. Unpredictable, brutal. Those fighters didn't stand a prayer against that level of sheer speed and skill. One more calculated blink, putting him exactly where he needed to be to dominate the field with a strategic advantage. With a confident grin, he dialed up the pressure. Every swing, every parry, it was clear who the true master was as he demonstrated his total superiority. The knights behind the barriers were defenseless now. The writing was on the wall. This fight was already over. Ding, victory notifications flashed almost immediately. But the final commander was still standing, bracing himself as Alistair prepared to unleash hell with everything he had. Man to man, face to face, Alistair raised his blade and drove it home with surgical, lethal precision. Just like that, he rained down a barrage of strikes, finishing with a crushing blow that sent a clear message. The enemy swung one last time, a desperate, dying effort to take our hero down with him. But then, illusion magic. The enemy's mind fractured, leaving him wide open and stumbling like a fool, unable to react to the reality in front of him. Zero chance of survival. The soldier was a dead man walking, completely at the mercy of the coming storm. The end was here. One final, decisive strike to close the book on this battle. The enemy's defenses had finally crumbled into nothing. Game over. He slumped to the dirt with a dagger buried in his chest, and just like that, Alistair reached level 29. Another win for the undefeated king. Then, a notification. His multi-directional defenses merged, forging a brand new absolute barrier skill. Now that's an interesting combo. For a hunter like him, this was going to be a massive asset on the road ahead. From the shadows, the hooded observer watched, mesmerized by the display. Maybe the rumors were true. This guy really didn't need a party after all. But honestly, it was still way too early to call it. The real test would come soon. Could he handle the true overlord? That was the only way the observer would be sure. Alistair was already moving on to his next prey. And that stalker, still there, lurking in the wings, tracking every single breath and movement he made. They locked eyes, a silent challenge. Alistair felt that familiar rush, the pure thrill of reaching this final moment. Waiting for him was a pale-haired beast. It held the bloodburn, the one skill Alistair had been hunting for since the very beginning. The creature took to the sky, circling frantically, desperate to find a way to break through Alistair's guard and launch an attack. It let out a bone-chilling roar that shook the very surroundings. Pure fury. It wasn't going down without a fight. Dark violet hellfire erupted from its claws, screaming toward him. Alistair didn't even flinch 3 quick blinks, and he was clear. The beast realized he was fast. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light filled the air. The monster was triggering its own defensive magic wards. Wind arrows whistled through the air as the pale-haired beast threw up a desperate counter-defense. Alistair frowned. No clear angle. Plus, that glowing green artifact in the monster's maw, it radiated some seriously dangerous energy. The clash intensified. The creature slammed the artifact down near Alistair, the sheer force of the impact splitting the ground in 2. If he spammed his front-facing skills and kept his rear wards up, he could bridge the gap and end this mage in a couple of hits. But Alistair stopped. He ran the numbers and reconsidered. Going in hot meant he'd end up losing way too much blood in the process. That signature move, the blood burn, it was absolutely devastating. One touch and it's game over. We're talking instant, brutal death here. As the mage circled overhead like a vulture, our hunter started looking for a different way to get in close. The mage had played its hand, showing every card. But Alistair, he'd only shown them his blink. It had no idea about the hidden tricks he had up his sleeve. And so, under a blood-red sky, the real battle continued. Watching from the cliffs, the scout noted that neither the beast nor the knight had managed to land a single decent blow yet. He could see Arthur was just biding his time, looking for a weak spot, even as the archmage's spells became more lethal by the second. That monster was clearly losing its cool, its eyes igniting with a terrifying, blood-red glare. Seeing his opponent crack, our blue-haired hero started to toy with him. Perfect. This was exactly the opening he needed for his move. Time to stop holding back. He unleashed several quick-step lunges, closing the distance between him and the sorcerer hovering in the sky. With a look that could freeze blood, he was already close enough to finish the job and clear his mission. He was finally in range. The mage didn't even have a split second to notice the boy suddenly standing right beside him. The wizard's white hair stood on end as he realized he was cornered, frantically casting a spell. But Arthur's plan wasn't over yet. The air screamed as the fight rampaged, mana explosions rocking the ground and forcing the scout to dive for cover behind the rocks. Time for a shadow step to hit the mage from the blind spot. He glanced over, and just like that, the hero was already there. Grinning like a devil, the sorcerer tried to dump every bit of his dark magic into one final, desperate strike. A massive blast of dark purple energy tore through the air, but the mage celebrated his victory way too early. Arthur didn't flinch. He raised a hand, activating that Aegis shield he'd swiped earlier to tank the entire explosion without a scratch. Then he wreathed his blade in pure fire and delivered a brutal strike to the mage's back, sending him screaming toward the dirt in agony. Arthur stood over him, his gaze absolutely cold as he watched his victory unfold. The wizard didn't stand a chance, completely engulfed in those relentless, searing flames. Enemy deleted. Arthur shrugged, honestly, that new skill wasn't half bad after all. The hooded spectator was in total shock. He couldn't believe the boy had soloed a high inquisitor like Alice at this level, completely alone. He finally had it, the bloodburn skill he'd been hunting. Main objective, done, and it looked like his little stalker had finally vanished too. Level 32. Nice. He'd even unlocked the basic assassin trait, burst acceleration. Looking over his hard-earned loot, he didn't hesitate and consumed the green essence. Then came a surprise, an unexpected patronage. He'd just been granted a tiny fragment of celestial power. At his feet, a blue artifact was glowing, pulsing with a mysterious energy that felt like a beating heart. That celestial power was all his now, something he'd never even imagined he could get his hands on. This was going to be massive for the journey ahead, exactly what he needed to crush whatever challenges came next. Meanwhile, in a dark manor in the city center, something shady was brewing in the shadows. Charlotte was reporting Arthur's progress to her master. She was flanked by a squad of guards, all of them standing tense outside a heavily locked door. Their goal: find proof. A scout in a dark cloak was relaying every single detail through his communication stone. He tapped out a quick message to his client. The Order of Eclipse is raiding Arthur's estate for any traces he left behind. They burst in but found nothing. The place was a ghost town, not a single clue in sight. On the other end, a man exhaled a cloud of smoke. Charlotte listened as her master admitted he was getting more and more interested in our hero. He liked what he saw. The boy didn't hesitate. He was careful, and every move he made was surgically precise. He added that such caution was a useful trait, one that he himself apparently didn't have. Charlotte's eyes went wide. Her master was actually taking a personal interest in a man who was about to become a direct rival. He kept pressing her, demanding to know if she'd found any real evidence to push the investigation forward. Scanning a piece of parchment carefully, she finally spoke up. "I think I've found something relevant, master." She explained that the owner of this house wasn't just some kid. He was actually a high-tier and incredibly dangerous slayer. Across the street, a lone figure watched the whole raid unfold without making a single sound. The gang finally cleared out, leaving the place in total shambles, but satisfied with the clues they'd managed to scavenge. Walking out of the mountain pass, Arthur thought about his new bloodburn skill. Plus, selling that green mana stone just netted him 50 million gold coins. He'd also snagged a ring of hemorrhage and a rare skill book. That book, he was definitely keeping that for himself. Suddenly, his communication stone chimed. Now that he was away from the dungeon's interference, he was finally getting a signal again. He scrolled through the messages that had piled up while he was busy fighting for his life. The big news: the Order of Eclipse was investigating him. He just laughed it off with a wide, dangerous grin. Thinking of Catherine, he had to admit, she was incredibly fast and efficient when it came to digging up dirt. After scanning the secret missives, Sir Alaric's mind drifted to Lady Alara. It was just as he suspected. The whispering spies of the Rose Guild really did have ears everywhere in the kingdom. He knew the score now. The Obsidian Circle had caught his scent, and it was only a matter of time before they started hunting for Lady Rowena. There was no way that woman would stick her neck out for him. He'd flat out rejected her offer of a partnership, and in her eyes, he was nothing more than a common merchant. Still, the Knights of House Sapphire were at daggers drawn with the circle over the fall of Oakhaven. It was decided then, he had to track down Hugh the Rogue before they did. Without so much as a single travel bag, he calmly boarded the late-night carriage. He knew this wasn't a solo job. He needed an ally, and he needed to find them fast. Meanwhile, a red-haired knight stood in the shadows, eyes fixed on a weathered brick manor. He scratched his head, wondering if he'd ever catch Hugh at this snail's pace. He turned to a man leaning nearby with a pipe and gave him a stern warning to drop his little schemes. The noble in the fine doublet just shrugged, coldly informing him that the Blackwood massacre fell far outside his legal jurisdiction. The knight's brow twitched, pure, simmering rage, as he glared back at the looming building. That very manor was the last place he'd called home, a place now rotting with distant, agonizing memories. One heavy step at a time, he ascended the stone stairs, the sound of his boots echoing through a silence that felt like lead. Reaching the landing, he didn't hesitate. He pounded on the heavy oak door, ready for whatever hell was waiting on the other side. A pale-haired boy cracked the door, asking what all the noise was about. The red-bearded knight demanded to know where Hugh was, but the kid looked like he'd never even heard the name. The boy lived there alone, or so it seemed. But as the knight scanned the room, his eyes locked onto a wicked-looking blade resting on the kitchen table. "Are you a sellsword?" he asked sharply. The boy's head snapped toward the weapon in an instant. The kid didn't blink. He claimed the world had gone to the dogs, and that anyone with half a brain kept steel within arm's reach. Feeling a bit foolish, The knight muttered an apology for the intrusion, and the boy promptly slammed the door shut. It was a dead end, another wrong turn, but his hunt was far from over. But wait, inside, that boy's hand flew to a hidden crossbow. With a cold, confident smirk, he eased the door back open, knowing exactly what he was about to do. No hesitation. He leveled the weapon directly at the redhead's back, ready to fire. Instinct kicked in. The knight sensed the shift in the air, spinning around and drawing his claymore just as the danger turned lethal. He moved like a blur, pure trained speed. In one swift motion, he struck the boy's wrist, sending the weapon clattering to the floor. "A marksman, eh?" he growled. He didn't give the boy a second to breathe, storming into the apartment after the blonde kid. He delivered a brutal kick that sent the boy sprawling, screaming in pain. To finish it, he pressed the edge of his cold steel right against the kid's throat. Tell me every single thing you know about Hugh." The boy's voice trembled as he confessed he'd only seen the man once for a job where Hugh swore he'd butcher anyone who came looking for him. He also knew Hugh was lying low, backed by someone truly terrifying. The knight leaned in, the sword drawing a thin line of red, demanding the rest of the truth. Later, standing outside the manor, the knight wondered if this shadowy contact was the real reason the Blackwood investigation had been buried. A sudden noise from the cobblestone street caught his attention. Figures were moving his way. 3 sentries from the Crown's watch were on high alert, patrolling the district with their lanterns held high. He wasn't in the mood for a dungeon cell, so he quickly pressed himself behind a stone wall, praying to stay hidden. The 3 guards moved slowly, their eyes scanning every alleyway for anything suspicious to report to their superiors. The red-haired man held his breath, trapped. Then, out of nowhere, a blue-haired stranger stepped into the light. He marched right up to the officers, looking frantic and claiming he had urgent news. They tried to brush him off, but he wouldn't budge. He spun a wild tale about being robbed by a rogue knight down the road, giving them every fake detail he could think of. While the guards were busy listening to the fabrication, the red-haired knight saw his opening and vanished into the night. He sprinted for the nearest safe house, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the king's men. Once he was finally clear, he exhaled a long breath of relief. That was far too close for comfort. Watching from a distance, Alaric allowed himself a small smile. He'd successfully bought the man the time he needed. Somewhere else, a gloved hand reached for an old tome on a high shelf. The knight walked through the flickering shadows of a hallway, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword. He opened an old, leather-bound album, and a single photograph slipped out, dragging him back to a life long forgotten. The picture showed 2 young friends, brothers in all but blood, celebrating a moment of triumph. They were laughing, full of life, as one of them toasted the other on his new appointment to the capital of 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒍𝒔. They were just kids then, having the time of their lives, completely blind to the tragedy that was waiting just around the corner. The friend in the black doublet had smiled and made a promise. "Don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of everything here while you're gone." They'd defend the realm's justice without a second thought, no matter the deadly trials or the dangers waiting in the dark. Suddenly, a stranger steps into the room. His polished black boots click on the stone, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. There stood 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, the man who'd already crossed paths with this mysterious red-haired warrior, and the intensity coming off him, absolutely unreal. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 demanded to know how the guy found their hideout, but the stranger, he seemed to know every single secret about Arthur's past. He casually drops his power level, tier 362, and reveals he's with the Royal Inquisition. Arthur froze, hand flying to his sword. Was this a setup, or was this guy actually one of them? Turns out, he only knew why they were hunting Julian. Now, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 actually wanted to team up with him. Back in her study, Lady Aliner sighed. Such a shame Arthur wasn't interested in joining her mercenary guild. But the man standing there, he was a top-tier contractor. Honestly, he could even be recommended to the Grand Duke himself. But then, a strange noise. They both snapped to attention, faces turning deadly serious. Screams, shrill and terrifying, echoing through the halls. It caught them both completely off guard. It was 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍, and she didn't come alone. She brought her notorious gang, the Shadow Eclipse. Brandishing a parchment, she claimed she'd finally found her prize. Elinor stood her ground, fuming that anyone would dare crawl into her sanctuary without permission. With a chilling smirk, the noblewoman claimed she wasn't there for blood, just a civilized talk. She tossed 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒔's file onto the table, her eyes sharp and cold as she asked if Elinor recognized him. Elinor's heart sank as she scanned the page. What the hell was happening here? Meanwhile, back with the two knights, the redhead was getting curious about this little alliance. He was skeptical, though. What kind of job could two lone wolves like them actually pull off together? 𝒂𝒊𝒍 laid it out. Capturing Julian wouldn't end the nightmare. Arthur and his men couldn't handle the fallout alone, especially if the Royal Inquisition got involved. He remembered how impossible it was to dig up dirt on his friend, with the kingdom's records under lock and key. The redhead explained was all about jurisdiction. But then he asked, why did the guards almost catch him just a moment ago? Arthur was lost. Where was he going with this? He explained that Julian has serious backing, someone powerful enough to keep even the high command on high alert. The redhead thought back to what the blonde page told him about that shady meeting with the man in the silk tunic. The pieces started clicking together. He analyzed every detail until, bam, he hit a shocking conclusion. He had to know, who was this phantom supporter protecting Julian from the shadows? To his absolute shock, it was a high-ranking member of the powerful Iron Order Guild. Right then and there, he was floored, stunned into silence. He didn't want to believe it. No way this was real. It had to be a lie, right? 𝒂𝒊𝒍 insisted they join forces since they wanted the same thing. Tomorrow, 6 in the evening, he said. The town square. Be there if you want the truth. He swore it wasn't an ambush. Arthur could dig all he wanted, but if 𝒂𝒊𝒍 kept his word, the man would finally work with him. Back at the manor, the interrogation continued. Lady Elinor's mind raced, thinking about the man she knew as Alaric. She knew the Shadow Eclipse was hunting him like a pack of wolves. But she played it cool, claiming she'd never heard of him. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍 wasn't buying it. She snarled, claiming she already knew Elinor had recommended him. Head in her hands. Elinor finally admitted it, but claimed the contract was dead. She told the gang to get out of her sight. Fuming, 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍 bit her lip, her eyes full of venom. "You'd better not be playing me," she hissed. She stormed out, her heavy steps echoing like thunder on the floorboards. The second she was gone, Elinor ordered a scout to shadow that hunting dog. She wondered if she should warn 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒔, maybe use it to get closer to the blue-eyed warrior. Cut to the clear blue sky above the capital. A peaceful view that felt totally wrong after all that tension. A messenger bird reached Julian. Someone was hunting him, and they weren't giving up. He just smirked. "Fools," he muttered, already planning his next cold-blooded move. He tucked the message away, confident that no one realized he was hiding right under their noses. He strolled through the cobblestone streets, humming a little tune, completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, he felt it. A voice. Someone had been tailing him the whole time. It was Alaric, the man he'd been waiting for, and he finally showed his face. The Dark Priest's true power is finally out. It is linked to an ancient star sign with a twisted, evil nature. The two men stand locked in a tense standoff, trading sharp glares while the world around them falls deathly silent. Then, boom, Soul Sight is activated, uncovering hidden truths that flip this entire situation on its head. Alistair gets slammed by the spell instantly, feeling a massive wave of energy surging through his veins. Something is waking up deep inside him, a transformation that absolutely no one could have predicted. They charge. It is a blur of precision and speed as they close the gap using short-range blinks to keep the pressure on. Lord Valerius realizes his soul sight failed completely, meaning this guy's magic resistance is off the charts. The long-haired knight narrows his eyes, wondering if this is the shadow who has been hunting him all along. Alistair stands his ground, not moving an inch. He knows he has been found, so it is time to drop the act and defend himself. Valerius is done playing. He wants Alistair dead and levels every single sword he has at him. A weapon fires, and a man screams in pure agony. He is sobbing, begging, swearing on his life that he knows absolutely nothing. He desperately denies everything, claiming he has never even heard of Alistair while trying to prove his innocence. But Lady Catherine doesn't blink. She keeps up her brutal assault, determined to tear the truth out of him without mercy. She isn't buying a single word. She is sick of the lies and the constant manipulation she has faced before. Her mind flashes back to the day she met 𝒏𝒍𝒚, the one man who never bothered to send her word. She still remembers the shock when her master warned her that he was a seriously dangerous rival. She slams her heel into the dirt with everything she has, her resolve burning hotter with every passing second. At this point, she doesn't see a human, just an enemy that needs to be crushed without hesitation. She knows she can't let this slide. She won't let this man steal the master's favor from her. It is now or never. She has to act before this whole mess spirals completely out of her control. After finishing the man off, she tells herself the master will understand her choice, even if it was extreme. If Alistair dies by accident, she is sure she will be forgiven. It is all just part of the mission, right? Meanwhile, Alistair is fighting for his life, dodging attacks that are coming at him from every single direction. His protective shields are the only thing keeping him in the game, stopping a dozen blades from piercing his back. Lord Valerius notices yet another ability. This guy is way more of a threat than he first appeared. He starts to second-guess everything. Could this man actually be a professional assassin? 4 more knives flash in his hand, ready to be thrown with lethal force. Every single one is aimed straight at Alistair's heart. But Alistair is like a ghost, dodging and weaving through the steel with insane agility. It is like he is predicting every move before it happens. He pulls back, eyes sharp, already calculating his next play. Silence again. The two of them wait, studying each other like predators before the final clash. Valerius is absolutely fuming. You can see the pure rage boiling behind his eyes. He wants to end this up close. One precise strike to finish the fight once and for all. But he is genuinely impressed. Watching Alistair's combat flow, it is a mix of shock and unwanted admiration. He never expected reflexes like this. This skill level is way beyond anything he imagined for a commoner. He is stunned that a lower-ranked opponent has this many tricks. How did everyone underestimate him this much? The blade flashes. A brutal, bloody strike lands fast and hits incredibly hard. That is when Alistair reveals his trap. He has planted mana seeds everywhere. Look closely, and you will see artifacts scattered all over the floor. He walks through the chaos calmly. His presence is heavy, but no one dares to step in his path. He explains it simply. The more Valerius struggles to move, the more predictable his path becomes. Alistair sees the entire route clearly now. Every twitch, every breath, he is 10 steps ahead. His piercing eyes say it all. He is in total control of this battlefield now. All Valerius can feel is white-hot pain. He needs to retreat, and he needs to do it now, before his body gives out. But it is too late for running. Alistair is already calling the end of the match. He triggers his newest trump card, Bloodburn. His strength just skyrocketed in the most critical moment of the fight. His opponent is left writhing in agony, with absolutely no way to escape his fate. Writhing in the dirt, the man screamed in pure agony. The pain, it wasn't fading, not one bit. Even covered in blood and broken, he had the nerve to spit threats. He clearly had some high-ranking monster backing him up. But Alaric Thorne didn't flinch. He already knew exactly who was pulling the strings, Duke Valerius of the Iron Vanguard. Total disbelief. The man on the ground couldn't wrap his head around it. How the hell did Alaric already have that intel? Alaric adjusted his stance, focusing every ounce of his strength into a final, lethal strike. Meanwhile, in a quiet, lonely clearing, the red-bearded warrior Cedric sat in total silence. He was deep in his own head, replaying everything that went down the night before. He replayed the heavy events that had dragged him here, remembering every word Alaric had dropped on him that night. Cedric had noticed it before, that enchanted chronometer Alaric kept checking. It wasn't just a grim souvenir of death. It was still linked to the sole account of his late friend, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚. For the Crown Council to actually deactivate that link, things would have to get official. They would have had to process 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂's death as a fallen hero in the line of duty. But Duke Valerius's backers would never allow that, not with 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂's being so deeply involved in their dirty secrets. Alaric concluded that they'd want this handled off the books. So, instead of following the law, they chose to bury the account and keep it quiet. But a select few, who could still log into that shadow account, must have seen the investigation files and tracked them to this very village. Cedric stayed quiet, absorbing every piece of information like a sponge. Alaric made it clear. He needed Cedric to cooperate using that specific account to move forward. The following morning, Cedric showed up at the meeting spot, even if he was running a little behind schedule. Alaric told him he'd been waiting the whole time. But Cedric, he only cared about one thing, finding Julian Vance. He kept demanding to know where the rat was hiding. Beaten, exhausted, and completely spent, the fugitive Julian was finally hauled out in Alaric's grip. No more running, no more fighting. It finally clicked for Cedric. Now he understood exactly why Julian had been so damn hard to track down. The fugitive was skilled, sure, but Alaric had made sure there were witnesses nearby watching the whole thing. That was the plan all along. If he were arrested, right here in public, even his powerful backers wouldn't be able to lift a finger to save him. Alaric gave Cedric one final choice. He could take his personal revenge right now, and no one would stop him. The clock was ticking. Alaric pressured him to decide before the window of opportunity slammed shut for good. Cedric stood there, completely torn and speechless. He just couldn't make a call that fast. The sun began to dip below the horizon of the park, bleeding orange across the sky and leaving everything feeling heavy and melancholic. Suddenly, a royal sentry appeared on the scene, barking orders for everyone to clear out while he surveyed the chaos. He stepped forward, clutching a bizarre mechanical doll that suddenly peeled its face open in a terrifying way. He asked Alaric if he was the one who reported Julian Vance's location. Alaric gave a sharp nod and handed over the captured fugitive. A man infamous for his terrifyingly high-level abilities. The sentry asked for Alaric's knight's seal number so they could process the massive bounty. Without a second of hesitation, Alaric handed over his info, looking completely confident as he ensured the paperwork was handled fast. The sentry thanked him for the help and triggered the transaction immediately, delivering the promised prize. The haul was massive, 300,000 gold sovereigns and the rental rights to the local dungeon. As night fell, Cedric stared out at the dark horizon. He had walked away from his chance at personal revenge, but he was okay with it. He made that choice with 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂's in mind. Both of them were just looking for something they could actually trust in such a brutal, broken world. They had wanted the Crown Council and the Iron Vanguard to be those pillars of trust. Back to the task at hand, he wanted the Crown Council to pay for their sins. After hearing Alaric's words, he wasn't going to let the Vanguard or the Council sleep easy ever again. He was already mapping out the perfect path forward, planning every single move with cold, hard determination. It was the exact same path he'd taken when he led the Great Rebellion against the Council, a move defined by pure guts. In the Chronicles, he was labeled a high-tier villain and a sworn enemy of the powerful Iron Vanguard. Just like Alaric, he was locked in on his goals, ready to face any nightmare that came his way. He'd been caught once during the High Peak incident, but this time, he wasn't leaving a single trace. Cedric still thought about the favor Alaric asked for, wondering if it was all for the gold. Alaric just smirked. He wasn't the type to do volunteer work for free. He laughed while he said it. He was ready to take down Duke Valerius himself, and that was the ultimate reward. The sentry's final report was grim. The prisoner was secure, but both of his arms were completely shattered. Lord Cedric of House Stirling wanted blood. He demanded to know who had crossed him, while the Knight Commander scanned the Hunter registry, checking every seal to ensure it was the real deal. But then, a total shock. The screen flickered, showing nothing but corrupted, half-erased information that made no sense at all. The data that should have pinned the culprit was just gone. The commander stood there, completely stunned and clueless about what to do next. Someone had used another guard's high-level access to wipe the records clean, erasing every single trace of evidence. But here is the kicker. That access belonged to a man who had been dead for weeks. It was impossible. In a massive explosion of rage, Lord Cedric couldn't believe his ears. This was pure madness. He refused to accept the truth, turning his fury on the guards kneeling before him, desperately begging for his mercy. Their excuse: they had searched the northern outpost from top to bottom, but found absolutely no one suspicious. Cedric wasn't having it. He didn't believe a single word coming out of those officers' mouths. They pleaded with him to stay calm, but his eyes were full of murder. Then, a dark red light began to bleed into the room. A man with silver hair and piercing eyes stepped into the light. Arthur Penhaligon admitted he had taken Sir Julian's legendary relics for himself, including those rare recovery charms. His logic: simple. There are no better allies than the enemy of your own enemy. Pure strategy. The redhead just stared, completely lost. Arthur's words sounded like some cryptic riddle he couldn't even begin to solve. See, our guy needed a legendary blade to crush the Iron Rose Order, so he helped with a little revenge in exchange for a powerful ally. Now, the man with the swords started realizing Arthur spoke like he was the protagonist of some epic novel. But Arthur just laughed it off. He wasn't that guy. Arthur Penhaligon was just the shadow meant to make Duke Alastair shine. He announced he was heading back to the capital city of Avalon. The warrior watched him go, Arthur disappearing into the darkness as he descended the mountain path. Arthur kept moving toward his goal. Under the glowing moon, he started thinking about his next level up and how much stronger he needed to get. Back at the hall, the shouting match with the guards was getting ugly. But the knights, they stayed silent under the heavy insults. Cedric wouldn't stop. He kept screaming, making it crystal clear that his rage was totally spiraling out of control. Suddenly, a tall figure dressed in blinding white stepped into the room. The atmosphere shifted, heavy, imposing, and mysterious. He noted that Cedric was clearly in a foul mood and warned everyone that the situation was about to get dangerous. The guards froze. It was Duke Alastair. His authority was absolute, and everyone in the room knew exactly who was in charge now. He ordered the guards to leave immediately. He wasn't about to let some petty interference mess with his important business. Terrified of the Duke's intimidating presence, the officers didn't hesitate for a second. They scrambled out of the room as fast as they could. Total control. Without a single word of protest, the men retreated, leaving the powerful nobles to their secrets. Now it was just them, sitting in the silence of the hall, watching each other like hawks from their high-backed chairs. The conversation started slow and cautious. Every word was measured, every sentence a potential trap to be avoided. Alastair asked what the hell the problem was. Cedric explained his ritual tool was shattered, sabotaged by someone who knew exactly how to hurt him. He started venting his frustrations. But Alastair cut him off, hard. He had already been warned once. Seated calmly, the man in the white suit demanded the real details. Calmly, he stated that he didn't care about the plague anymore. Anyone standing in the way of his dreams, they would be turned to ash. Over at St. Jude's outpost, a hand reached out to a stone statue of a hound. It was Arthur, scanning the ruins with a dead serious expression. This place was a hidden dungeon in the legends he knew. And it was packed with lethal secrets. For a hero like Alastair to claim it, he would have to survive some hellish trials first. But this time, our boy Arthur was going to snatch it for himself and make every bit of power his own. He was seizing every single opportunity that came his way. He moved with purpose, radiating total confidence. In his hand, a glowing dagger sliced right through the oppressive gloom of the abbey. On high alert now, he took his stance at the entrance, ready for a treacherous ambush from any direction. Then it appeared Argus, a massive, many-eyed guardian. The air itself felt like lead under its threatening aura. Arthur felt the kill pressure. He crept closer, assessing the beast and waiting for that one perfect opening to strike. Face to face, a monster twice his size, looming over him like a living nightmare. With arcane fire burning in his eyes, he launched his assault, unleashing a surge of raw energy that completely dominated the clearing. Using a void step, the beast split into a perfect, lethal twin. Now the danger had doubled, with the shadow taking the lead in the onslaught, blurring forward with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the original stood perfectly still, watching like a cold, calculating predator. And then, poof, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a haunting, heavy silence. With one massive bound, it closed the gap on Lord Alaric. Suddenly, shadows were everywhere, but he stayed rooted, waiting for that one perfect opening. These dark reflections, charged with savage intent, ready to tear him apart without a second's hesitation. Dagger held tight, he tracked their every move. He needed precision. One wrong move and it was game over. He triggered his runic glove, blasting out a surge of magic to end the threat. But then, things took a turn he never saw coming. The creature's movements became completely unpredictable, catching him totally off guard. It slipped past his strike with such freakish agility that he actually froze for a second. Simply unbelievable. More of them swarmed in, circling him in a heartbeat. The tension, suffocating, this was a total death trap. Before he knew it, his blade was pinned to the dirt. He scrambled, desperate to reclaim his weapon from the ground. Fist clenched around the hilt, his resolve hardened. He wasn't losing this fight, not today. Braced for whatever came next, he literally defied gravity, feet skimming the air as he charged the shadows. Moving like a whirlwind of steel, Alaric began tearing through them. One by one, they popped like bubbles under his focused assault. He was wiping the floor with them. No mercy, no breathing room, just pure dominant combat skill. But wait, a new threat. Something fast and deadly was screaming toward his back. He realized it a fraction too late. A shadow knight, moving with terrifying accuracy, was locked onto him for a finishing blow. They used a flicker of illusion magic to scramble his brain before landing a heavy, bone-shattering punch. The impact sent him flying. Alaric tumbled backward, head spinning as he tried to figure out what the hell just hit him. He dropped his mana stone to the dirt, unable to keep his grip after that brutal impact. Just as things reached a breaking point, the shadow realized its prey had vanished from sight. It stood alone in the clearing, confused. Then, Alaric reappeared with everything he had, driving his dagger straight through its skull. That shadow, done. He'd finally cracked the code and put it down for good. Dazed and broken, the creature's end was here. It couldn't even twitch as our hero prepped the final execution. It slumped into the dirt, lifeless. The threat was officially neutralized. Another impossible feat in the books. Alaric had proven, yet again, that he could overcome the absolute worst odds. The enemy never saw it coming, using its own illusions against it. Brilliant. He tracked its strike and countered perfectly. Now, with the mid-tier guardian dead, he claimed the void step ability. "I'll put this to better use than you did," he muttered. A surge of power followed. Rank 33 achieved, and the first trial was officially cleared. Meanwhile, back in the council chambers, two noblemen were locked in a heated debate, each refusing to budge an inch. The fair-haired Prince Julian snapped, claiming the entire world revolved around him as the pillar of justice. But back to Alaric. Alone in the heart of the Darkwood, he came face to face with the High Archon. Strange thing was, this didn't match the ancient prophecies at all. The nobleman in the black doublet began to see the truth, who the real legend of this story actually was. Still, the golden-haired prince in white insisted he was the true protagonist of this grand tale. Alaric didn't care. He was already prepping for the fight of his life, his toughest challenge yet. This time, he was facing a dark mirror of himself, the ultimate, most powerful version of the Archon. Blade drawn and ready, it was time to face the most dangerous enemy of all, himself. He closed the distance with a quick burst, swinging for the kill, but the shadow self dodged with effortless grace. His boots thudded heavily against the earth as he pressed forward, pure determination driving him into the inevitable clash. He lunged again, sword whistling through the air, hunting for any gap in the opponent's guard. Steel slammed into steel, sparks flying as the metallic ring echoed through the trees. He knew right then, this was going to be a brutal struggle at close range. To win this, our boy 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 needed more than just grit. He needed the perfect blend of physical skill and sharp strategy to take down a pro like this. Using illusion magic now was way too risky. He'd be tracked instantly, blowing his cover and losing the only edge he had left. Plus, both of them had true sight active, meaning they knew each other's weaknesses inside and out. No secrets here. Maybe a quick blink combined with a snatch and grab would work, but honestly, direct physical contact skills were his best bet to end this. One look at his opponent told him everything he needed to know. This was going to be a brutal, uphill battle. Spatial jumps were happening every few seconds, but 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was ready, gripping his dagger with a white-knuckled intensity. Time to move. He lunged forward with his sanguine strike, trying to shatter the enemy's guard with pure, unadulterated force. But man, this guy was fast, dodging effortlessly behind a shimmering barrier that shut down every attempt at a direct hit. The way this opponent moved, alternating between flawless defense and sharp counters, you could tell he was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Our guy just wanted to see one thing. Exactly how long could this enemy actually last? But then, boom, clones everywhere. The battlefield just got a lot more crowded and way more unpredictable. Total confusion. Those shadow steps were messing with his head, completely blurring his senses in the heat of the moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. The guy was literally in 10 places at once, playing mind games like an absolute pro. Screwing that, he charged in, dagger gleaming, dead set on landing that one final, decisive blow to end the fight. Putting every single ounce of strength he had left into it. He connected, on the very first try. For a split second, he actually thought he'd taken the legend down. He sliced the guy right down the middle, only for him to pull a phantom swap at the last second. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 felt a sudden, sharp sting deep inside. His blade was already whistling through the air for another, sanguine strike, but that annoying shield was back up to block him again. But wait, look closely. Cracks. The shield couldn't handle that level of fury and finally shattered, leaving the enemy wide open. It was pure carnage after that. Terrified, the man turned tail and started sprinting for his life, desperate to escape. Too late. Another full, sanguine strike roared out, and this time, every single puncture hit the target perfectly. Sudden movement from behind. A short blink attack. The man barely threw up another barrier in a desperate bid to survive. But the shadows were relentless, clawing at his protection until there was absolutely nothing left. Eyes wide with pure terror, he kept running, trying to find any corner to hide in, away from everyone. He was absolutely losing it, terrified of the raw power he was facing. He tried one last spell, swinging at a shadow, but it dodged him easily. He was out of options, out of tricks, and completely lost. One last, weak shield started to form around him. He scrambled to stay alive, while someone in the background was screaming at him to keep trying as they closed in for a bloody, hand-to-hand finish. That swap ability was being spammed like crazy now, just a desperate attempt to stay breathing. He didn't even know what spells he was throwing anymore, hiding behind a barrier that finally buckled for good. He was at his limit, pure desperation. Mana, gone, bone dry. He just couldn't master that mana perception well enough to turn the tide of this fight. One last, sanguine strike, and it was over. Victory was certain. The guy was already a bloody mess from the previous hits. He couldn't even move. Pain was the only thing he could feel. He tried a short blink to retreat, but the enemy dragged him right back into the dirt. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 wasn't satisfied yet. He wanted more. He triggered his final move. Bloodburn. End of the line. Lying there in the dust, the enemy had 0% chance of getting back up. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 stood over him, realizing his mana perception was actually a total cheat code now. Next stop, the hidden dungeon. Keeping that goal in mind, he started mapping out his next move, scanning through the ancient skill book for his next toy. After checking out every single option, he finally pointed to the most broken ability available. Max level, absolute power. At this point, he truly believed nothing in this world could stop him. He'd finally unlocked his first, ultimate skill, the absolute peak of power that puts him on a completely different level from everyone else. Looking back at the hell he'd walked through, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 couldn't help but feel a massive sense of pride in his journey. A true champion, a living legend who'd crushed every obstacle in his path to become a winner. And just like that, he'd officially snatched the ultimate skill right out from under Julian Thorne's nose. But check this out, he found a red crystal tucked inside the book. These things are incredibly rare, used to forge god-tier gear. He laughed, thinking about how jealous Julian would be, and decided then and there to keep the loot for himself. First up on the agenda, mastering the Assassin's Codex, the ultimate guide to lethal, high-level combat. He tore through the ancient grimoire, eyes scanning every rune, desperate to master the secrets before the next bloodbath. Every drop of knowledge from those pages was locked in his mind, and soon, he'd see if it actually worked in a real fight. Time to move. Lord Malachor was still out there, a shadow hanging over the kingdom, and Arthur was ready to face it. The next morning by Westgate Outpost, Lady Alara admitted she'd never witnessed power like that beyond the guild's walls. He just nodded, the weight of her words sinking in as the silence stretched between them. She had questions, big ones. Pointing toward the ledger, she demanded to know why he'd dropped 100,000 gold sovereigns into her coffers. He kept it simple. Count Sterling was hunting him, and he needed to know where her loyalty stood. If his location had leaked, Sterling's hounds would have been in Evermore instantly, burning through every sellsword to find him. The lady claimed protecting her clients was second nature, but Arthur noticed a detail she'd conveniently missed. He mentioned he'd already bagged Lord Malachor, and Alara's gaze turned sharp enough to cut stone. That was why he kept his true name hidden. She stood there, completely stunned by what she was hearing. Alara couldn't wrap her head around it. How did he catch a fugitive like that without leaving a single trail behind? She saw the spark in him, a legend in the making. She asked what he'd like to be called, respecting his need for a mask. After all, she'd already stumbled upon his real identity during that little mishap earlier. For safety's sake, he told her to stick with his alias, no exceptions. She cracked a smile, joking that Falcon suited him just fine before they dove back into the business of blood and gold. At the carriage station, the commissioner herself was overseeing the departure, eager to see what these new blades could actually do. Her name was Duchess Genevieve, and she seemed genuinely thrilled to meet him. Arthur offered a polite, measured smile in return. They stood before a massive armored carriage, guarded by knights wielding crossbows loaded with enchanted bolts. Running a rig like this cost a fortune, but in these lands, your life was worth every gold coin spent. Arthur climbed aboard, planning to catch some sleep before they hit Silver Peak. Around him, the other mercenaries were boasting about past kills. The heavy snoring and endless chatter of the other riders eventually jerked Arthur awake from his much-needed rest. He was on edge. All he wanted was a moment of peace during this grueling trek across the border. Suddenly, his blade began to pulse with a low, rhythmic light, drawing eyes from across the carriage. He caught the reflection of a guard moving closer, but he didn't flinch. He stayed perfectly still. The guard's eyes narrowed, scanning Arthur with suspicion, totally oblivious to the predator he was actually poking. The officer paced down the center of the carriage, his eyes darting from face to face, searching for a reason to draw steel. He checked every soul, finding nothing, until he stopped and leveled his heavy crossbow right at Arthur's head. A deafening crack echoed through the cramped space, but the shooter, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Arthur was gone. The seat where he'd been sitting just a heartbeat ago was completely empty. Using a blinding blink step, Arthur appeared right behind the guard, faster than the eye could follow. His sword bit deep, carving through armor with terrifying ease. This 33% damage boost was absolutely lethal in close quarters. The entire carriage fell into a stunned, suffocating silence. Every passenger watched in horror at the guard slumped on the floorboards, not moving a muscle. The second guard drew his blade, ready for a fight, but Arthur didn't even blink. He was ready for all of them. Suddenly, a crimson light flared in the center of the carriage, washing over the scene and stopping everyone in their tracks. He noticed that by focusing on the rhythmic orchestral melodies playing in his mind. His natural healing kicked into overdrive, recovering 5 times faster than usual. Genevieve moved to jump in, but Arthur waved her off. He didn't want anyone getting in his way during the dance. Her emerald eyes flashed with curiosity as she backed off, eager to see what this mysterious warrior was truly capable of. He was outnumbered, sure, but in a fight like this, raw numbers don't mean a thing against a mind like his. He had an arsenal of tricks, vision theft, chaos warping, all ready to be unleashed on these poor souls. He summoned a blur of shadow clones, driving the remaining knights into a blind rage as they swung at thin air. It was useless. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even graze Arthur's cloak. Even with the odds stacked against him, Arthur delivered a crushing blow that sent the guards screaming in pure agony. He triggered his transposition magic at the absolute last second, watching the lead shot whistle past where his head had been. Even with blood soaking his armor, the guard lunged forward with a primal roar, desperate to avenge his fallen brother-in-arms. Arthur Vance was an absolute beast on the battlefield, possessing skill that bordered on the supernatural. He stared down every knight with a terrifying, calm confidence. With no one left to check his advance, he seized his foes by the throat, using his brutal techniques to shatter their defenses and dominate every single exchange. With a jagged dirk clenched in his fist, Arthur fought like a man possessed to keep his skin intact, showing a sheer, cold will to survive. Fear. The man didn't know the meaning of the word, charging into the jaws of death without even blinking. Suddenly, another marksman started unloading his flintlock in a blind panic. Lead balls flying everywhere, but Arthur just danced through the chaos. Honestly, that transposition ability is a total cheat code in a mess like this. He kept weaving through the hail of fire with impossible grace, coming out the other side without so much as a scratch on his cloak. Then, without warning, he bolted straight toward the gunman, closing the gap in a flash of steel. With one explosive vault, he was on the man in heartbeats. He triggered fleet-foot, pure acceleration, blurring his movement so much that hitting him became a literal impossibility. The crowd was floored by the display, but trust me, he was just warming up. Arthur actually let out a dry laugh at these fighters, mockingly watching them throw their lives away in a battle they'd already lost. It was time to end the show. He tapped into his maximum output, unleashing his true ultimate. He wanted it over fast. These guys had zero clue what kind of monster they were poking, and they were about to get a wake-up call that would be their very last. The air grew heavy as the enemies started taking devastating, bone-crunching hits across their entire bodies. There was no blocking it. The Crimson Ruin ability was pure nightmare fuel, literally siphoning the life force out of them until they were nothing but empty shells. Just like that, the fight went out of them as they collapsed under his overwhelming pressure. When the dust settled, the floor of the carriage was littered with nothing but silent, broken bodies. One by one, they just slumped over, zero chance of surviving that level of absolute brutality. Only one lone survivor managed to stay upright, trembling as he tried to resist. But he was running on fumes and clearly done for. Hidden behind the velvet seats, 2 noble girls watched the whole bloody spectacle unfold in stunned silence. The man who'd been acting tough, while humming a tune, suddenly started hacking up thick spurts of blood. Arthur looked at him with a wicked, sarcastic grin and asked if the music was still hitting the right notes. Desperate to go down swinging, the man gritted his teeth and raised his weapon for one final, shaky shot. With a terrifying smile, a passenger lost his nerve and started firing wildly, praying for a lucky hit on Arthur. Right then, Lady Seraphina stepped in, slamming her heel down on the gunman's foot with everything she had. It was a simple move, but man, was it effective. It sent him stumbling right into the path of a waiting, razor-sharp blade. One precise, lethal strike later, and the man hit the floor. No defense, no mercy, just the end of his story. Those were his final breaths, and honestly, there wasn't a soul in the world who could save him now. Once again, our protagonist walks away from a fight that should have been impossible, proving his strength is just on another planet. Up by the driver, the two girls could only watch in awe, waiting to see how this whole nightmare finally wrapped up. Seraphina, meanwhile, was taking notes on every single ability Arthur had put on display. She gave him a thumbs up, looking genuinely impressed, and told him he'd passed the test. After looting his target, he snatched a contract with the maestro of melodies and gained a massive boost to his recovery speed. He muttered to himself that maybe it was time to start appreciating a bit of classical music during his downtime. He actually chuckled, while picking through the dead man's belongings like it was nothing. He hit the jackpot, a pair of enchanted resistance gloves that scaled perfectly with his own level. He also scored some high-end agility boots, super valuable for his build. Anything else? Sold immediately. He needed the gold to fund his next big power-up. Clearly intrigued by the whole vibe, Seraphina looked at him and asked, "So, don't I get a good job for the assist?" She'd been a huge help in that scrap and expected a little credit, but Arthur just gave her the cold shoulder. Smiling, she dropped the big offer. She wanted to officially name him the captain of the Silver Order. In the lore of Eldoria, the Silver Order was a massive deal. She unwrapped a suite and mentioned, totally casual, that the contract was worth 2.5 billion gold. She declared him the sovereign of the coast, on one condition. He had to bring her the left arm of Lord Alistair. Even with that mountain of gold on the table, Arthur wasn't done. He added a condition that caught everyone totally off guard. He demanded that the Silver Order be given absolute, total control over all of Eldoria. Talk about an ambitious power move. Instead of backing down, Arthur dropped a bombshell. He demanded a private audience with the terrifying High Lord of the Shadow Council. Shocked, that's an understatement. Lady Alina nearly choked on her sweet, staring at him like he'd grown a second head. The Council, after all, was the most lethal, most feared faction within the entire Sovereign Order right now. Even while crumbling under the weight of internal betrayals, they remained a military powerhouse with a level of discipline that was honestly terrifying. Arthur's goal, total destruction of the Sterling Guild. To pull that off, he knew he'd need a force just as brutal as the Council. Alina watched him, silent, weighing the sheer balls of this man's request. The Silver Stream was just one of the Council's puppet groups, making it the perfect backdoor for Arthur to slip through. She actually laughed. It was a wild gamble and she liked it. "Fine," she teased. "Show me results first, then we'll talk business." As Arthur and Alina walked the cobblestone streets, the air changed. Whispers followed them like ghosts as a crowd started to form. She led him toward the Labyrinth of Shadows, a dark, power-soaked dungeon that Lord Gregory frequented. One look at the atmosphere and Arthur knew the deal. They weren't there to clear the dungeon. They were there to hunt Gregory himself. Alina leaned in. "Ever seen a fireworks show, Arthur?" He didn't smile. He just went stone-cold serious. That was mercenary slang. A firework meant 100 vultures swarming a single, powerful dragon at once. It was a bloodbath waiting to happen. People were going to die, but in exchange for all that sacrifice. The last one standing takes everything. Arthur knew Gregory's fighting style and his patron star perfectly. He was ready to play dirty. Alina didn't sugarcoat it. The guy was a magnet for trouble. There were at least 100 active bounties on his head. Gregory was the brute leading the Crimson Raiders of Oakhaven. The man was a walking nightmare, a complete psychopath who didn't give a damn about anyone or anything. They called him the Butcher of Oakhaven for a reason, and with his level 200 legendary gear, he was basically unkillable. Then a scream shattered the air. "He's here, Lord Gregory!" The crowd went into a total frenzy. He looked every bit the tyrant, walking tall and flanked by a squad of heavily armed knights. His clothes were pure silk and gold, but it was the glove on his hand that drew every eye, a blood-red diamond glowing like a fresh wound. He didn't ask for a path, he commanded it. "Out of my way," he barked, his voice dripping with arrogance. People couldn't stop staring at that left hand, the one carrying the precious, cursed stone. Elena whispered the secret. Gregory focused 99% of his magical defense on that left arm. It was worth more than his life. Every mercenary in the square was salivating over that bounty, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "When he leaves that dungeon," she warned, "the real show begins." Arthur didn't even say goodbye, he just turned his back and walked. Cold move, right? Elena was stunned by how fast his mood shifted. She shouted after him, wondering why he was leaving when the Silver Stream Knights were already waiting nearby. But Arthur had other plans. He slipped away, eventually finding himself inside a high-end relic shop filled with ancient, dusty artifacts. He walked straight to the counter and pointed at a specific item. The price tag, 500,000 gold sovereigns. Arthur didn't even blink. He offered to sell every single thing he owned, everything, just to get his hands on it. He didn't care about being broke. He just needed the bare minimum to stay breathing until the job was done. This ring was legendary. It granted massive pain resistance and status immunity. A fourth-rank relic like this, you don't find these every day. He tucked the artifact deep into his pocket, keeping it completely hidden. Then he ghosted. He left the shop without a sound, his eyes already searching for the next piece of the puzzle. But what he was really looking for was gone. It was like the item had just vanished off the face of the earth. He thought back to Gregory. The man didn't have a patron star, even though every single one of his subordinates did. Arthur knew the butcher's habits. The man would obsessively check his gear one last time before the blood started flowing. He was still plotting his strategy when he felt it. Someone was watching. A short-haired woman had been tailing him for blocks. Suddenly, the holy archer's ability flared to life, cranking his magical precision and archery skills up tenfold. Arthur gripped his new gear, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the woman. Then it clicked. That wasn't a girl, it was Gregory in disguise. Inside the hunter's armory, the mysterious figure moved with silent, ghostly steps before vanishing back into the crowded street. Arthur wasn't about to let him go. He stayed back, heart racing, following the figure through the shadows. He had to know, who was this man really, and what kind of hell was he about to unleash? The disguise was flawless, masterfully crafted. Honestly, unless you had the sharpest eyes in the kingdom, you'd never realize it was a fake. But there was one tiny slip-up. If it weren't for that subtle, celestial glow from his constellation, no one would have guessed this stranger was actually him. He scanned the crowd. Every single one of them was a high-tier astral user and Lord Thorn. He was practically buried under a mountain of elite guards. Thorn climbed into a departing carriage, looking smug. Any normal man would have just finished the job and called it a day, right? Not our guy. Before he even finished the thought, he was already midair, making a massive leap across the distance. He stayed on the rooftops, moving like a shadow. Foot travel was the only way, no tracks, no witnesses, just pure stealth. He had one goal: find out exactly what kind of twisted game the enemy was playing. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep oranges and blood pinks as the day finally died. Meanwhile, Lord Thorn was feeling himself. He was absolutely buzzing because his little masquerade had gone off without a single hitch. He could already see it, the looks of pure shock and frustration on those sellswords' faces when they realized they'd been played. A mysterious new recruit was stepping in, and the crew immediately hailed him as the new captain. But our man in the shadows, he didn't like the vibe, not one bit. He triggered a hidden seal on one of the goons. 1 second the guy's laughing, the next. He's standing all alone in the dark, wondering where everyone went. Total confusion. The guy didn't even know how to react to the mess unfolding around him. Then a realization hit. Silas finally understood why he'd survived the explosive runes earlier. His intuition might actually be steering him wrong. The rest of the crew started panicking, shouting and demanding to know what the hell was going on. By now, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 already had his next move mapped out. Pursuit was the only option. As darkness swallowed the city, everyone waited with bated breath for Thorn to show. Julian was nowhere to be found, already running late. The temporary leader started sweating, wondering if this stranger was actually a spy in their midst. He brought up the Ivory Syndicate. Remember them? Wiped out in the exact same brutal fashion not too long ago. Hunted down like dogs and executed. His only advice: ask the void for answers, because the living weren't talking. Lady Alara of the Azure Ravens just told him to chill. She built her reputation on playing every side, supplying intel to whoever paid the gold. And look, if the Azure Ravens recommend someone, it means that person is a stone-cold professional. Period. So she figured it was worth waiting just a little bit longer for the man to arrive. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with an encrypted alert. She cracked the code, read the first few lines, and her face went completely pale. "Gather everyone," she barked. "Urgent announcement now." They were abandoning the hideout immediately. Down in the vaults, everyone froze. Heavy footsteps were echoing from the street outside. It was him, Lord Thorn, and he didn't come alone. A scout spotted them and screamed it out. The rat had finally crawled out of his hole. Everyone scrambled, grabbing whatever they could. It was time to stand their ground, and the tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. They charged forward with makeshift blades and rusted tools, ready to tear Thorn apart. But Thorn's guards were loyal to the bone. They formed a wall of steel, but the attackers didn't care. They were thirsty for blood and revenge. It was pure, unadulterated hatred. One guy swung a heavy club studded with rusted nails, aiming to kill with a single blow. The guards held firm, protecting their master at any cost. An impenetrable wall of shields and blades. Then, boom, the battle exploded into absolute chaos as both sides collided. It was a massacre. The guards were ruthless, cutting down anyone who stepped within reach to keep their lord safe. The mob roared, screaming for Thorn to burn. But then, a hand reached out from the shadows and grabbed one of them by the throat. One terrified kid tried to use someone else as a human shield. Desperate times, I guess. He just wanted to live. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light tore through the air. Pure power. An explosion rocked the entire area, sending bodies flying. A man went up in flames instantly, and right there in the middle of the fire, Thorn stepped out, looking like the devil himself. Everyone lost their minds. He appeared out of nowhere. Screams and cries of agony echoed through the streets as panic took over. Fast strikes, precise kicks, brutal, bone-shattering blows. It was a masterclass in violence against an endless wave of attackers. The guards were straight up, dismantling the sellswords. Total dominance. They actually had the nerve to ask the survivors if they were enjoying the show. And here's the crazy part. This was the plan the whole time. No one saw it coming. The secondary blast hit everyone, tearing through the people who were already crawling away. The final explosion was deafening, a colossal wave of force that shook the very foundations of the city. Talk about a grand finale. The boy hit the stone floor, engulfed in a roaring inferno that spread like a plague through the courtyard. No one saw it coming. That sudden blast, it caught everyone completely off guard, turning the air into pure, unadulterated terror. It was Alistair Vane, raining down fire blindly from the shadows of the distant ridge. But Arthur Thorn was already 2 steps ahead. Knowing a sorcerer under the celestial huntsman's star would follow a predictable pattern, he triggered his own traps, taking out dozens of enemies in an instant. With that huntsman's blessing, his magic and arrows were 5 times more lethal. He was basically a human bomb, detonating every single thing he touched. Alistair loved the view, the carnage, the screams, all from his safe little perch. But just as he prepared for one more spell, his time was up. Arthur Thorn was moving now, locked onto Alistair like a predator closing in for the kill. He unleashed his power, pinning the sorcerer down in a death grip that no amount of struggling or screaming could break. The guards nearby, clueless. They just stood there, staring in shock as their leader started losing his mind right in front of them. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 was totally lost, spinning around in a panic, unable to even see who was ripping his world apart. With eyes like ice and a lethal stride, Arthur closed the distance, ready for whatever the sorcerer threw at him. Arthur lunged with his blade, aiming straight for 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏's throat. But the sorcerer dropped low, barely dodging the killing blow with a desperate, frantic movement to escape Arthur's reach. Arthur's dagger flashed in the light, driving straight toward 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏's heart. But the coward used a short-range blink to escape. Arthur just smirked. He knew those little jumps wouldn't get him far. Thinking fast, Arthur realized the blind spot was the only way. He had to hit him from the back. One precise leap and boom, Arthur appeared right behind 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏, ready to unleash his hidden trump card. He triggered the Blood Sunder, a devastating strike that caught the sorcerer completely by surprise and left him wide open. Screams ripped through the air as the attack connected, leaving 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 defenseless and broken. Lord 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 never saw this coming. The sheer fury of the assault left him paralyzed, with no idea how to fight back. Then, a massive explosion rocked the tower, raining fire and debris across the entire area. The flames spread everywhere. This wasn't just a fight anymore, it was total, chaotic destruction, and it was getting dangerous. The very foundations began to crack, and the stone walls started melting away under the heat of the blaze. These weren't normal flames. They were wild, uncontrollable, and far more dangerous than Arthur had initially expected. Fuming with rage, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 spotted his enemy through the smoke, clutching his mangled, bleeding arm. Seeing the sorcerer's agony, Arthur knew it was over. He actually smiled. "Time to say goodbye," he whispered. It was the perfect moment to trigger the blood burn. Now, there was nowhere left for 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 to hide. His final hour had arrived. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏's screams of pure agony echoed through the ruins as the pain became too much to bear. In the middle of the ashes, he wailed like a madman, screaming that he'd kill Arthur Thorne if it was the last thing he did. But wait, Arthur was gone. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 tried to cast a spell to find him, but the room was empty. That's when the horror hit him. Something was very wrong. His left arm. It was lying on the ground, severed completely. This was a total nightmare. Arthur Thorne just calmly reached down, grabbed the sorcerer's severed arm, and held it tight. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 couldn't believe it. Through the blinding hate and curses, he tried to stumble after his enemy, even though he was completely spent and exhausted. But our hero, he was on another level, fearless. He stood there, perfectly calm, radiating pure confidence while showing 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 exactly who was really in charge. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 kept barking threats, shouting about tearing him to pieces, just desperate words from a dying man. He searched every corner, howling for Arthur to come out while clutching his bloody stump. Then, he noticed people approaching. He could feel their presence. The others knew he was trying to crawl into the shadows. He looked up and saw a figure standing there. This person had just slaughtered every single one of his men without a hint of mercy. Now that the sorcerer was drained of his magic, more people closed in. Lady Elinor appeared, and she looked very happy to see 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 in such a pathetic state. She figured out the whole game. The 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 in the dungeon was just a decoy meant to lure the mercenaries into a trap. The real 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒏 had been hiding back here, playing support from the shadows once they left the portal. So the plan was simple. Everyone hide and move into the building one by one. Following those exact orders, Elinor found her target, a one-armed, broken sorcerer. And Arthur Thorne, he'd orchestrated every single bit of it. Elinor spun her greatsword with deadly grace, cutting through the remaining enemies like paper. Men were tossed into the air like ragdolls, crashing down as broken heaps under the weight of her brutal strength. A blinding azure flare erupted, a testament to the god-tier skill she displayed with every single strike. Lord Godfrey was done for, broken, defeated, and realizing there was absolutely no way he'd be walking out of this nightmare alive. Meanwhile, outside, the clash of steel and the desperate screams of dying men turned the courtyard into a literal hellscape. The decoy stood there, completely stunned and losing his grip on reality as the world collapsed around him. He couldn't believe his own boss had just ditched him in this chaos, and as the blades kept coming, nobody realized he was just a sacrificial pawn. They moved in for the kill, but as he collapsed, the soldiers finally caught on. The mage had played them like fools. The real target, nowhere to be found. He'd vanished into thin air while they were distracted by the fake. Suddenly, reinforcements burst onto the scene, tearing through the remaining henchmen with some seriously high-level combat moves and pure grit. The young lady watched, totally mesmerized by this dangerous world of shadow ops and lethal mysteries unfolding right before her eyes. Gripping her blade, she stepped forward with total confidence, ready to explore every shadow and cut down anything that crossed her path. The mercenaries were fuming. They'd finally realized they weren't just losing, they were being absolutely dismantled by superior fighters. Still, they were stubborn. They had just enough spite left in them to keep resisting despite the obvious end. It was a bloodbath. The elite guards, caught completely off guard, were getting shredded by the commoners who'd finally had enough of the tyranny. Justice was calling. The mob surged forward like a tidal wave, fueled by nothing but pure, unadulterated rage and a hunger for freedom. By the time the smoke cleared, the battlefield was a graveyard, littered with the broken bodies and casualties of a desperate war. Just then, the girl's focus shifted as a new message pinged on her device, and she immediately checked the high-priority intel. Everyone was asking how she found Lord Godfrey's hideout, but the message was a reminder. Don't you dare forget your vow to Arthur. He was dead set on a face-to-face with the master of the abyss, and he wasn't taking no for an answer. Her reply was simple. She had some small fry to clean up first, but once this mess settled, she'd fulfill her promise. She felt a pang of regret that her friend had ghosted her, but meanwhile, Silas was being ushered into a high-stakes office meeting. Lady Alara was checking out his latest work, clearly impressed. Silas then asked the million-dollar question, what was 𝒏𝒍𝒔 up to? Apparently, he's laying low in Fairhaven. Word is, they leaked some fake intel to keep the vultures off his trail for now. She gave him a playful smile, keeping the vibe light and breezy despite the serious nature of their little business chat. Then she leaned in, asking if he'd caught wind of the latest rumors blowing up across every tavern and noble house. Our boy Arthur, he's basically a superstar now. A recording of his fight went viral, and now everyone in the kingdom is obsessed. He couldn't help but think the script was flipping. Things were straying pretty far from the original prophecy he'd read about. Godfrey was a nobody in the grand scheme, but he knew he had to tread carefully when dealing with the true hero, Julian. Alara asked if he'd stick with the Azure Eye Order long-term. His answer, as long as the pay is right and no better offers come. She liked his style. He knew exactly how to play the game. Now, it was time to talk business regarding their next big commission. Alara dropped the name, Joseph the Cruel, a sick monster who targeted children, the absolute worst of the worst in the underworld. His last confirmed location, Ground Zero, the most dangerous zone on the map where no sane man dares to go. Silas knew this intel was gold for the hunt, but he wasn't going in blind. He needed serious preparation before heading out. Meanwhile, Arthur's viral video was playing on every screen. Julian watched the footage, genuinely impressed by the sheer power on display. He placed a call, identifying himself as part of the Silver Wing Guild's intelligence and strategy division to get the inside scoop. He wanted every scrap of info on the Godfrey incident, specifically, the mysterious hunter who'd literally disarmed the Lord's left arm. Cut to the Apex Order headquarters, towering over the city. A man inside claimed he'd never seen the visitor sitting before him. This was Master Hans, the dungeon gatekeeper. Julian didn't blink. He offered a cool 1 billion gold for the Blackwood Crypt license. Hans was floored. 1 billion. Before he could even process the offer, Julian moved like a ghost, appearing right at the door. His pitch was simple. Blackwood Crypt was low maintenance but carried a massive payoff. It was pure efficiency for a hunter. The hero was already picturing the massive rewards. as he tore through a literal army of shadow monsters in his mind. Using every pro-tier tactic in his arsenal, he leveled the place. Boom! Level 37. He's climbing the ranks faster than anyone. No hesitation here. He dumped every single new stat point straight into resistance again to make himself an immovable tank. The heat was rising as the entire environment turned into a furnace. The big bat of Blackwood was a monstrous, terrifying great wolf. The beast growled a warning to leave while he still could. But for Arthur, he just saw an insignificant creature in his way. With one explosive, short-distance leap, he launched himself toward the top of the tower, ready to end this fight once and for all. The Beast Lord couldn't wrap his head around it. How did this kid have zero fear? He decided to just end it, launching a barrage of hellfire to burn him to a crisp. Molten lava surged after him, but he triggered his burst haste to stay ahead. His eyes, absolutely terrifying. He kept flickering through the air with ghost steps. Meanwhile, the wolf could already smell a fresh meal approaching. Our guy was ready for the carnage. He unleashed a pillar of flame directly at the man charging toward him. Everything turned to ash in an instant. The Beast Lord ramped up the pressure, spewing white-hot fire in every single direction. He thought he'd incinerated the boy and was ready to feast, exactly what Alistair wanted him to think. Everything was falling into place. Every little detail was unfolding exactly according to the warrior's master plan. Now, he was about to get a legendary reward for his perfect strategy and hard-fought victory. After rescuing Lady Alara, Alistair had been saving a trump card. From a secret grimoire, he'd mastered the lethal combo of Scorch and Burst Haste. The warrior waited for the final opening, flickering across the battlefield with a series of rapid ghost steps. The wolf watched every twitch, every breath, just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Still starving, the beast watched its prey get closer, savoring the scent of what it thought was an easy kill. Then it prepared its ultimate move, a devastating strike designed to leave nothing but scorched earth behind. As he unleashed that terrifying sea of flames, the wolf went all out, turning the entire arena into a literal oven. Time to strike. Alistair hurled the grimoire straight at the chief, a throw faster than the frantic shadows themselves. He knew he wouldn't get a chance to serve up a trap like this twice. Everything around him started to ignite. He was dead set on ending the chief once and for all, smashing through every obstacle. With a quick short leap, he cleared the kill zone, dodging the intense flames closing in on him. The fire just kept spreading, turning the whole place into a chaotic, burning nightmare. Looking at the absolute destruction, Alistair just smiled. He was damn proud of his new strength and this insane feat. Now, with the flames consuming everything, there was no turning back. Point of no return. The wolf noticed something was off. The taste was weird, but he still craved the soul of the man staring him down. Suddenly, the beast felt sick. Everything moved in a blur. This was it, the grand execution technique from the grimoire. The chief felt his strength fading and couldn't understand why. Then, bam, a massive red alert flashed before his eyes. He was completely disarmed. In that moment, all his legendary abilities were totally locked out. Warning after warning popped up, revealing that Alistair had meticulously planned this entire trap against him. The realization finally hit him. He started connecting the dots and saw the true source of his downfall. All of this, it was Alistair's doing. He'd manipulated every single event to reach this exact conclusion. With a confident smirk, the warrior told him straight, this was just a small taste of his true power. The chief was spiraling now. Panic set in because he had absolutely no way to fight back. A rain of fire saturated the air. Alistair stood there, watching the very sky change above them. Then, boom, a massive explosion sent sparks flying everywhere. The wolf growled that the man was finally right where he belonged. The blast leveled the area, but when the smoke cleared, our guy was gone, just vanished. He'd used his swap skill at the last second. Between that and his abduction ability, the wolf was officially terrified. Alistair gave him a chilling warning. He was going to kill him slowly. The wolf couldn't stand that arrogant tone anymore. He wanted to burn Alistair to ashes and just end this endless, exhausting hunt. The warrior threw up a protective barrier so the onlookers couldn't interfere. He knew this was exactly what was needed. One bloody thrust. That was all he needed to finish this with his sword. The wolf howled in agony as the strikes landed. Sword in hand, Alistair unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. It was a clash of titans, fire versus the ultimate defense, but the barrier held exactly as long as Alistair predicted. He used another short leap to create some distance, but the beast wasn't about to let him walk away. Hearing the beast's desperate cries, he stopped. Calmly, he said he wasn't running. He was finishing this with blood burn. Finally, the chief was broken. He collapsed to the dirt, dead before he even hit the ground. Alistair hit level 39 and watched the notification with a grin. Grand execution, exactly what he was after. According to the grimoire, it didn't matter what your class was. There was 0 penalty for learning these god-tier skills. With this trick, he could teach a monster a skill and then, boom, snatch it for himself. Basically, use someone as a vessel for power, then steal it clean. It was time. He headed straight for the scorched wastes. Looking at the map of the capital, our guy realized he had no choice but to pass through the city to get anywhere. He caught a glimpse of something dark behind Lord Julian's fake smile. The master of the Lion's Heart and the head of the Aurelian Union were shaking hands, sealing a massive deal. The Aurelian Union was legendary across the Western kingdoms and was now taking over the entire world. But get this, it was all a setup by the apostles. These 13 heroes from the original story, including Julian and his crew, were praised as saviors. The reality, they were the very monsters destined to burn this world to the ground. The scariest part wasn't their power, but their reach, an informant network stretching across every continent. They manipulated the truth like a game. Once they moved as one, the public would worship them like living gods. Because he'd written this nightmare novel himself, Arthur found himself stuck in a massive crowd when a woman approached him, complaining that the capital was a total bore. He turned as she called out. She kept ranting about how the prices were pure robbery and only the elites were getting richer. Her eyes, blood red, her hair, dark as midnight. He couldn't figure out why such a stunning woman was talking to him, until he felt something shift. Suddenly, they were at a table. He was on his phone while she hammered away at a computer, pausing only to eye him like a piece of meat. Then it clicked. She had mental powers. In a flash of memory, we see thugs hovering over her while she's on the ground. A young girl sat before 2 massive glowing screens, pulling the strings. As a man checked his wounded ally, the focus shifted back to the girl. She realized he'd totally ignored her mental wipe, meaning his level had to be way higher than hers. Arthur didn't play around. He warned her to drop the games immediately. He had 0 patience for nosy, emotional types. He looked at her soul mark, the enchanted fox, then he knew for sure. She was one of Julian's 13 apostles. This was getting interesting, and honestly, there was no turning back now. But here's a pro tip. There's a way to block mental attacks. That kind of magic makes you drop your guard by showing you happy memories. The trick, think of pure, agonizing pain to build a wall they can't break. She was hooked, a kid who could actually block her powers, unheard of. She handed him a card, a special one only given to those who survive her mental games. If he wanted real backing, he should find her. It was an invite to House Valerius, the strongest guild in the East. He tucked the card away, hoping for a round 2. She left, and he knew one thing. To take down the apostles, he'd need a crew of his own. Now, he was in a bone-dry wasteland, where the heat was so thick you could practically taste it. His steps were ghost-quiet. No footprints, no nothing, just a swallowing his path. Finally, after a brutal trek, he hit the scorched wastes, the starting line for everything. Checking his map, he had a choice. Hunt for the treasure first or clear the bounty. A noise cracked through the silence. Something dark started to bleed out of the shadows. Suddenly, a swirl of blue magic filled the air. It was mana hypersensitivity. Incredible power, sure, but a total death sentence for his body. This would crash his stats instantly. In a real fight, that's game over. He had to master this and fast because the next battles were going to be brutal. He needed a rare herb called blue 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒔. He knew someone who'd used it before for an insane power boost. One bite, and you're immune to mana sickness for 30 minutes. The side effects are a mess, but in the heat of battle, it's a literal lifesaver. The catch, it doesn't grow in the wastes, and it's guarded by a high-rank beast that'll rip you apart. He counted 6 spots on the map where the plant actually grew. Best plan, hit level 40 first to unlock a new skill. Right then, he was already trading blows with a massive man-eating plant. He ended that common monster with one clean strike. A quick breath of peace, then bam, more monsters. The scorched wastes were basically a death trap. This place was crawling with mutants. Everywhere you looked, something was trying to kill you. Total chaos. Every step required a plan. One wrong move and your history. He launched a long-range leap, knowing that in a place like this, a single second of distraction is all it takes to end up dead. That was when he stumbled upon a man propped against a jagged rock, but strangely, the body showed no signs of rot. The corpse was unnervingly pristine, almost too clean for these wild lands. Alaric activated his 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒔 to scan the area, but just as he figured, no trace of magic lingered within a dead man. He squinted, noticing the fallen knight's cold fingers still gripped a heavy steel blade. A trap. This had Black Syndicate written all over it, using fake signals to bait greedy hunters into a killing zone. Suddenly, a flicker of a memory flashed before his eyes as he stared down at the body. It was a vision of a lonely boy, constantly bullied by young nobles who took pleasure in their cruel pranks. Alaric Thorne simply turned away, leaving the nameless soul behind in the cold shadows of the crag. Right then, his eyes locked onto the summit. The rare starleaf herb he'd been hunting for was finally in sight. But between him and his prize lay a treacherous, vertical cliff face that screamed certain death. No time to waste. Alaric dug his boots into the dirt, tensing his muscles for one hell of a risky leap. With a roar of effort, he launched himself across the abyss toward the jagged rocks. He reached for the plant, but as the wind died down, something ancient and hungry stirred from its slumber. His fingers clamped around the roots, and he wasn't letting go for anything. He ripped the herb free, though one slip now meant joining that clean corpse at the bottom of the gorge. Hanging by a single hand, Alaric looked up to see the nightmare he had just woken. A bark fiend, its eyes glowing with a toxic green light, lunging forward to tear him apart. It lashed out with razor-sharp branches, forcing Alaric to kick off the stone and pray for airtime. He landed a short distance away, smirking as he greeted the legendary forest terror. Enraged, the beast swung its wooden limbs in a blur, but Alaric moved like a ghost. Every strike from the monster met nothing but air as he danced through the chaos. Using his blink step, he flickered in and out of existence, completely melting the creature's tiny brain. Time to end this. He channeled his core, igniting his blade in a roar of enchanted flames. With one brutal thrust, he buried the burning steel deep into the monster's wooden spine. The fire surged, dealing a massive 33% extra damage as the beast began to incinerate. He stepped back, calmly watching the legendary monster crumble into a pile of ash and embers. The charred remains tumbled into the gorge, while Alaric stood tall at the peak, analyzing the victory. Mission accomplished. He wiped his dagger clean and took a second to catch his breath. Just another day, another monster slain, proving once again he's in a league of his own. And then, the rush hit him. Alaric finally crossed the threshold into the elite rank 40. The progression system chimed, granting him the ghost dodge skill out of nowhere. But the celebration had to wait. He had a tail. He leaped through the canopy to confront his shadow. He landed on a high branch, just as a strange black mist began to swirl around the trunk. "Why the hell are you following me?" he demanded, tired of this mysterious little game. The uninvited guest froze, caught completely off guard and unable to find her voice. It was a girl, looking bewildered that he'd spotted her despite her perfect stealth. Alaric studied her face, feeling a nagging sense of recognition he couldn't quite place. Something about her story didn't add up. She was definitely hiding a dark secret. Then it hit him. This was Alina Vance, the girl from those old academy portraits. Once a wealthy merchant's daughter and star student, she was famously tied to that arrogant Lord Cedric. But the moment her father's trade empire collapsed, Cedric tossed her aside like yesterday's trash. In the legends of this world, she was the one destined to seek bloody revenge against his house. The girl bowed her head, stammering out an apology for stalking him through the crags. She forced a smile, calling him incredible for surviving the dead zones and the shadow stalkers. She mentioned the bark fiend kill, but Alaric just raised his dagger, pointing the cold steel at her throat. Terrified and completely lost, she did the only thing she could, curled into a ball, trying to shield herself from the chaos. The poor girl was paralyzed, convinced that every shadow was a threat. To her, this felt like a dead end with absolutely no way to escape the nightmare. But here's the thing, our knight wasn't interested in her at all. His focus, the massive, lunging monstrosity lurking right behind her. It was nothing more than a giant, nightmare-inducing insect. All he wanted was to clear the path and keep her from becoming its next meal. She tried to thank him for the save, her voice trembling, but he wasn't looking for gratitude. "Stop following me," he barked, stone cold. Without another word, the man dropped from the high branches like a ghost, moving with an impossible speed as he vanished into the thicket. He pushed forward without a second glance, leaving the drama behind, though you could tell a heavy cloud of sadness was hanging over him. It hit her then, he was really gone. No goodbye, no nothing, just the cold realization that their brief time together had reached a silent end. Our warrior paused for a beat, eyes locking onto his dagger buried deep in the monster's carcass. With one clean jerk, he wrenched his steel free. Honestly, he was running on fumes. He'd already fought his way through 6 different death zones, surviving hellish challenges that would have broken a lesser man. He figured it was finally time to focus on the main contract. Most of the heavy lifting was done, and his target was finally within reach. But then, something mysterious and massive began to loom at the base of the mountain. It caught his eye immediately. Talk about an omen. It was a celestial terror. Think of a twisted, angelic monster that looks like it crawled out of a holy nightmare. Majestic, sure, but the vibe was purely lethal. It stood there, radiating power and looking more than ready for a bloodbath. He kept his eyes locked on its movements and started walking. He had no idea these things had actually claimed territory in this part of the kingdom. It reminded him of that mangled body he'd found back on the rocks. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of horror could cause that much damage. The doll attached to the corpse, that wasn't the real threat. The real danger was the bastard pulling the strings from the shadows. The shadow wraiths. These things are literal ghosts, dark, silent, and practically invisible until they're already tearing you apart. Here's the kicker. Even if you spot their attack coming, regular steel doesn't do a damn thing. You can't kill what isn't fully there. Because of that, anyone caught by them loses their mind completely. They descend into a tragic, irreversible spiral of pure insanity. In the end, the torment becomes too much. These desperate souls usually end up taking the quick way out just to make the whispering stop. Imagine the mental pressure, slowly being consumed from the inside out until you can't take it anymore. It's a brutal, agonizing way to go. But our hero, he wasn't about to break that easily. Darkness or not, he wasn't going down without a hell of a fight. His mental fortress was unshakable. Using his shadow step technique, he glided toward the body, silent as a whisper. But then something started hovering nearby. Round 2, I guess. He gripped his weapon tight, eyes scanning for the next strike. This beast was feral, lunging at him with everything it had, desperate to land even one solid hit on our guy. He didn't break a sweat, though. He used his evasion skills to dance around the attacks, making the monster look like it was swinging at air. Sir Alaric realized he was in a spot of trouble and needed a spare blade fast. He landed a heavy blow on the bird beast, sending a piercing shriek through the trees, but the thing just kept coming. The bird's assault was relentless. No pauses, no mercy, just wave after wave of feathers and claws. He kept his guard up, scarfing down strength-boosting rations on the fly, while dodging the creatures that seemed determined to hunt him to the ends of the earth. Then boom, shadow wraiths, out of nowhere. He couldn't believe his luck. They were the last thing he needed to see right now. He kept running, heart hammering against his ribs. Then, with one massive burst of energy, he cleared the cliffside in a single, desperate leap. The wraiths were already waiting for him on the other side. He dodged a lethal strike, kicked his acceleration into high gear, and kept pushing. Zero fear. He just cranked up the speed, determined to leave this nightmare in the rearview mirror as fast as humanly possible. As he ran, a massive titan loomed to his side. Its presence was so heavy and terrifying it made the air itself feel thick with tension. This thing was gargantuan, a walking nightmare that would make even the bravest knight in the realm reconsider their life choices. Suddenly, the monster's hand swiped for him, and for a second he was rattled. He was stuck, no idea how to counter a strike that big. At the last second, he burned his movement ability and zipped straight to the far side of the mountain. Close call. That definitely got the Titan's attention. It turned, absolutely livid at his arrogance, and the hunt officially began all over again. The celestial terrors watched the whole thing play out, clearly curious. Even the wraiths realized they were being scouted by something powerful. This was a trap, plain and simple. The only thing that can actually put a wraith down is raw power or its direct opposite, the power of light. These beings were locked in. They weren't going to stop until one of them was a literal stain on the ground. Meanwhile, Alaric was focused on his new loot. He managed to scavenge a unique weapon from the fallen man's cold hands. He sifted through the dead man's documents, looking for any kind of clue or lead, but everything he found was a dead end. Our warrior sighed. Dead or not, the guy deserved to go home. He reached down carefully and closed the fallen knight's eyes one last time. With a sharp, respectful nod, Alaric vanished into the shadows. He had a blood debt to settle for his client first, and in this world, a knight's word is his bond, no matter how messy the job gets. Alaric made it clear, the client's vengeance came before anything else, period. He stepped away, leaving nothing behind but a cooling corpse and a lingering trail of acrid black smoke. Back in the tree line, Elowen watched him go, a thin, dangerous smile playing on her lips. The mark was a piece of work named Gideon, a rogue assassin who spent his days hunting down helpless quarrymen in the mines. Elowen admitted that this bit of intel was going to make the hunt a whole lot easier. Alaric weighed the heavy envelope in his hand, frowning. This wasn't the usual gossip. This was something much more official and much more grim. The messenger kept her head low, whispering that the details came straight from the Lord Chancellor. Apparently, the man who gathered the intel was a grieving father who had lost his own son to Gideon's blade. Now deep within the desolate northern wastes, Alaric pulled out his enchanted slate to check his position one last time. He remembered the warning. This wasn't just a simple execution, and he had to follow the Lord's conditions to the letter. With a grim sigh, he stowed the device away and focused on the hunt. He closed his eyes, sensing a sudden ripple in the ether, a body. Fresh. In a heartbeat, his hand was on the hilt of his sword, ready for blood. Nearby, a man stood atop a pile of remains, pulling on a leather glove with a twisted grin. The borderlands, he chuckled to himself, the land of endless opportunity for a man like me. A shimmering notification flared in his vision, the unseen system whispering that more slaughter would grant him even greater power. He was loving it, until something caught his eye and killed his mood. Before he could even blink, clang, an ambush. He threw up his guard, ignoring the shallow cut from a blade he just parried into the dirt as he readied his armor. Frost Aegis, he roared, shimmering ice coating his limbs for protection. The attacker stood there, stunned. Who the hell are you to just shrug off a strike like that? Alaric just stared him down, cold and silent as a grave. Not telling, his eyes said, and boy, did that make the assassin see red. The man channeled the spirit of a long-dead sorcerer, his body glowing as he forged a jagged spear out of pure, freezing energy. He was done playing around. "Talk, or I'll open your throat," he screamed, hurling the spear with every ounce of his power. Alaric moved like a ghost. The spear shattered against a boulder, followed by another and another. But our guy, he just kept gliding forward, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Alaric realized his opponent was no amateur. He was a high-tier mage blessed by a dark star. Standard illusions wouldn't work on a mind that well guarded against magical interference. But first things first, that ice armor had to go. He danced through the magical barrage, getting closer and closer. The mage, starting to panic, began chanting a brand new, desperate incantation. Suddenly, the blood soaking the ground began to shiver and rise. It sharpened into dozens of crimson spears, a trap Alaric couldn't possibly dodge in time. But wait for it. Boom. Alaric threw up a shimmering barrier of pure willpower, catching every single strike without breaking a sweat. Both of them froze, absolutely stunned by what just happened. Even Alaric expected that one to hurt a lot more than it actually did. A notification flared in his mind. His reflexes had evolved. Quick Dodge was now active, providing an automatic resistance shield every time he moved. It was the first time he'd seen this ability in action since he unlocked it, and honestly, it was a total lifesaver. The assassin spat on the ground, his eyes wide. "That was way too close," he hissed, conjuring yet another massive spear of jagged frost. He gripped the ice, a sadistic look in his eyes. "I could have ended you already, but playing with my food is half the fun. Now die so I can loot your gear." Alaric stopped cold. "Why children?" he asked, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. The man just blinked, looking genuinely confused by the question. Alaric rubbed his temples, his patience wearing thin. "Who is your client?" The mage just laughed, a high, grating sound. "I don't know and I don't care." "I just like the look on their faces when they realize I lied to them," Gideon cackled. "They're so pure. It makes them the perfect little toys." Hearing those words made Alaric's blood boil. He thought of Aloan and the life she'd been forced into, and he'd heard enough. Enraged, the mage slammed his hands down, trapping them both inside a massive cage of ice. Alaric didn't flinch. He just reached for his steel. "You want a toy? I'll show you how we play," Alaric whispered. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and dozens of copies of him appeared out of thin air to surround the mage. The phantoms swarmed him. Gideon's eyes darted back and forth, sweating buckets as he tried to figure out which one was the real threat. He locked eyes with one version of Alaric, convinced he'd finally found his mark. "There you are!" he screamed, lunging forward. Pop, it vanished into smoke. While Gideon was looking for a trap, he didn't realize the other phantoms were already closing in from every single side. Desperate, he grabbed 2 shards of ice and prepared to go down swinging in a final stand. But the blades just passed right through the illusions. Panic set in as the figures glided past him, stopping perfectly behind his back. He was trapped, surrounded by a dozen versions of his nightmare. Then, the real Alaric lunged from the shadows, blade aimed straight for the kill. "Enough of this," Gideon shrieked. He unleashed a massive explosion of ice foam, a last-ditch effort to clear the field and end them all. The illusions shattered like glass, one after another, but the one man he actually needed to hit, nowhere to be found. Realization hit him like a cold bucket of water. He'd been played. And then he saw him, the real Alaric, charging through the mist with cold determination. Alaric blurred with impossible speed. "Too slow," he hissed. With a flick of his wrist, he set his weapon ablaze, the steel erupting into roaring flames. "This is exactly what I was looking for," Alaric growled, swinging the flaming steel with bone-shattering force. The fire tore through that pathetic ice armor like it was nothing. As the heat scorched his skin, Alaric leaned in close. "Tell me, how does it feel to be the one getting played?" Alaric's head was swimming. The agony was making it impossible to focus. But he forced his hand to move, ripping the blade from his own shoulder and lunging forward with a roar, only for his target to vanish into thin air. He spun around, eyes scanning the shadows, and there he was, blade drawn and ready to end it. No time to think. Alaric launched himself into the air, activating his ultimate Heaven Slayer technique to strike from the blind spot, dealing 33% more lethal damage. Seconds later, the assassin was on the ground, gasping for his final breaths. Meanwhile, Alaric just calmly started playing a record of classical music. The ancient decree flashed in his mind, showing that the Heaven Slayer strike had drained 25% of his mana. He noted that while the cost was high, the results were absolutely devastating. Staring down at his broken opponent on the blood-stained earth, Alaric reached into the void to manifest a strange device. The assassin looked up, confused, realizing Alaric was actually on a communication crystal. Sir Alaric introduced himself to the voice on the other side. He thanked them for their long wait and propped the crystal up on a stand, declaring that the hour of vengeance for their daughter had finally arrived. Far away in a massive tower, Alaric's face appeared on the scrying mirrors across the capital of 𝒕𝒂𝒍𝒔. A scout reported to Lady Seraphina that he was moving south, likely coming straight from the blast zone based on his trajectory. The noblewoman stared at the mirror, ordering her people to watch the gates and keep her informed of his every move. As she cut the connection, her face twisted in a snarl. A cold smile followed as she whispered that she would make him pay for every bit of disrespect he'd shown her. Back at the blast zone, the assassin began to crumble, sobbing out apologies while carefully avoiding the gaze of the recording crystal. After what felt like an eternity, a voice from the other side spoke up, saying it was enough. It was finally over, and his daughter could finally find peace. Choking back tears, the grieving father began to thank Alaric. He praised him for delivering the justice that the king's law and the crown guard were too weak to provide. Alaric simply replied that he was only doing what was requested of him. He ended the call with a quiet hope that the girl would rest in the light. A piercing scream followed. The assassin wailed that he had done everything he was told to do. At that moment, Alaric activated his Crimson Rod ability, making the man howl in sheer agony. Once the body finally went still, Alaric told the corpse it was finally free to die. A holy alert appeared, confirming the target was eliminated. Suddenly, a star spirit descended to join him, though his own patron star grumbled that the new arrival was basically useless. The voice from the rift, Void, mentioned he needed specialized training, and Alaric told the spirit he'd leave that entirely in its hands. Stripping the valuable gear from the dead man, Alaric mused that he could make a fortune selling these spoils to the black market. Just as he turned to leave, the communication crystal began to glow again. He answered it, and Lady Alina's face appeared, praising his work. She informed him the Grand Commissioner had issued a bonus, and 2.5 billion gold coins were being sent to his vault. Alaric had one more request. He asked her to recover a body he'd found when he first arrived, and to verify who the poor soul actually was. With a smirk, the woman said that would be child's play and told him she'd see him soon. Alaric hung up, then looked back into the shadows, warning whoever was hiding to stop following him. He demanded to know why they were still tracking his footsteps. That's when Lady Alira stepped out from behind a jagged rock. She admitted she'd found a dungeon she couldn't clear because of a powerful mid-tier guardian. Looking embarrassed, she asked if he would accompany her. The two eventually reached the entrance. Alaric looked around the crumbling ruins, noting how strange it was for a place like this to exist, and how it looked ready to collapse at any moment. He had rigged the blast zone to hide several secret dungeons, so there were still many treasures waiting to be unearthed. Alira admitted she hadn't actually expected him to agree to come along. She smiled and thanked him, but Alaric just shrugged, saying it benefited him too since clearing dungeons was always rewarding. Secretly, he wanted to gauge her strength. If she was skilled enough, she could be a massive asset in his upcoming war against the Iron Brotherhood. He wondered if she had ever actually worked in a party before. Just then, Alira pointed out a stone sign. She asked if he could decipher it since the script was damaged and her translation spell couldn't make it out. Alaric took one look and realized it was ancient Latin. The inscription warned that those who dared to invade the deepest sanctum with bloodied feet would be buried there forever. He asked if she was ready to see what incredible secrets the place was hiding. The pair began their descent down the dark stairs. Alaric glanced back, asking what kind of guardian was waiting for them. She explained it was a beast that launched relentless long-range attacks, and she had barely managed to get close to it once. She de-landed what should have been a killing blow, but the monster had a high defense skill that completely nullified the impact. Alaric agreed that sounded like a headache, but his focus slipped just enough that he didn't see the monsters lurking at the bottom of the flight. One of the creatures let out a guttural growl, and suddenly they were charging straight at the two young warriors. Drawing his sword, Alaric told her he'd take point. The lead monster lunged, but he used a short-range teleport to vanish, reappearing right behind it. Before the beast could even register he was gone, he landed a precision strike right between its shoulder blades. While he handled his target, the other monster hurled a spear at Alara. She didn't flinch, opening a void rift that swallowed the spear and spit it back out, impaling the monster instead. Alaric watched, genuinely impressed by her skill. Her reaction time and mastery were top tier, likely putting her close to level 200. With the scouts dead, a heavy door groaned open. Alaric smiled. They were finally in. Deep in the shadows ahead, a massive guardian felt the shift in the air and opened its glowing eyes. Intruders detected. Alara admits she's never seen anything like it. A wild combination of beastly power and a noble assassin's grace, a mix that shouldn't even exist. She's genuinely hyped, shouting that they cleared the path in record time. Arthur's relieved she isn't questioning his weirdness. He's leveled up massively and needs to hit level 50 before the real war starts. Suddenly, boom, an attack blurs past. They dodge by a hair, watching as the stone wall beside them literally shatters from the impact. They reach the intermediate boss. A towering, armored titan looms over them in the shadows. The beast, 𝒏𝒍𝒂𝒍, draws a massive blade. Execution mode, active, high defense, relentless strikes. This guy is a total tank. Arthur turns to the young noblewoman. Hey, mind if I drop this giant right on his head? She's worried, but he tells her to just trust the plan. She takes a breath and readies her magic, whispering that she understands. Arthur uses his short-range blink, rushing the giant. Alistair swings, but Arthur teleports through a dimensional rift just in time. The young knight pops up on the other side, leaving the titan completely confused and swinging at thin air. He does it again, and again, appearing on the opposite side every time. The boss is basically fighting a ghost. Getting close was suicide, thanks to those ranged swings, so Arthur teleports right onto the beast's crown. Alistair swings wild again, failing to land even a scratch. Now, he's getting seriously pissed off. Alara knows this is the moment, the opening they needed. As a blade drops toward the giant's head, Arthur watches the steel fall, but the monster triggers its ultimate defense barrier. Arthur shatters the field for a split second. The boss goes for a desperate strike, but Alara's timing is absolutely perfect. Arthur appears right above its neck, drawing his blade. He unleashes the great decapitation strike with everything he has. Seconds later, he leaps clear. Looking down, he sees Alara finally wearing a victory smile. Arthur lands safely behind her. He's a bit startled. He honestly thought she'd teleport him behind the boss instead. Alara isn't done. She calls down the lightning. Thunder roars, as if the heavens themselves wanted a piece of the fight. One final shock, one last groan. Sir Alistair falls backward like a mountain of lead, totally defeated. Arthur's impressed. She wasn't just sitting back, she wanted this win as much as him. Good job. Further in, they find a mysterious figure kneeling beneath a single shaft of divine light. He notes Alara's progress. She'll be a vital asset against Duke Blackwood. She points the warrior toward the praying man. They both prep for combat. The man is just, praying with his hands together, ignoring them. Arthur wonders if this is the master since he looks so human. Then he sees it. The man is crying actual blood. His body turns a grisly crimson. Suddenly, the beam of light intensifies, turning into a hellish, glowing red. Alara panics, asking what's happening, but Arthur doesn't hesitate. He hurls his sword straight at the man. The figure begins to crack. As he shatters into dust, the magic archive announces, the master is dead. No loot, nothing, just a strange, dark energy rising. The entire fortress begins to cave in and collapse. Panic mode. He yells at Alara to use every bit of magic left. She nods and starts blinking away. Arthur pushes his limits, sprinting as the stone walls collapse around his ears. He's moving faster than ever. He can't believe the final boss was just a decoy that treated them like mere travel companions. He grabs the crimson bloom, a priceless relic, but he can't be stingy now. He eats it, it's survive or die. Power surges through his veins. He'd written about this item, but feeling the raw energy, better than he imagined. All his senses are screaming. With a grin, he knows he's making it out of this hellhole. In another corridor, Alara is flagging. She burned too much mana on the Titan. She collapses, completely exhausted. She sees Arthur's back in the distance. She tries to scream for him to wait for her. Memories of abandonment flood back. Seeing that she isn't hurt but just stuck, she closes her eyes in resignation. But then, Arthur's right there. What are you doing? Are you hurt? She looks up, stunned to see his hand extended. A massive rock falls toward her. She warns him, but nothing happens. Protective field. Before she can even process it, the warrior scoops her up in his arms. This is it, he grunts. Hold on tight. He runs as fast as humanly possible. Behind them, the entire keep vanishes in a cloud of dust. Safe. They actually survived the collapse. And that new skill he ripped from the giant, that's going to be very useful later. By maxing out his proficiency, those cooldowns were finally going to drop, making this a massive asset for the battles ahead. Just as he's counting his spoils, a glowing window flickers into existence. Notification, skill enhancement unlocked. Risking his life? Yeah, totally worth the payout. Lady Alara turns to him, her voice trembling as she offers her thanks. She knows she'd be a corpse in the dirt if it wasn't for him. She looks down, admitting the terror paralyzed her because the whole nightmare felt way too much like her past. See, she used to be a scout for the Order of Sterling, a mercenary guide for hire, until one day they came looking for her. They promised her the world, claiming the Order was the finest guild in the kingdom, and that member safety was their absolute priority. She fell for it. She joined the team, trusting them completely, until a dungeon raid went sideways and she was brutally injured. The healers told her the damage was severe. She wouldn't be stepping foot in a dungeon for a long, long time. And just like that, they told her to stay behind. No point wasting resources on useless weight, they said. Alara asked if their promise to protect her was all just a lie. Their answer? That promise only mattered when she had value. She stood there wondering if she was just an idiot for ever believing in them. In the end, they called her a toy that wasn't even fun anymore. Alistair narrows his eyes. That wasn't just abandonment, it was a straight-up assassination attempt. It's a miracle she's even breathing. If she hadn't formed a pact with a celestial patron of space at the last second, she'd be buried in those ruins. She tries to smile it off as luck, but the young man stops her right there. It wasn't just luck. Celestial patrons don't just link up with any random knight without a reason. They saw her hidden potential, the power she didn't even know she had. Her eyes light up. Is that a compliment? She asks. He just shrugs, it's the truth. Alara looks down, feeling the heavy weight on her chest finally start to lift. That betrayal was the reason she fled to the Forbidden Wastes. It wasn't the monsters that made life hard, it was the people. But man, it was lonely out there. She admits that, deep down, she was still searching for someone she could actually trust. Suddenly, Alistair's face goes pale. He staggers, his weight falling toward the girl. She panics the second she feels his hand heavy on her shoulder. A moment later, his strength gives out and he collapses. Alara watches him gasping for air, her heart racing as she asks if he's all right. Seraphina tells her to relax. It's just the backlash from using that raw elixir of ether. He pushed his body too far. He just needs some serious rest. Placing a gentle hand on his forehead, Alara smiles and whispers her thanks one last time. The young man just gives a weak, tired smirk in return. Later, at High Point Station, Alastair realizes that if Alara stays in the wastes, she's going to become an absolute powerhouse. They'll definitely meet again. Since his carriage hasn't arrived yet, he decides to check the mage glass. It's the exclusive social network for knights and mages, the go-to spot for advertisements and sharing intel. And there he is, Lord Cedric of Stirling, the greatest guild leader in the land, preaching about safety and teamwork. Alastair stares at the screen, absolute nonsense. He notices the Silver River Knights are starting to seize control over the Oakhaven territories. He smirks. Let them handle the grunt work. He'll be meeting the Sovereign of the Abyss soon enough. As he settles his debts, a rift message from the Plunderer dimension flickers into view. Incredible, it says. The entity is annoyed it couldn't steal the celestial patron, but it has one burning question for him. What is the point of these celestials anyway? Alastair's answer is simple. It's a partnership. If he succeeds, they succeed. Pure mutual benefit. The dimension is intrigued. This boy, he's definitely not a normal hunter. It knew something was up when he summoned it back at level 10. Soon, it whispers, I will test you. If he passes, their destinies will fuse, granting him power beyond imagination. Alastair doesn't hesitate, he accepts. He asks if the patron has any complaints about the contract, but the entity can't even process the scale of what's happening. Alastair knows the secret. This system drags the gods who control the world and binds them to the fate of a mere human. In the story he once wrote, he designed this specifically to mock the subordinates of the High King. The dimension agrees. A contractor's battle is the god's battle. These celestials aren't the masters of the world, just its inhabitants. So Alastair asks the big question, who is above them? But the dimension goes silent. It can't speak on that. Those secrets transcend the very reality of the world he created. Even as the author, Alastair realizes he doesn't know everything about this place. Is it all just a reflection of his own mind? To his shock, the dimension admits it doesn't want to just fade away like some common spirit. He's made it greedy. It's actually starting to think about sharing its entire existence with him. Alastair just smiles. Don't worry, I'm going to show you things that defy every expectation. The dimension is waiting. A message from Edmund arrives. Lord Choi has reached Raven's Gate, faster than he thought. Alastair realizes he needs to pivot his objective immediately. He'll deal with the Choi brat after clearing one more dungeon. Change of plans, he's heading to the Great Coach Terminal instead of the station. Leaving that place behind, Alaric sets his sights on the rift looming near the Oakhaven Grand Station, right by the main terminal. He checks his device. There is a specific reason he is heading into this lion's den today. This was the perfect spot to use that forbidden cipher he had scored at the Shadow Archives. He had paid top coin for that intel just to ensure the noble houses could not track his movements. If he grinds his skills here, a clash with Lady Seraphina might actually be winnable. But then, a scream. A woman's desperate cry for help suddenly cuts through the air. A pack of thugs has her cornered, and one flashes a blade, claiming she bumped into them first before barking at his goons to strip her of everything she owns. She does not back down, though, spitting curses at them and calling them out as filth from the Iron Viper Guild. That is the dirty crew serving as Lord Stirling's personal hitmen, the same ones who once wiped out an entire unit of the Silver Order on his command. They act like they own these streets with their stolen authority, but let's be real, they are nothing but over-glorified trash. However, as Alaric watches the commotion, he notices something wild while they grab the girl. These thugs are backed by a high-tier constellation known as the Archdeceiver. Even Balthazar is stunned, noting that despite the Vancroft lineage being tied to it, that is a legendary power, and he cannot believe it is being wasted on such scum. Alaric draws his blade with a smirk, knowing there is no way he is walking away from seeing a power like that in action. He lets out a shout to get their attention, and instantly triggers his illusion magic to scramble their senses. He closes in, taunting the men to guess which one of him is the real deal, while the thugs call him a lunatic and charge right into the fray. One thug lunges with a flaming knife, cursing Alaric's name as the blade ignites and swings toward one of the clones with lethal intent. Meanwhile, over at the south wall gates, Lady Seraphina is losing her patience. She has been waiting far too long, and she is absolutely livid. She wonders if he gave her the slip by taking a different route, just as her master contacts her to ask if she has finally bagged the boy. She snaps back a no, her temper boiling over, while the man on the other end just laughs, saying she clearly loves a good fight and he is dying to meet this kid himself. Hidden in the shadows nearby, a spy is listening to every word. The master warns her that the boy only needs to be breathing, so just make sure he is brought in alive. Seraphina promises to drag him back herself, but after hanging up, she suddenly feels a chilling presence looming right behind her. Her hand flies to the hilt at her waist, asking the shadow if they have a death wish, and when the person doesn't move, she draws her steel. In one fluid motion, she spins and launches the blade toward the figure with pinpoint, deadly accuracy. Back at the brawl, a thug actually manages to find the real Alaric, but he slams right into a solid force field. Alaric just smiles, tells him it is time for a reward, and triggers his great decapitation skill. He drops 2 more instantly, and the system pings with a notification. Their contract with that constellation now belongs to him. The remaining men who witness the slaughter are paralyzed with fear, and the girl looks just as terrified by his display of power. She approaches him with a shaky smile, but with their leader defeated, the rest of the goons start shouting desperate threats. They shove the girl to the ground and charge with weapons drawn, but Alaric blurs past them using his ability before they can even process he moved. He scoffs at them, stating that since they do not even have a constellation backing them, there is no point in dragging this out any longer. The arch-deceiver whispers a promise that he will receive a rare item for every 100 levels, making Alaric even more hyped to grind, while the girl, Alara, thanks him for saving her life. Looking a bit embarrassed, she introduces herself as Alara Vane and grabs his hands, holding out her device to ask for his number. She is desperate to repay him even a little bit for the rescue, so Alaric starts typing his digits into her phone. Shortly after, Alara thanks him again and heads off, promising they will meet again, but as he watches her leave, a new notification flashes before his eyes. It says the dungeon is finally opening for him to enter, though he wonders if the man she is hunting is a hired mercenary or just some poor civilian. Since she found 0 intel, she worries she might have the wrong person, unaware that someone is still watching her from the darkness. A figure finally steps out from behind the hiding spot where they were lurking. The spy is nervously typing a report that the woman noticed him, but suddenly, Seraphina appears right there, hissing that she knew there was a rat in the walls. She touches him with her ability, and his entire body erupts in flames. Meanwhile, a voice in her ear reports that Alaric has been spotted in the city of Greenville. She snaps a photo of the charred corpse on the ground, muttering to herself that she never should have trusted a useless informant like Julian. She burns the rest of the evidence to ash, claiming it is an eyesore just to look at him, and whispers for Alaric to stop running away. Looking over the spoils from his victory, Alaric calculates that he will earn 800,000 gold just by selling off all this gear. He loots the rest and checks his vault balance, nearly 5 billion gold. With that kind of bank, he could easily buy a rank 3 legendary weapon. Eloin warns him that the woman has already eliminated his scouts and is charging toward Oakhaven. She is level 200 and possesses a powerful constellation. They do not call her the royal hunting dog for nothing, and compared to her, Alaric is only level 49. He needs to level up at least twice before they clash. For now, it is time to hit the dungeon he requested, and with his hands in his pockets, he walks straight toward the swirling rift. Back near the Oakhaven terminal, a young knight approaches Seraphina to give her an update. He reports that everything went exactly as agreed. They have crushed the Iron Viper Guild and successfully seized control of the station's toll gates. Catherine confirms they've seized St. Jude's fortress. She tells him to stay put. With a smirk, she's betting Arthur is going to love the intelligence network she's woven together. Suddenly, she spots something or someone. Right there on a bench, a boy is calmly drawing her own blade. It had been a long time coming. Deep within the forest, Julian was locked in a life-or-death struggle against the legendary swordsman, Lord Alistair. Julian grits his teeth. This was becoming a massive headache. The 3 shadow phantoms he'd deployed, wiped out with a single, effortless swing. He was too far away for his insight ability to lock on properly. Every ranged attempt, totally useless. A direct charge would be suicide. Alistair would just burn through Julian's defenses and sidestep the strike like it was nothing. Time for a tactical shift. Julian triggers his ghost flicker, hiding 2 decoys among the bamboo thickets while the real him prepares a frontal assault. Catherine watches the chaos, her eyes locked onto the boy. Alistair doesn't hesitate. He swings his steel, tearing through the shadows, while the real Julian remains completely invisible. There, Julian slips behind him, exactly the opening he was waiting for. He uses a taunt to fix the swordsman's gaze and steps into the light. "Interesting skill," Julian mocks, "but it doesn't mean a thing if I get inside your guard." Crimson thrust, he strikes from the blind spot. Alistair's eyes go wide, complete utter shock. Julian lunges forward. The impact is brutal, forcing the old lord to double over from the weight of the wound. He lets out a low, guttural snarl at his young opponent. Alistair tries to summon his strength and stand. But before he can even blink, Julian vanishes into thin air, only to reappear right behind him again. Julian draws twin blades and sprints toward the fighter, stepping right into his safety circle. He looks him dead in the eye and asks, "Feeling safe in here?" Alistair slams his sword into the earth, unleashing a massive tempest storm that rattles the very ground. "Fight me," Julian yells. He vows to end this right inside Alistair's own circle. He activates Searing Vengeance, landing a devastating blow. From a distance, he braces himself against the shockwave he just unleashed. The boss is down. The prize? He's just looted the Tempest Storm ability for himself. A second later, the notification hits. Level up. He's reached level 51 and unlocked a new skill, Veil. Here's the catch, though. Even at its max level, he can't use Veil and an attack skill at the same time. It's a bit of a letdown, honestly. But then again, if he could, he'd be absolutely unstoppable, unreal. The Void Merchant is buzzing, eager to see how he performs in the next clash. Julian gathers his things, planning to hit the shop before meeting Beatrice. Back at the outpost, he stands tall. Not bad at all. He grips his sword with a smirk. It's been way too long. "So," he says, "you thought I'd just keep scurrying away like a rat." He knows better than anyone that you can't keep running when there's a hunting dog on your heels. He levels his weapon at her. He's got a brand new toy specifically designed to take down a monster like her. Beatrice tilts her head. Since he's being so bold, she asks if he really has no intention of becoming a lapdog for the Obsidian Order. Julian just scoffs. No point in confirming what she already knows. She actually thanks him for the rejection and aims her blade straight for his heart. She's wanted to kill him for ages. "Hiding is over, you little rat," she hisses, slowly pulling off her combat gloves. Meanwhile, a heavy van is tearing down the road. Alina is worried sick. She knows Julian hates accepting help unless he's the one asking for it. Isabella is right beside her, noting that Alina is just as stubborn as he is. But they're out of options, and she'd like to keep her job for a while longer. That actually brings a small smile to Alina's face. She drifts around a corner, only to find a literal army blocking their path. "We're in the right place," Isabella says grimly. Alina doesn't slow down. She floors it, slamming the van straight into the front lines. Back at the station, Arthur is barely dodging Beatrice's relentless strikes. The sheer destruction she's causing is insane. If even one of those hits lands, he's finished. "Just die already," she screams, triggering a massive blast. Arthur triggers his Aegis field and starts running for his life. Julian, meanwhile, grabs a mystical flower and swallows it to boost his power. This is getting intense. Luckily, he managed to reinforce his protection barrier and imbue his weapon with extra strength just in time. "How much longer are you going to run?" she mocks, ramping up the pressure. Julian grips his blade. He's ready for the counter. With his blade glowing, he needs to close the gap. He sends a wave of clones to surround the woman. Suddenly, she's circled by dozens of them while the real Julian watches from the shadows above. They're perfect copies, but Beatrice, she just smiles. Somewhere else, Isabella is absolutely tearing through the enemy ranks. It's a total massacre. When the dust settles, she's standing in a field of fallen men. She turns around just as a leaner kicks open a door and steps into the light. Isabella runs over, reporting that the perimeter is clear, but there's a problem. Arthur is nowhere to be found. He's actually in big trouble. His clones are being incinerated all at once. He looks up, realizing his tricks are failing. Beatrice looms over him. It's over. Julian knows he can't win a brawl. In a desperate move, he hurls his sword, and it thuds into the dirt right in front of her. She casually steps on his weapon. "What happened?" she sneers. "Did it slip because you're too scared to even run now?" She summons 3 massive flame drakes and levels them at his chest. "This is how you aim." Julian freezes, paralyzed as the heat closes in. Right in the middle of the inferno, Arthur drops down from the heavens like a god of war. "Is that all?" Lady Seraphina mocks, but Arthur isn't listening. He ignites his cyclone of storms. The wind is absolutely brutal, tearing her flaming dragons to shreds in seconds until they just vanish. Arthur pivots, aiming that gale right at the flame witch. He taunts her, saying he's the one who should be teaching her how to actually aim a shot. Far off in the tree line, Lady Samantha is taking it all in. Honestly, she's loving the show. She's glad she didn't jump in earlier. Who knew this newcomer would push Seraphina to her absolute limit? Truly fascinating stuff. Ever since he raided Lord Selwyn's dungeon, he's been wielding the boss's own powers. Suddenly, her master checks in, and a young scout reports she's keeping a close eye on the target. Arthur is still in his whirlwind, and it is absolutely shredding Seraphina. Then, he triggers his spectral grasp, summoning a massive phantom hand to snatch her out of the air. Seraphina is completely blindsided. Before she can even blink, Arthur activates his dash, leveling his blade right at her heart. A brutal, bloody thrust right to the stomach. She screams in pure agony, but she's a fighter. She rips a dagger from her thigh holster for a desperate counter. Arthur catches the blade with his own knife. "You think you've won," she snarls. But then, he triggers cursed searing, and her words turn into another blood-curdling scream. Samantha hears her master asking for the play-by-play. "Brace yourself," she tells him. She's losing. The master is stunned. Maybe the legendary flame which has finally lost her edge. Seraphina feels the walls closing in. Suddenly, a memory hits, a man screaming in the flames, asking why she was doing this. "To teach you not to play with fire," she'd told him. He never understood. She remembers the house she burned to the ground. Was she that little girl standing in the ashes? The man screams that killing him won't bring her parents back. Then, boom, a tide of fire swallows him whole. She watched him burn to a crisp. Back in the present, she senses a threat. She rolls just as a knife whistles past her ear and thuds into the stone wall. 2 knights emerge, calling her a total psycho. They're going to make an example of her so everyone knows what happens when you mess with their house. "Grab her," they roar. Furious, Seraphina's hands erupt in pure white-hot flames. She hurls fire like a madwoman. She scorches a few, but another thug lunges from the side, stabbing her in the hip and cursing her name. One of them spits an insult, while the other says to strip her. She's bound to have something valuable on her. Trembling with rage, she wonders if this is how it ends. But from the shadows, a mysterious man is watching the whole thing. He clenches his fist, eyes cold. "Who the hell is making a mess on my land?" They turn around, confused, but all they see is a fist flying at their faces. With insane speed, he thrashes the entire group, tossing them aside like trash. "This is Obsidian Order territory," he growls. Now only the wounded girl is left in the wreckage. He looks at the carnage. "You did all this?" She just nods. He tucks his hands in his pockets. "Yeah, you're worth taking in." "Follow me." The master gave her a purpose and a place to belong. In return, she became his personal cleaner. But one day, he dropped some truth. Caution, not exactly your strong suit, is it? He told her to test the boy, maybe bring him into the fold. But now, she's losing everything to some guy who came out of nowhere. Her flames roar higher than ever. "Don't you dare look down on me," she shrieks. Arthur is actually shocked by the sheer output of her power. She just grins. "What's wrong?" Surprised. With hands made of fire, she lunges, trying to grab him. The only thing saving him is his Aegis shield, flickering as it holds back the heat. She is livid that he's so hard to hit. She drops into a combat stance. "Just how many powers are you hiding?" He just cracks his knuckles. Trade secret. But wait, nothing's happening to her body. Arthur looks confused, and that's when she smiles. She knew it. "You're using that wound explosion ability, aren't you?" "Too bad for you. I've already cauterized every single cut." She unleashes a massive fire tornado. "That little trick won't save you now." Fire starts raining from the sky like a nightmare, and above him, a literal sun of a fireball starts to drop. Arthur is moving like a blur, dodging the falling meteors. Fire is her domain, and she's the queen. She's probably turning the ground into a minefield of flames. At this rate, his Aegis shield is going to shatter. He re-ups his protection. He needs to get out of this kill zone and take the fight to the open air. He uses a short-range blink to clear the area. But surprise, she's already waiting for him. "Got you," she screams, leveling a dagger at him. Meanwhile, outside, the girl is still tearing through the nights. She yells for Alina to look up. High above the men, a literal wave of fire is swelling within the arena. "Get moving," Alina screams. Seeing the girl charging right at them, the thugs start bolting for their lives. But their leaders are still shouting to hold the line. She levels them with a single, devastating punch. They draw their steel, but our boy Alaric steps in, stopping the blade with his bare hand and apologizing for being in such a rush. Her voice is ice cold as she gives them one choice: leave now if you want to keep living. She counters, blasting the entire group back at once. Alina starts weaving her magic, but damn, the flames are spreading way too fast for comfort. Panic sets in as she thinks about Alaric. He's currently locked in a brutal struggle, putting every ounce of his strength into holding back that woman. Beatrice lunges with her dagger, and Alaric barely catches the strike on his own blade. But look at his arms. He's literally trembling from the sheer force she's putting on him. It gets worse. Her blade starts chewing right through his steel. Noticing the danger, Alaric uses Phantom Step to blink away, hoping to catch her in a blind spot. Beatrice spins around instantly, a cold smirk on her face. "I remember that little trick," she mocks. He throws up a magic barrier, but she shatters it like glass. The force of her strike blows right through his defense and buries the knife deep in his chest. She lets out a sigh of pure relief, celebrating her victory. Finally, she twists the blade deeper, smiling right into the boy's eyes as the life fades. But wait, Alaric is smiling back. Beatrice looks down and realizes he's got his own dagger pressed firmly against her stomach. With a roar, Alaric triggers, the executioner's strike. He rips the knife from his own ribs and severs her arm in one clean, bloody motion. Her blade hits the dirt as she screams, clutching her mangled shoulder. Sylvia watches the carnage, wondering if this nightmare is finally over. She spots someone sprinting toward the chaos. Alaric staggers back, realizing Beatrice was so desperate she sacrificed her own limb just to stay alive. While literally cauterizing the stump with her own magic, she screams that she'll kill him, sending a massive whirlwind straight for his head. Alaric puts up one last shield, but he's fading. He knows the Berserker's Bane potion is about to wear off, and he's completely spent. Beatrice isn't letting up. She rains down fireball after fireball, swearing to smash his barrier as many times as it takes to end him. He braces for the impact, but someone intercepts. A sudden gust of wind magic blows the fire away. Help has arrived. Alaric catches the girl as she stumbles. He looks at their persistent enemies. Seriously, how many times are they going to be interrupted today? He finishes the thought by noting he didn't invite Alina. Suddenly, Alina leaps into the fray, standing as a shield between the duo and the crazed woman. Alina warns that Sylvia doesn't realize how bad this situation is. Across from them, Beatrice starts gathering massive fire mana, laughing like a true maniac. She unleashes the mana in a wave of heat. "I can do this all day," she screams, daring the group to try and stop her. Alina pushes forward, using a magic barrier to tank the blast. But when the smoke clears, her opponent has completely vanished. She looks around wildly. Where'd she go? Alaric gasps for air, telling them they can finally stand down. The immediate threat is gone. Alina is confused, but Alaric's mind is elsewhere. He's internally worried about Sylvia's final star blessing and what it means for them. That woman's power is insane. Alaric closes his eyes, using his mana-tracking ability to see exactly how she managed to slip away. There it is. She copied his ghost walk ability and fled. Because of that, she won't be launching another attack anytime soon. He tells the group that Lady Beatrice has escaped. His allies want to give chase immediately, but Alaric's body finally hits its limit. He collapses. Before he hits the cold floor, Alina catches him. "Alaric, hey, stay with me." Alina calms everyone down. He's still breathing. But they need to move. They have to get him to the Royal Infirmary immediately. Miles away, Beatrice is fuming, cursing the brats who ruined her hunt. But she can't stop thinking about the secrets Alaric is hiding. The kid has too many skills, and several of them belong to monster lords. Can he really copy monster abilities? She has to warn the Grandmaster. But someone was waiting in the shadows. Sir Julian steps out from a corner and strikes the woman down before she can move. Beatrice barely dodges the lethal blow. "Julian, what the hell are you doing here?" she hisses, clutching her wound. Julian just looks at her with cold pity. He's here to show her exactly how pathetic her situation has become. Flashback to Julian on a magic transmission with the Grandmaster, asking what he should do with Beatrice now that she's failed. The answer was brutal. Discard her. A hunting dog that can't catch its prey deserves to die. Julian reveals that the master has abandoned her. The realization hits her harder than any blade. She's stunned, but Julian doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward for the kill. Later, Alaric finally wakes up. He's in a hospital bed, and beside him, Alina is fast asleep, still whispering his name in her dreams. He quietly gets up, gets dressed, and slips out of the room. He pulls out his phone, putting on some classical music to soothe his nerves. While enjoying the peace, a notification pings. It's a message from Lady Yuri, which catches him completely off guard. In the chat, she's posing next to a beautiful flower. Alaric wonders, was her finding that specific flower just a lucky coincidence? Another message follows. She tells him that she finally has a grandmother now. He puts the phone away, confused by her cryptic words. But as he turns to leave, his heart skips a beat. He's been spotted. Alina is standing right there, staring him down. "I knew it," she says. "I knew you'd try to pull something like this." She demands to know why he won't just rest. His body hasn't even recovered yet, and he's already trying to run off again. Alistair pivots. He asks if the lady with the piercing blue eyes is all right, and honestly, Alara is stunned. Our boy knows the score. After everything that went down, she's likely a marked woman with a massive target on her back from the Eclipse Syndicate. But Alara just brushes it off. She tells him not to sweat it. Sure, that shadow organization is huge and terrifying. But a woman like her, she doesn't break that easily. Alistair just breathes a sigh of relief, glad to hear she's still standing. He offers a quick thanks for the backup and tells her to let Lady Seraphina know he's grateful. Lord Cedric chimed in, though, saying Seraphina would probably want to hear that from him in person. But Alistair shakes his head. No, it's better this way, better for her too. See, in the original story, she was the one character he couldn't stay away from, but he knows if they get too close, that tragic history will just repeat itself. So, without another word, he turns to leave. Alara isn't going to force him to stay, but she stops him for just a second. She's got something he needs to hear. She asks if he's okay with her taking a bit more time to dig into his true identity, and our guy is chill about it. "Do whatever works for you," he says. Then she drops a bombshell. The Eclipse Syndicate has stayed dead silent even after 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂𝒍 ended up in that state. Think about it, they lost a ton of soldiers and yet, nothing. It's eerie. Alistair narrows his eyes. They're trying to bury the evidence, he mutters. Alara nods. It makes sense. They sent a small army to snatch him, and even their elite executive failed miserably. Since there weren't any witnesses to the mess, the higher-ups likely erased the failure. Knowing Duke Valerius's ruthless nature, that man was as good as dead the moment he lost. Back during the heat of the fight, Alistair had warned Alara that her mana was overflowing. She was flooding. And right after that, blackout, he collapsed and the two of them had to haul him out of there. The Arbiter, that mysterious entity, called the fight impressive. He told Alistair he'd proven his worth and to give him a shout when he was ready for the next stage. Alistair knows this is a toxic, dangerous deal he's making, but thanks to the opening 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂𝒍 gave him, he's got a shot. He says his final goodbyes. Cedric warns him to watch his back, people will be hunting him, but Alistair just smirks. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere no one can find me. Meanwhile, the Silver Griffin Knightage just got blindsided by the Iron Crown rebels. Lord Seraphina is fuming because they hit Havenport, a place that had nothing to do with this war. He's kicking himself for losing focus. Everything is spiraling out of control lately. Lord Roderick just wiped out Baron Thorn and seized the Oakhaven territory. Absolute chaos. And get this, no one even knows who took the Baron's left arm. The information just isn't there. Slamming his hand on the desk, he's done waiting. He needs to know why the Eclipse attacked the city of Hun. It's time to call in some favors. He demands the surveillance records from the Grand Citadel archives. Alistair's voice cuts through the tension. Let's begin. But the Arbiter stops him. He needs to make one thing crystal clear. If you die inside this celestial trial, you die in the real world. No respawns. He stares Alistair down, asking if he's really ready for that. Alistair just smiles. Yeah, I know. These trials are pure whims of the ancient gods. Every test is different, twisted to match whatever mood the celestial is in that day. But they all have one thing in common. They are brutally, unfairly difficult, no matter how strong you think you are. Some gods literally only hold these tests to kill off their contractors. Why? Because if the human dies, the contract is voided and they're free. Most people would train for years before stepping into this ring, but after fighting 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒂𝒍, Alistair knows. He needs more power and he needs it yesterday. He doesn't have a second to waste hesitating. He thanks the Arbiter for the warning but demands to start now. The Arbiter just chuckles. Guess I worried for nothing. With a snap of his fingers, he teleports Alistair away. Your will is accepted. Suddenly, Alistair is standing in a massive arena. He looks up and sees rows of men sitting in the stands, watching him. There are way more spectators than he bargained for. The show's gonna be electric, he mutters. Above him, the Arbiter is grinning like a madman, glad the kid likes the view. Welcome everyone to my contractor's trial, the Arbiter bellows. If Alistair wins, he claims the power of a god. But if he loses, this arena becomes his tomb. Game over. The Arbiter invites the other Celestials to place their bets and donate their power if they like the show. If our boy fails, all that power just flows right back to them. The opponent for this round, a high-tier hunter summoned from another dimension. And here's the kicker, Alistair gets to pick his own executioner. He knows it's a trap, though. If he picks a weakling, the watching gods will be bored and he'll never get their respect. He locks eyes with the most terrifying warrior in the lineup and smiles. I choose him. The stadium goes silent. Even the gods are stunned by that choice. The wild strategist, God, starts laughing. This kid is interesting. He picked a fight he literally cannot win. The donations start pouring in immediately. Alistair's opponent just grins, cracking his neck. Finally, fighting a dimension crosser might actually be fun. Alistair isn't scared, he's satisfied. He picks a flower from the arena floor, sensing the mana. It's pure, it's thick. Honestly, it puts the real world to shame. The warrior, Jen, looks at him like he's crazy. What are you, some kind of addict? Eating flowers now? Alistair just smirks. Neither. Jen asks for his rank. Alistair says level 47. The man actually stops. He can't wrap his head around it. A level 47 trying to take on a level 800. You're not brave, kid. You're reckless, Jen sneers. You only picked me to get eyes on you, but the only thing these gods are gonna see is your corpse. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 looks up at the towering astral sovereigns, wondering if it's too cruel to walk away now after fighting so hard to reach this throne. Lord Alistair scoffs, announcing he'll only use 2 of his celestial packs, and 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 realizes the noble is just putting on a show for the highborn spectators. Usually, high-tier sovereigns demand to be the sole master of their vessel, so they'd never settle for sharing a host. The wise vizier is intrigued, while the mad scholar grins, finally a chance to see 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's true limits. But in a court filled with so many hungry astral lords, at least one is bound to gamble on 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's potential, and things are about to go completely off the rails. Meanwhile, in the capital's high tower, a messenger hands Lord Cedric the secret scrolls. Cedric asks if this involves the Shadow affair, but the messenger shakes his head. It's the Void conspiracy. Looking at the latest reports, Cedric sighs. These fanatics are obsessed with a truth that no one wants to hear. He knows the commoners will just believe whatever lie keeps them feeling safe anyway. After confirming the intel is solid, Cedric decides it's time to play his hand. He's hiring the Obsidian Legion. We're talking about Captain Leon of the Void and his younger kin, Julian. Suddenly, Leon's communication crystal vibrates. It's Lady Sarah. She's ecstatic, saying it's been far too long, and when the talk turns to the borderlands, she dismisses the local rebels as mere flies. She mentions a mysterious warrior took care of the rogue knight 𝒕𝒄, then asks if Leon has a moment to spare. She's got news, but Leon shuts her down. He's lost contact with Julian, who's gone missing in another cursed crypt. Sarah's guard, Bornet, whispers that the captain is probably just avoiding her again. Leon insists that Sir Yusuf is already on the hunt, so things should be fine, and asks if Sarah can head to the crypt herself. They'll meet soon to plot their next move. Perfect, she thinks with a sharp smile. Back at the duel, the clash between 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 and Alistair is getting absolutely brutal. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's magical defense is literally cracking apart. Alistair laughs, telling him not to flinch. That was just the opening bell. Alistair's speed, beyond human, just like the legends said. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 realizes he's in deep trouble. Even a physical strike from this guy would be lethal. Run if you want to live, Alistair roars, raining down spheres of purple void flame that scorch the very earth. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 dodges with a grin, but the momentum shifts instantly as Alistair summons a storm of wind arrows. The guy has reached a whole new level. One hit from those arrows, critical condition. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 pushes his body to the absolute limit just to stay in one piece. Alistair isn't playing around. He's using high-tier shadow arts fueled by the sovereign of eternal night. He glances at the noble audience and sneers. At least the rat is fast, he mocks. He promises the crowd that this won't drag on. He's going to end this quickly. The sovereigns whisper, wondering if Alistair is just toying with him. But wait, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 uses burst acceleration and charges straight into the fire. Thanks for talking so much, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 pants. Gave me the opening I needed to get close. Alistair doesn't even blink, casually casting a dispel field to nullify the strike. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 looks worried, but it's a trap. He triggers illusion magic, and suddenly a dozen versions of him strike from every angle. They surround the noble, but Alistair just warps space itself, blasting the clones away like they're nothing. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 slams his sword into the arena wall, barely clinging on to avoid being thrown out of bounds. His second secret pact, the Astral Navigator. Using that momentum, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 launches himself like a human cannonball. More clones. Alistair thinks he's found the real one and fires a massive void blast to incinerate him. Wrong, he hits a fake. The real 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 is already ghosting behind him. By the time Alistair senses the danger, the cold steel of a dagger is inches from his neck. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 throws the blade with killing intent, but Alistair warps space to catch it. Silas lunges from the front to finish it, but then something invisible grabs him. Somewhere else, Julian is suddenly hoisted up by his collar. It's Yusuf, panting and desperate. "Stay quiet," he warns. "You need to listen to me right now." The Ironwood Syndicate is hunting him down. Julian's blood runs cold. Is it really true? No time for talk. They have to run. Yusuf is just glad he reached the boy before the killers did. In the shadows, the Syndicate trackers realize their prize is escaping. The target is moving, after them. Back to Silas. He slammed into the dirt, his barrier failing and his clones flickering out of existence. A sickly green energy binds him to the floor. Alistair stands over him, eyes cold. "Know your place, peasant. You dared to aim for my back." He triggers a decay spell to finish him, but Silas barely rolls out of the death zone in time. It's useless. Alistair is wielding space and shadow magic at the same time, absolute god-tier power. Silas is trapped. All of Arthur's illusions were getting torn apart while he scrambled to dodge. But one attacker was relentless, even smashing through the other clones to get a clean shot at him. His eyes couldn't even track the movement. Too fast. Before he knew it, he took a brutal hit right to the spine. A blood-curdling scream followed, and then, boom, a massive explosion leveled the area where he stood. One of the kidnappers barked at Cedric to stay put if he wanted the boy to live. Frustrated and helpless, Cedric could only spit out a curse. Suddenly, a heavy blow caught him from behind. The attacker just smirked. Poor Leo screamed Cedric's name as he watched his guardian collapse into the dirt. They grabbed the boy and bolted. Even with no strength left, Cedric kept howling Leo's name, catching the attention of some knights passing by. The knights rushed toward the shouting. Finding Cedric, they knelt down, and he immediately started apologizing through the pain. "The boy, he's been taken," he wheezed. Everyone panicked. He just kept lamenting, blaming himself for being so damn careless. One knight suggested a quick search and asked for a direction. Cedric pointed left. That's the way they went. "Leave it to us," they said, racing off to rescue Julian. But then, Cedric started smiling this creepy, twisted smile. "Thank you," he whispered. Back at the duel, Alaric waited for the smoke to settle. Naturally, he started playing to the crowd, addressing the celestial patrons again. He asked if they were enjoying the show. Typical showman, acting like it was a grand honor just to be in their presence for even a moment. Donations were still pouring in from the heavens, but as the smoke finally cleared, Alaric's face just went completely blank. Silas stepped out without a single scratch. He actually thanked Alaric, all that talking to the spectators gave him the perfect window to recover. Silas even turned on some music, cool as ice. He tucked his device away, telling Alaric that staring him down wouldn't change a thing. His attacks were useless now. Channeling his hidden power, Alaric snarled that Silas wouldn't be so cocky once he was pulverized. Looking at that massive magic surge, Silas knew one hit meant instant death. But if he couldn't push past this, he'd never stand a chance against Alaric. Alaric, he figured it was all just a desperate bluff. Then, crack, he launched a bolt of black lightning straight at Silas, who didn't even flinch as it approached. At the very last second, Silas blurred, dodging with impossible speed. Alaric froze. How is that even possible? Silas just smiled. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒊𝒍 was losing it, shouting and demanding to know if little Julian had really been snatched. Lord Alistair bowed low, taking the blame. Kale snapped back, of course it was his fault. Who else's would it be? He told Alistair to sit down and spill everything about these attackers. Apparently, we're talking about high-level mercenary knights here. Money was the likely motive. They'd probably use the boy's communication device to demand a ransom soon enough. Lord Thorne wondered if this was a simple kidnapping or a plot by House Ironwood. Those guys had been sniffing around him way too much lately. If his personal information had been leaked, then targeting the boy was a smart, calculated move. Not wanting to take chances, he ordered a list of everyone who knew the boy was his nephew. He told everyone to stay sharp. Sir Cedric stood up to get moving immediately, and Thorne thanked him. He mentioned that Lady Seraphina was on her way to assist. Cedric's mind raced. Seraphina, huh? It'd be perfect if he could just finish her off too. Alaric screamed that he didn't care about the dodging. 𝒌𝒊𝒍 was dead meat. He unleashed a barrage, and 𝒌𝒊𝒍 couldn't track them with his eyes at all. But he could feel it. The mana in the air was so thick and pure, it was practically screaming his name. He began dancing through the projectiles. Finally, that mana hypersensitivity was paying off in a big way. The Celestials were loving it, praising his skills and wondering just how this crazy match was going to end. Seeing the gods ignore him for a brat, that sent Alaric into a total blind rage. He gathered more black lightning, roaring about 𝒌𝒊𝒍 ruining his grand stage. But he looked down, and the kid was gone. As he scrambled to find him, 𝒌𝒊𝒍 appeared right behind his back. Blade out, great decapitation style, aimed straight for the neck. Somewhere else, Julian was tossed against a cold stone wall, hands bound. A man told him to sit shut and stay quiet. One more peep, and he'd lose his fingers. The guy stormed out, slamming the heavy door behind him. Julian was confused. Lord Alistair told him House Ironwood was the threat, but these guys, they definitely weren't Ironwood Knights. The kidnapper made a quick call. "Got the brat," he muttered into the receiver. On the other end, a man smirked, way easier than expected. He'd be there in 2 hours. Back in the arena, Alaric used magic chains to bind 𝒌𝒊𝒍 mid-strike. He claimed 𝒌𝒊𝒍 had messed up, forcing him to call upon his third patron, the warden of nature's flow, bringing his own blade inches from 𝒌𝒊𝒍's throat. Alaric declared his victory, but suddenly he was blown backward. He gasped, wondering if the kid was still fighting. The rune seer watched in awe. Nobody, and I mean nobody, could have predicted 𝒌𝒊𝒍 using an ability that had been completely sealed away. The Lord of Toxins narrowed his eyes, wondering if that was actually the beast's hidden power. His companion could only watch in awe, stunned that the boy was already wielding it with such lethal precision. Over at the high table, the commander of the Iron Maul leaned forward. He was genuinely hyped to see just how far this kid's evolution would go. "What kind of cheap trick was that?" the man spat, clearly losing his cool. Arthur just gave him a cold stare. "Just basic stealth." But the guy wasn't buying it. That's a level 50 assassin skill, and the math just wasn't adding up. Kane just shook his head. "He's right, you know. Did you actually believe he was showing you everything?" The stars watching from above were loving the drama. Arthur had been masking his true level from the very start. And honestly, why give an enemy a fair fight? You don't. Sir Julian was absolutely fuming now. A massive firestorm began to swirl around him as he finally admitted the truth. He'd majorly underestimated the brat. "Time to show you what I'm really capable of," Julian growled. Meanwhile, Sarah was buzzing with excitement. She was finally going to reunite with the captain and Dominic after all this time. This was it, the moment she could finally fulfill the promise she'd made. She fired off a quick message to Simon, letting him know she'd catch him in 2 days if he was tied up. Back in the arena, Arthur was staring down the inferno. "Using this much power here, you're officially insane." The constellations were eating it up, praising Julian's mastery as he commanded the massive wall of flames. "I should have ended this ages ago," Julian roared. "I'm going to turn you into literal dust." Then he let it rip. He unleashed every ounce of that fire right at the boy, turning the arena into a furnace. A sea of crimson flames swallowed the entire stadium. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the foundations. Jasper looked down from the stands, completely floored. "This is just absurd." "Is that even legal?" Jasper muttered. But then the smoke cleared. Arthur was standing tall on a jagged rock, flames licking at everything but him. He looked up, annoyed. "Why is a star suddenly sticking its nose in my business?" The Star Reaper stepped into the light. "I won't have a human acting out of line in my dimension," he declared. "Besides, my champion has already passed the test." He turned his cold gaze toward Julian. "Your part in this play is over." A portal ripped open behind the knight. "Go back, now!" Julian went red with rage, shouting at the deity not to make him laugh. But the portal didn't care about his pride. It sucked him right in. To keep things simple, the Star Reaper wiped Julian's memory and tossed him back to his own realm. No witnesses, no headache. Arthur let out a breath. That was way too close. But honestly, he'd already considered the possibility of the stars interfering. If you actually looked at the signs, it was obvious. Even when he was on the ropes during the test, the donations from the stars never stopped. That was the real proof. He'd already won. He lowered his head, getting straight to the point. So, about my reward. The Star Reaper gave a slow nod. He knew exactly what the other constellations were thinking. The results were undeniable. The test wasn't just about the fight. It was about the sheer amount of celestial energy they'd managed to farm from the viewers. That was a hell of a show, one star commented. Another mentioned how well the boy suited their style, which really started to get on the Reaper's nerves. Even the Shadow of the End chimed in, claiming he'd be keeping a close eye on the kid. "Remember my name," he whispered. Arthur couldn't help but grin. He was finally getting the right kind of attention. The Star Reaper grumbled about everyone being way too interested in his contractor. But what can you do? "Fine, just for today I'll allow it." He began the process, hard-coding all that celestial power into pure experience points for Arthur. "Congratulations on passing the trial. Get ready for a new level of power." And just like that, Arthur was warped back home to finally taste the rewards of his evolution. He woke up in his flat, feeling the surge. The grind had paid off. He'd officially hit level 101. Seeing the notification made him pumped. Goal achieved. But the celebration didn't last long. His screen started blowing up with a million other alerts. New skill unlocked, soul imprint. Arthur's eyes lit up as he read the description. He could literally bind items to his soul. Talk about a massive buff. Having to worry about his gear breaking mid-fight against monsters like Cedric was a nightmare. Now, he could just imprint all his legendary steel and never look back. He scrolled down to check his new trait. "Useful," he whispered to the empty room, "but I'll save that as a trump card for later." Deep in the pile of messages, he found a special one. The great gambler had left him a choice, 3 mystery cards. He hesitated. He remembered the last time he tried mixing items that didn't fit his build. It was a total disaster. He had to be careful here. He took a breath and tapped the middle card. The great gambler's laughter echoed in the notifications. "Well played. You just snagged a top-tier prize." Arthur grinned. He could have copied Julian's fire magic, but honestly, doubling down on his assassin skills felt like the smarter play for the long game. He already had someone in mind to copy, but there was a catch. The guy was a living legend over in the Eastern Empire. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Lady Alina. "Arthur, thank heavens you picked up," she exhaled. He just leaned back. "Relax, Alina, I'm fine." "The Black Sun Syndicate has finally backed off," she explained, sounding relieved. "You don't have to worry about them for now." But then her tone shifted. "I have a request. A mining team just stumbled onto a natural mana crystal vein near the Highgate ruins. Mining those things takes serious mana, and since veins like that are incredibly rare, it's a gold mine for anyone who can harvest them." The pay sounded too good to pass up. "I'll be there tomorrow," Arthur promised. Bright and early the next day, he arrived at the Hollowgate Liberation Zone. The local miners could only watch with their jaws on the floor as Arthur started working. After this, he had a date with Sarah. He needed to track down the Void Order soon, but they were ghosts. Without a middleman, finding them was impossible. Arthur closed his eyes, pulsing his mana to feel for the crystals deep underground. He gripped his pickaxe and slammed it into the earth. Boom! A cluster of perfect crystals surfaced instantly. "That should do it," he muttered. The miners just stood there, absolutely stunned by his sheer speed. Behind him, Silas hears the trash-talking begin. He steps on a fallen thug, eyes cold, and asks if they actually think the Razorclaw mercenaries are some kind of joke. Then he pivots to the boy, wondering who this kid thinks he is. He demands to know how he has the guts to hoard all the mana crystals for himself. Drawing his blade, he stalks closer to where Silas stands. He growls that there was a much easier way to do this than trying to mine alone in these hills. Flashback time. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 remembers these types, they're always the same. He grips his dagger, thinking it's actually perfect that they're picking a fight now. But then, boom, someone triggers a hidden skill, blasting the thug charging at him before the guy can even blink. Total chaos. Before he can even process what happened, half the gang is eating dirt while the rest are shielding their eyes from a blinding magical light. He's wondering where this backup came from when suddenly, an arrow whistles through the air, pinning one of the group to the ground. The leader is absolutely livid as his men drop. He screams, demanding to know who's responsible. A masked man just retorts that they're the ones who should be asking the questions. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 recognizes that iconic demon mask instantly. The thugs are visibly shaken. Meanwhile, the girl on the ridge readies another deadly shot. Another man goes down, and the leader completely loses it. He orders everyone to scatter, surround them and wipe them out at any cost. They lunge for the girl, but she's not alone. Before they can even reach her, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 is moving. He sprints toward her, weapon drawn and eyes locked on the target. Using his flash stride, he zips through the battlefield, dropping enemies left and right. Up on the hill, the masked man is watching 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, clearly impressed by his speed. The leader lunges at 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, cursing his very existence. He's out for blood. The girl screams a warning, telling the boy to watch out. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 triggers his recall ability, snatching his dagger back into his hand. As the man swings past, the boy strikes, burying the blade deep in his gut. He notices the last few survivors are literally shaking in their boots. Talk about convenient. Just like that, the entire gang is neutralized. The girl is absolutely stunned. She can't believe he cleared the entire field in such a short time. Like, seriously. Then the masked man approaches. He tells 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 he's every bit as legendary as the rumors say. Honestly, he never expected to find him in a dump like this. Lord Cedric pulls off his mask, a smirk on his face. He admits he didn't expect this reunion, then calls the boy by his true name, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚. A teammate breaks the tension, thanking 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 for the save. The captain tells everyone they can finally breathe and relax. Lord Julian's whole life was about liberating oppressed commoners, and he'd kill anyone for the cause. That's why they call him the Silent Warden. But here's the kicker. Prophecy said that to earn the Shadow Accord's respect, he was destined to die by 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 hand. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 is confused. How does he know his name? Cedric admits he's been busy. He sent a spy from the Shadow Accord to dig up 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's past, which definitely catches the boy off guard. Cedric keeps going, saying he was shocked to find out 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 was the one who personally executed the traitorous knight, Sir Alaric. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 tells them to drop the real name. It's too dangerous. He realizes the rumors have already hit the highest noble guilds. He then asks the two teammates for their contact info. They're completely floored, talk about an honor, right? They thank him immediately. The girl, Lady Beatrice, introduces herself properly. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 gives her a nod, praising her for those top-tier support abilities. Cedric gets serious. He warns that the Shadow Accord isn't done with him yet, not by a long shot. He needs to watch his back. Next day in the province of Wessex, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 checks his messages and sees the commission for this mission is massive. He remembers Lady Alara promising a bonus of 5 million gold crowns. He looks at his phone only. One piece of the puzzle is missing. A woman steps out of the shadows. Lady Seraphina from the Night Watch asks him how he's been holding up. She leads him straight to the Night Watch's secret hideout deep in the northern mountains. She tells the guards to alert the captain that she's arrived with a guest. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚, he's busy scanning the perimeter, eyeing their security. Suddenly, Captain Thorne appears. He greets Seraphina but burns a hole through 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚's with his gaze. "Who's the kid?" he asks. Seraphina just smiles. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 introduces himself with total confidence. The captain plays it cool, responding that it's a pleasure to meet him. Once inside, the guards tell the boy to wait. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 thinks the security here is insane, even for someone coming in with a high-ranking member like Seraphina. There's only one reason for a captain to be this paranoid. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 realizes he's timed his arrival perfectly. This is his shot. If he plays his cards right, he'll earn Thorne's trust and save the Night Watch from total collapse. In the war room, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 stands up, shell-shocked. Wait, was Prince Edward kidnapped? The captain apologizes for the rough welcome, but it's a total emergency. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 understands the stakes. Serafina pushes for 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 to take the lead, swearing by his talent. But Thorn, he's hesitant. Is this really the right move for them? She explains there's an intermediary handling everything, and asks if the captain wants a direct word with him. A moment later, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 is called in. He doesn't beat around the bush. He looks the captain in the eye and tells him he wants the Night Watch's full backing. That puts the captain on high alert. He thought the kid wanted to join, but no, he just wants their resources. Thorn warns him. The Night Watch isn't exactly popular. They've been in constant wars, and it's a dangerous path. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 doesn't flinch. He drops the truth bomb. The Night Watch is already being puppeted by the Obsidian Circle. If the captain can actually endure this much pressure, he's the real deal. Seriously, the guy is a beast. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 knew exactly what he was doing by coming here. This place is a death trap that most sane people avoid, making it the perfect hellish training ground to sharpen his skills. It's a solid cover story. Alaric won't find it suspicious because the Hollows are famous for two things: deadly dungeons and massive piles of hidden gold. Their leader, Captain Alaric, was a mountain of a man, pure power and highborn authority. Look, being wary is just part of the game. But for 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏, keeping a respectful distance is the smartest move to build a real partnership based on gold and trust. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 isn't looking for a handout, though. He tells them straight up, he's no leech, and he'll give back exactly as much support as he receives. The captain actually likes that. He sees a young man who stands his ground, praising 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 for being one of the few honest souls left in this world. But here's the thing. The Hollows is a massive organization with its own secrets, and trusting 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 completely is a tall order for any captain. Meanwhile, in a dark hideout, a guard shoves a prisoner toward a secluded inner chamber. The second guard laughs, mentioning that this hostage's uncle is a powerful duke. That bloodline, it's basically a massive payday waiting to happen. The first guard is still nervous. He's wondering who could possibly afford a ransom this high without starting a war. That's when the truth drops. The Iron Syndicate is the one footing the bill for this entire kidnapping. Now they're excited. With that kind of backing, their threats actually have teeth. They reach the end of the stone corridor and heave open a massive, rusted door. With a cruel laugh, the guard kicks the hostage inside like he's nothing more than a piece of trash. Suddenly, something shifts in the shadows, freezing the guards in their tracks. A low, guttural voice warns the prisoner that if he wants to keep his head, he better not step a foot out of that room. As the door slams shut, they leave him with a nanny, a literal monster standing guard. A second later, a hulking giant of a man takes his position right in front of the exit. Trapped in the dark, Lord Julian wonders who sold him out. He's kicking himself now for trying to distance himself from his uncle's shadow. It was a setup. The Iron Syndicate grabbed him to blackmail the Duke, a move that would absolutely crush the Hollows from the inside out. Shaking with frustration, the young lord curses his own weakness. Over and over, he prays for just one person, anyone, to come and save him. Outside, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 is behind the wheel, listening intently as Alara briefs him on the high-stakes request. The mission is simple but deadly. Find Lord Julian and get him out alive. No info, no rescue, no reward. It's all or nothing. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 hangs up, ready to move. He remembers the captain rejecting a formal alliance, yet still desperate enough to let 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 handle this unofficial rescue mission. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 knows the score. If he pulls this off, Alaric will have to reconsider the alliance and finally deal with the traitors rotting the Hollows from within. Over at the Ravenstone Free Zone, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 takes a breath and taps into his new ability. It's time to see what that brutal trial power can really do in a real fight. Night falls over the enemy base. As the guard swap shifts, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 makes his move, slipping through the gates while completely invisible. The guards are on high alert. One of them snaps at the others to stay sharp. The big-shot contractor is arriving any minute. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒏 figures they're about to hand Julian over. In the original legends, The hero Arthur would have just let the captain handle the rumors, but this is different. Even without the full map of the conspiracy. Word was that 𝒕𝒂𝒍 had been ordered to snatch the boy in secret. He was the one tasked with bringing Julian in. Just then, a carriage rolls up to the front gates. The door swings open, and a guard rushes to greet the visitor, bowing low as he explains that the leader is already waiting inside. From the shadows of the rafters, Silas watches everything. He notes the contractor's perfect timing. This guy is professional. Silas knows he has to move fast. He heads for the sublevels, noticing the guard presence is surprisingly thin while he hunts for the cell. He's scanning the lower floor, thinking he's close. But then he sees it, right in the next hallway, a monstrosity so hideous it actually makes Silas stop dead in his tracks. In a nearby room, the commander of the Ebon Guard greets the contractor with a cold smirk and an outstretched hand. The man introduces himself as Lord Sterling. The commander immediately starts complaining about how much this whole operation is costing him. Sterling doesn't want to hear it. He reminds the commander that he literally handed them an inside man to make the kidnapping a walk in the park. The commander isn't backing down. Great plans require great coin, and given Sterling's high rank in the syndicate, he should know that better than anyone. Sterling sighs, asking for the price. The commander smiles. He knew the Lord was a man of business. He demands double the original payment. Sterling's eyes narrow. The guy is clearly pushing his luck now. But wait, if this plan works, the syndicate gets the entire Hollow's treasury anyway. Sterling agrees, but on one condition: he needs to see the hostage with his own eyes. The commander laughs, telling him not to worry. He's more than happy to give a personal tour of the dungeon. Sterling looks around, commenting that the commander seems pretty damn confident about his security. The commander just grins. With this much gold on the line, he's made sure that no matter who tries to break in, that boy isn't going anywhere. Arthur turns to Julian and asks if he's heard of Bjorn the Titan, who's currently busy dodging a massive golem's fist on the floor below. While weaving through the carnage, Arthur realizes Bjorn is a Northland mercenary, pumped full of alchemical drugs to turn him into a living siege engine. The guy completely lost his mind during training. Now he's just a mindless killing machine that only recognizes his master's voice. Suddenly, the monster picks up Arthur's hidden scent and winds up for another strike. Arthur wonders if those laboratory-enhanced senses are tracking him by smell alone. Bjorn lunges forward with a roar, and Arthur realizes right then, this beast's nose is on a whole different level. At the very last second, Arthur taps into his agility, barely sliding past a blow that would have crushed a normal man. He figures that if the beast is guarding this specific spot, then the target he's looking for is definitely behind that heavy iron door. The giant snaps back to the door and swings again, but Arthur is too fast. In the middle of the chaos, he notices the obsidian sentinels starting their patrol route nearby. He's got a choice to make. Does he stay and fight this monster, or does he make a blind break for the door? Bjorn swings again, and misses. Arthur uses a blink ability to reach the entrance, making the beast absolutely fuming as it charges him in a total rage. Arthur sees the opening and baits the monster, letting the beast's own massive momentum shatter the door into splinters. He slips through the wreckage effortlessly, leaving the giant totally dazed. Moments later, the mercenary leader and the merchant lord arrive to find the floor in ruins. From the shadows, the leader observes the destroyed door and the confused monster standing in the middle of the rubble. Stressed out, he realizes someone has broken in. He tells Julian to wait while he goes to check out the situation personally. Bad timing? Maybe, but Arthur isn't worried. He steps into the inner chamber and notices 2 more golems standing guard over the prisoner. Sterling, the hostage, looks up in shock, wondering who on earth this man is and how he got past the guards. Arthur approaches him and pulls out a communication stone. Flashback. Lady Alara said she'd send Sterling's details and mentioned he's carrying a very specific artifact. He shows a magical crest to confirm his identity. Then, right there in the room, He points the device at the hostage to finish the job. Using his skills, Arthur confirms that Sterling was actually sent by his own uncle. But just then, the first giant charges back into the fight. Arthur manages to roll out of the way, but now he's got two massive giants closing in from both sides. His mana is running dangerously low. Arthur knows he has to be smart and make every single spell count. A giant brings down a massive axe, but Arthur weaves through the impact with his evasion skill. Fighting two at once, seriously annoying. Sterling watches the fight and realizes that Arthur isn't even trying to win. He's just trying to get close enough to reach him. Arthur triggers a new ability, and Sterling immediately buffs him with an enhancement spell. With that extra boost, Arthur dances through the attacks and reaches the noble. Not bad, Arthur tells him with a grin. He starts prepping his final move. Everything is finally in place. The giants charge in a blind fury, but Arthur grabs Sterling and mutters, "Good luck, pal." Before the axes can even land, he triggers a teleportation spell, and they vanish into thin air. The mercenary leader bursts into the room, gasping for air. The room is a wreck. The giants are screaming and the hostage, gone. He starts shouting, demanding to know where he went. Miles away from the chaos, Arthur and Sterling reappear. Arthur exhales in relief. The spell actually worked. He adds that it was a genius move to wrap things up, while the obsidian sentinels were still distracted. Sterling looks at Arthur, clearly impressed. This guy is an incredible support. He made the whole escape look easy. As long as Arthur is around, they can teleport out of any mess they find themselves in. Sterling starts thanking him, saying he's only alive because of Arthur. But Arthur just gives him a mysterious look. "Don't thank me just yet." Arthur tells the hostage he needs him to do one more thing. Meanwhile, back at the base, Julian is staring at the leader in total disbelief. Looking at the mercenary, Julian states that the hostage is missing. The leader starts stammering, but Julian cuts him off. No hostage, no gold. The leader loses it and calls Julian an absolute idiot. He's screaming now, asking if Julian has any idea how much money and effort went into this mission. In a fit of rage, he orders the giants to kill the merchant lord. But the lord? He pulls a lethal halberd out of nowhere and carves right through the giant's back. The leader is terrified. One hit. That's all it took to kill a giant. Julian points the blade at the leader's throat and asks, "Who's the crazy one now?" With his blade still dripping with blood. The merchant lord demands the truth. "You are going to bring that hostage back, whatever the cost." The leader realizes he's dead if he doesn't comply. As he bolts for the exit, Julian wonders how anyone found this secret location. He'd hired outsiders with no ties to the Knights Guild and stayed personally involved to prevent any information leaks. He pulls out his communication device, wondering if his own men have been compromised. Ilara is already ordering the guards to report in immediately. Nothing. Then a message from Julian pops up. He's been bugged. "Turn off your device, now." The plan, completely blown. A massive setback changed everything in an instant. New time, new place. Now Lord Harold is being lured right into the lion's den. One look at the message and the man knew time was running out fast. Back at the Shadow Syndicate's hideout, Captain Cedric is losing his mind. He's surrounded by strangers, while his best men, Eustace and Seraphina, are nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but think of Arthur's father. Dee promised the boy would grow up safe, but looking at this mess, he hadn't even managed that. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He picks up immediately. "Eustace, is that you?" The voice on the other end confirms it. The news is grim. During the call, Eustace reveals that young Arthur is being held by the Dark Knight Legion. The price for his life? Cold, hard gold. But there's a catch. The captain has to show up alone. Harold believes there's still a chance, so he tells them he's on his way and demands the location. Dead of night, an abandoned warehouse, the perfect place for a betrayal. Eustace approaches the hostage, wearing a twisted smirk. Things didn't go as planned, sure, but he's perfectly happy with how this is turning out. Arthur is shaking. "Was it you, all of this?" Eustace doesn't even blink. He tells the boy it's his own fault for having a man like him as an uncle. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 thanks the figure lurking in the darkness for the catch. But then, Julian steps out of the shadows. Arthur's eyes go wide. He's seen this man before. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 is confused. Where's the rest of the crew? Then Seraphina appears at the top of the stairs, saying the traitor's luck finally ran out. She hoped it was all a big mistake. But the boy reveals the truth. They were frantically searching for Julian the whole time. In a burst of adrenaline, Arthur snaps his restraints and sprints to Julian's side. Everyone is stunned. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 tries to play it off, mentioning the message he received. Julian just stares him down. Is that what you were going to say? Julian pulls out his phone. The message, it was sent by them. He'd kept his phone off to stay one step ahead, and it's a good thing he did. Cornered and desperate, 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 starts screaming. He tells Arthur not to doubt him, putting on a pathetic show. He claims he was searching for him the entire time. But Arthur isn't buying it. It's too strange. How many people actually knew he was Harold's nephew? The mystery is over. When the traitor talk started, Julian knew it was 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍. Nobody else had the power to take him down in a single blow. Caught in a web of lies, 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 starts to sweat. The mask is slipping. Julian realized that if he'd moved too early, he would have missed the chance to catch the real mastermind behind this. It was annoying to play along, but this little performance was necessary. Why? Because they caught the whole confession on tape. The captain isn't going to let this go, Julian warns. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 just starts barking insults like a caged animal. Julian hands over a memory chip. This is the intel they were looking for. Seraphina asks what's on it. It's the Stonegate Square footage, a bit rough, but the truth is in there. She smiles, ready to see it for herself. The footage shows the brutal clash between Julian and his opponent. One of them, definitely a high-ranking member of the Eclipse. Seraphina looks at Julian. He feels familiar, but she can't place him. She turns her focus back to the traitor. Why take Arthur, 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍? Was being second in command of the syndicate not enough? 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 scoffs. To him, the syndicate is a sinking ship. All that power, all those treasures, and they waste it all just to pick a fight with the royal order. Pure stupidity. Who respects a bunch of glorified thugs? He spits. From the outside, that's all they are, a criminal gang. He points at Arthur, trying to get him to agree, but the boy is silent. Julian's had enough. Talk time's over. Listening to a man who wants to sell his soul to the royal order is a waste of breath. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 draws his sword. Fine, I'll kill you all. The group shifts into combat stances. Steel slides from sheaths. The air is electric. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 moves to fire his weapon, but flash! Captain 𝒍𝒔 appears out of nowhere and severs his arm in one clean stroke. The stray shot blows the ceiling apart. Everyone freezes. 𝒍𝒔 is a force of nature. He drives his blade straight through 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍's heart, his eyes cold and merciless. One swift movement. The blade is out. 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍 collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. Silence falls over the warehouse. 𝒍𝒔 sheathes his weapon, staring down at the man who was once his brother in arms. Arthur rushes to his uncle, overwhelmed with relief. Harold hugs him tight, just glad the boy is safe. Ready to go home, Arthur. The boy nods quietly. There's nothing left for him here. He understands now. The mess is cleaned up. While the crew praises the captain's godlike performance, Harold turns to Julian. Will you come with us? He wants to properly reward the man who saved Arthur. Julian sees his chance to get close to the big boss and agrees. Lead the way. I'll get the carriage ready, one of the men shouts. Seraphina stays behind with the captain to secure the area. Arthur watches them go, then sighs. Is my uncle a bad man? He's been thinking about 𝑺𝒕𝒊𝒍's words. Is the syndicate really just a band of villains? He doesn't want to end up like that. Julian looks at him, his voice low and honest. I feel the same way. Arthur can only stare back in shock. Alaric makes one thing clear. He's no martyr, and he won't throw his life away just to play the hero for the realm. But looking at the situation, there was absolutely no reason to turn down the power his noble bloodline could provide. Back at the capital, Lord Julian slams his desk. demanding to know if Daniel has truly vanished and why Lady Isabella is unreachable. Silas, on the other end of the magical link, remains stone-faced, offering nothing but cold, frustrating silence. Marquis Thorne seethes, admitting they messed up by relying on low-tier scum, a mistake he swears he won't repeat. He orders his men to wipe out the remaining trash, but Sir Alaric calmly reveals the Iron Brotherhood has already been erased. Their leader crawls through the mud and gore of his fallen men, begging for mercy. But Gareth, he just kicks him down. Without a hint of hesitation, he drives his blade straight through the captain's heart. One strike, stone cold. "Burn the lot of them," Alaric commands. They needed a clean story for the royal heralds to announce by morning. In his study, Julian's obsession grows. He wants Alaric ruined, but for now, the Shadow Lands must be his target. He shifts his focus there, convinced the secrets he needs are hidden in the data flickering across his screen. He stares at the files, wondering if Sir Thomas was the one who sent this, or if Ishu got there first. Hidden away in the Blackwood safe house, Daniel finally collapses onto a bed, exhaling a long, exhausted breath of relief. Sarah smirks, impressed by his acting skills, asking when he cooked this up. Daniel credits it all to Sir Richard. Since they had the lead, they sent a message through a magic seal that was impossible to hide from. Safe at last, Daniel wants a real talk with his uncle. Sarah agrees, but insists the poor kid gets some sleep first. She leaves him to rest as Lord Cedric enters. The hardened noble actually bows, thanking Alaric for saving his nephew. Alaric doesn't blink. He just treats it like any other contract, business as usual, nothing personal. Cedric shakes his head, admitting Alaric's loyalty as his former knight was the only thing that prevented a total bloodbath. Admitting his own failures, the Lord asks if they can renegotiate their deal. Alaric, surprisingly, gives him a nod. But wait, there's a catch. He looks Cedric in the eye, asking if Alaric really saved them just for personal gain. Alaric pauses, genuinely thrown off by the question. He didn't expect the old man to dig that deep. Cedric felt it, an inconsistency. It didn't look like a job. It looked like he actually gave a damn about the Shadow Lands. Alaric shrugs it off, claiming he just needed them intact to keep the Crimson Peak Guild from taking over. He wasn't about to risk his neck for nothing, so he kept his distance. Cedric just smiles, buying the excuse. "Fair enough," the Lord laughs. It was the perfect answer. He tells Alaric that his house now owes him a massive debt. He hands over a gold crest, a direct line to the Lord himself. Alaric takes it, noting the warning about Crimson Peak. It turns out Julian and the Southern Reach have been whispering in the dark, forming a very dangerous secret alliance. Their endgame is a mystery, but it smells like a trap. Cedric warns Alaric to watch his back and stay clear. Alaric isn't worried. He's already tracked the legendary 13 wardens. Cedric offers him a room, and Alaric finally agrees to stay. The immediate threat to the Shadowlands is gone. Now, it's time to slowly tighten the noose around Julian's neck. Meanwhile, Daniel is already bickering with his uncle again, annoyed that the old man thinks a simple letter is enough. Cedric wants him safe in the capital, but Daniel argues a good enchanter needs to have eyes and ears everywhere. Sarah watches them go at it and sighs. She hoped things would change, but family drama, that's forever apparently. Alaric remembers from the old records that Daniel's potential was legendary, though the guilds always kept them apart before. The kid catches himself and apologizes, but Alaric tells him to drop the formalities since they'll be working together now. Daniel is a rare talent, a world-class enchanter Alaric needs. He asks for the kid's contact, and Daniel practically beams. With a final wave to his stubborn uncle, Daniel announces that he's heading out for now. Sarah tries to invite them for a feast, while Cedric extends a hand, telling Alaric the doors are always open. They shake on it, Alaric promising a return before disappearing into the mist, moving toward his next destination. His walk is interrupted by a vibrating stone. It's Sir Arthur. They've finally identified that body he was asking about. Back in the capital, Julian is obsessed with Alina's file, wondering why she risked everything for a common fugitive. He barks at his men, demanding her location, but they've lost the trail completely. She's gone. Word is, Inquisitor Malachi's special unit purged her associates. Julian wonders if she was just a failed pawn, discarded and forgotten. She fought the target, she knows his face. She has the intel, and Julian knows she's the key to everything. Find her! He barks the order, demanding they track her every move and freeze her accounts while they dig for any other scrap of intel they can find. Word on the street is the Grandmaster of the Blue Crest helped our target that day. He's stunned. He actually had a legendary knight errant in mind to recommend, but it seems she's already playing in the big leagues. Could they be the same person? He wants to ask her directly, but let's be real. The chances of her actually talking are slim to none. She guaranteed her client's safety, and she delivered. As far as he's concerned, there's absolutely no reason to cut ties with a partner that reliable. Besides, the Blue Crest Order has a spotless reputation, and they're the best supplier of elite blades in the entire kingdom. Over at the High Court Market, the steward pulls 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 aside with a whisper. Lady Catherine will see you shortly. She's just finalizing a high-stakes trade. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 can't believe his eyes. The bodyguard is actually Catherine of Blackwood. She's the titan of the High Court Market, a business legend who moves millions of gold crowns with a single word. In the original chronicles, this place was built to help heroes specialize their skills. And the Duchess was the one legendary figure always mentioned in the lore. You never realize how connected everything is behind the scenes until you're standing in it. Suddenly, a woman steps out. Didn't expect to run into you here, she says, her eyes fixed on him. Alara asks what he's doing in Oakhaven of all places. Simple, his sword was shattered in the last fight, and he's desperate for a new blade. Once the chaos dies down, he'll have to make a proper visit to the market. For now, the two of them just sit and talk, catching their breath. The girl pouts, asking why he never replied to her messenger pigeon. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 freezes, shocked that she was actually sitting around waiting for a response from him. I'm just glad to see you again, Alara says, looking relieved. She reaches into her bag. Here, I brought you some Moonshimmer fern. She pulls out another rare herb, insisting he take it. My grandfather grows these himself in his private conservatory. There was only one man in the whole country who could grow Moonshimmer, the very same legendary gardener his own mentor, Master Alistair, used to buy from. It hits him like a lightning bolt. She's his granddaughter. She smiles, explaining she just wanted to show her thanks. Escaping the slums and reuniting with her family, that was all because of him. He tries to play it off, saying he didn't do anything special, but she cuts him off. Because of you, I actually started believing in people again. If they had never met that day, she never would have trusted her grandfather's help. She would have just run away. Then she mentions that the Duchess had a granddaughter who would have been just about her age. They even shared the same name. It was like the Duchess's lost girl had come back to life, and just like that, Alara became her adoptive granddaughter. In the original story, Alara had no one. She spent her entire life as a ghost, fueled by nothing but a cold desire for revenge against the Iron Raven Syndicate. But here, she has a family. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 realizes his actions have completely rewritten her destiny, reflecting a side of her he never saw in the books. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 asks why she's at the market, and she beams. I came to see my grandmother. We hate being apart for too long. He starts to ask another question, but she finishes his sentence. My grandmother, she's the one who owns this entire bazaar. Right on cue, the Duchess appears and thanks them for coming. It was I who sent for you, Catherine clarifies, her voice commanding respect. Standing over the young man's casket, the Duchess offers a somber thanks for recovering his body. He had no kin left, so she'll be the one to handle his final rites. He was more than an employee to me, she whispers. His only dream in life, to become a legendary knight one day. When the Iron Raven Syndicate reached out to him, he was ecstatic. She was heartbroken to see him go, but she congratulated him anyway. He was joining the most famous guild in the world. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 isn't buying it. The Iron Ravens definitely got rid of the boy to bury some dark secret. That explains why his records were wiped clean. Catherine hands over a weapon. This belonged to him. She sighs, looking at the blade. It was the gift I bought him to celebrate his new life. Turning to her steward, she orders him to bring out a specific chest. She pulls out a glowing, master-crafted dagger and looks at Sila's. Do you like it? He can't help but grin. How could he not? A weapon with stats and enchantments like that would easily fetch 50,000 gold crowns at a royal auction. Can I really keep this? He asks. Catherine nods. Think of it as payment for bringing someone dear back to me. It was a gift she'd planned for Julian's return, but she's certain the boy would be happy knowing it's in Sila's hands now. Silas bows deeply, thanking her. Alara watches the Duchess, her heart aching for the woman's hidden pain. Catherine explains that Alara shares her late granddaughter's name. The grief was so heavy that she and her husband actually separated. Everything reminded them of what they lost. She only endured the pain because of Julian, but her husband. He must have suffered so much more in the silence. She gently takes the girl's hands. You're safe now. With a small smile, she asks Alara to visit again, and the girl blushes as she agrees. Now the two of them head down the Grand Market stairs. Alara's voice turns cold. The Iron Raven Syndicate. They're the ones behind this. Her aura turns terrifyingly dark. I hope they pay for every single sin they've committed, every last one. Even with a new family, her hatred for the Ravens hasn't faded one bit. Sila's sighs. Well, this is where we head our separate ways. But then it hits him. Master Alistair might have the answers he needs about essence overload. He looks at her. Wait, mind if I tag along with you? Her face lights up with pure excitement. Wait, really? You mean it? Late that night in a dusty warehouse, Selina hisses in pain as she bandages a nasty wound on her arm. How much longer? She growls. This was all Julian's fault for refusing to give up the chase. When Lady Alara claimed her master had cast her aside, she thought it was just nonsense. But the silence, suspicious. She'd given him everything, and the fact she still couldn't reach him made zero sense. Suddenly, something moves in the shadows. Serafina draws her blade and roars for them to show themselves, hurling her knife into the dark. She's fed up. How much longer are you going to hunt me? Alara just scoffs. She was going to be merciful and end her slowly, but since Serafina wants to play rough, no more being nice. She lunges, claws out. Meanwhile, Arthur and Isabella finally arrive at the old Meister's manor. Arthur's stunned. A place this lush in the middle of the Deadlands. Isabella explains this is where the Meister grows his salacium. Arthur knows the truth. Meister Alaric and Isabella are just projections of his subconscious. But he's curious to see how this plays out. Then, a voice from behind, the Meister himself, saying he's heard plenty about Arthur from his granddaughter. Arthur's heart is racing. Finally, the man himself. Alaric just smiles and gestures for them to come in. Now they're settled in on the couch. Meeting a legendary figure like this, only possible because of Isabella's help. Alaric's grateful. He thanks Arthur for protecting his kin and mentions that poor night Arthur found Julian, the one in the accident. Arthur cuts to the chase. Did Julian come here? Alaric nods. Julian's order needed herbs, but Alaric refused to sell certain ones. Some things just aren't for sale. Arthur's brain is turning. Was Julian used and then thrown to the wolves? He needs to know, what herbs were they after? But Alaric has his own questions. Why come to him first? Arthur's honest. The man's medical knowledge is legendary in the kingdom. He holds out his arm. Check my condition. Alaric begins the exam. And he freezes, total shock. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, the women are still in a total war. Serafina unleashes a wall of fire. Boom. A massive blast rocks the area and Alara vanishes into thin air. Dead, Serafina hopes so, but she doesn't realize the woman is, right behind her. She turns, claws everywhere. She barely dodges. Alara mocks her, calling her disgraceful struggle pathetic. Serafina isn't backing down. Shielded by flames, she vows to fight until she's nothing but ash. The power is insane. Another explosion rips through the air, sending both of them flying back from the impact. Seraphina stands up, shaking. Alara is scorched, burned, and still smiling. It's chilling. Seraphina's hurting as she emerges from the fire. She knows her strength is fading, and she can't crack Alara's guard like this. Alara just laughs. How many more stolen tricks are you going to use to escape? She dares her to give it her best shot. The hunt continues. Where's the fun if it's too easy? She says, as Seraphina tries to catch her breath. This woman is a lunatic, but then a sudden commotion catches her attention. Back at the manor, Alaric looks at Arthur, grim. He's been suffering for a long time, and even with all his lore, the Meister has never seen a condition like this. He's being real. It's not going to be an easy fix. Magic hypersensitivity, a curse designed to keep any hero from reaching their peak. Arthur pivots. Can I buy the 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒍𝒔 instead? Alaric agrees. He usually only sells in high-stakes cases, and Arthur is beyond grateful. Isabella brings out a feast. She's glowing, urging him to try the food, but Arthur, he thinks it's a bit much. She waits, eyes wide. He takes a bite, it's actually good. Isabella finally relaxes. Then Alaric drops some useful info. There's a dungeon you need to know about, one with restricted magic. Arthur's stunned. It actually appeared. Isabella's ready to go, but Alaric shuts that down fast. That dungeon is a club run by the Eclipse Order, and the entry fee is a massive amount of magic power. Arthur can't believe Eclipse has their claws in this, but he can't let this opportunity slide. High risk, high reward. These restricted dungeons have the best loot, but you only get so many tries. Alaric stands. He's going to excuse himself to check the stores of Imperial 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒍𝒔. Once he's gone, Arthur pulls Isabella aside. The Order! There's a high chance they caused Julian's death. Her face goes pale. Arthur says her grandfather knows the truth behind the incident, and she looks shocked. Think about it. Julian came here for herbs, and then he's dead. It's obvious he was led into a trap. If they find out which herbs, they find the motive. He needs Isabella's help to uncover the secret. She remembers the young man, torn. Arthur won't force her hand, but he needs her on this. A mysterious figure steps out from the shadows, flashing a card marked with a familiar sigil. He looks Lady Alara right in the eye and asks the one question she didn't want to hear. You're with the Shadow Order, aren't you? With a sharp smirk, he extends a formal invitation for her to join the prestigious Lionheart Guild. Meanwhile, deep within the estate of the legendary Lord Kendrick, the old master hands a small vial of pills to young Arthur. His warning is chilling. The side effects are brutal. Boy, use them only when death is knocking at your door. Arthur takes the vial, gives a final, solemn nod, and says his goodbyes. He turns to Lady Isolde, promising to see her soon, while she quietly begs him to be careful. The old master tells his granddaughter to head back into the manor first. He needs to personally inspect the outer plantations before nightfall, and she softly agrees. He watches the girl walk away, letting out a tired, heavy yawn before a small smile tugs at his lips. Lord Kendrick turns to his companion, Sir Alistair. So, what's your take on Arthur? The man shrugs, unimpressed. He's got potential, sure, but he's still green. He's got miles to go before he's a true knight. Kendrick just chuckles. Coming from you, you'd say that about anyone. He reminds him that back in the day, Alistair was a legend, the kind of shadow that every assassin in the kingdom feared and admired. A man so lethal he earned the title, the King of Graves. But the old knight just sighs. I never asked for that name, not once. Kendrick finds Arthur fascinating, partly because of that strange, unique curse in his blood, but mostly because the kid actually had the nerve to try and use his own granddaughter right under his roof. He mutters that if it weren't for Isolde's feelings, he would have ended Arthur right then and there. But Kendrick reminds him of the truth. Arthur was the one who truly saved his wife and Isolde during the last siege. For now, the plan is simple. Keep watching. They need to be absolutely certain Arthur is someone they can trust with the deepest secrets of the Lionheart Guild. The very next day, Arthur arrives at the gilded club that Kendrick mentioned. To any passerby, the ground floor looks like any other high-end tavern in the capital, bustling and normal. Suddenly, a woman approaches him with a knowing look. "You're the man who saved me in the Borderlands, aren't you?" Arthur is genuinely surprised to run into her in a place like this. Lady Gwen leans in, clearly enjoying the music and the crowd. "I love the vibe here," she says. "And hey, if you need to know anything, just ask. I'm an open book." But Arthur's internal alarm is screaming. Judging by her aura, she should be at least a level 200 Grandmaster. There is absolutely no way a woman this powerful was ever a helpless victim of those Borderland thugs. He keeps his guard up. She's suspicious as hell, but if he plays his cards right, she might be exactly the help he needs to get inside. Arthur cuts straight to the point. "Is it true about the hidden vault beneath this place?" Those rumors aren't exactly common knowledge, and Gwen's eyes spark with interest. "You've got good sources," she whispers, confirming that the vault is very real. From what she's heard, the entrance is tucked away in the underground cellar, crawling with elite guards and protected by a massive magic ward to keep out any uninvited hunters. That ward is going to be a massive headache, but then Gwen smiles, her voice dropping an octave. "I still haven't repaid you for saving me that day, have I?" She asks for his contact info again, teasing him about how the last number he gave her didn't even exist. Arthur pulls out his device, deciding it's time to cash in that favor. But the second their hands touch, he stops and looks her in the eye. "Get me into that cellar." She just smiles back. "I can definitely help you with that." He doesn't know what her ultimate game is, but since she's offering, he's going to use her to get exactly where he needs to go. Her Shadow Walker gift is proving to be pretty useful. She tells him she has a foolproof method for them to move through the club without anyone batting an eye. She locks her arm firmly in his, leaning close. "Nervous," she teases. Arthur notices a man named 𝒕𝒚 watching them like a hawk, so he just gives her a stiff nod of agreement. As they walk past, Arthur spots a guard whispering into a communicator. Something is definitely wrong. He tenses up, but Gwen just reaches up and places a calm hand on his shoulder. Then she shifts, wrapping both arms right around his neck. "Relax," she whispers into his ear. "This is the right way to do it." And then, boom, she kisses him right there, leaving him absolutely stunned. He looks ahead, realizing she's just created the perfect distraction to get them past the security detail. He has to act now. As they descend the stairs toward the crypts, Gwen gives a playful little wave to the guard on duty. The guy just smiles and waves them right through without a second thought. Honestly, Gwen was being way more helpful than Arthur ever expected her to be. She opens the final door and wishes him luck in the vault. Arthur watches her go, wondering what she's really after, while she just lets out a satisfied sigh. Suddenly, a voice comes from the shadows. "Good work!" It's Lord Julian. He's been waiting for this moment. He spent so much time worrying about the magic ward that he almost missed the most important detail about Arthur. See, no hunter had ever been able to accumulate the massive amount of raw mana needed to actually trigger the entrance. Until today. This cellar is a dead end. It only connects to the vault entrance and the floor they just left. Arthur reaches for the gate, but his instincts scream. He spins around just as a massive bolt of lightning slams into the ground right where he was standing. "You're a rat in a trap now," Julian sneers. But Arthur is fast, lightning fast. He throws up a mana shield just in time, his eyes widening as he realizes exactly who's attacking him. He still hasn't fed the gate enough mana to open it. He's stuck. For a split second, he thinks about retreating, but Julian just laughs. "What's wrong? Is that all the power you've got?" Arthur reaches into his pocket, pulling out the pills from Kendrick. "Not even close," he mutters. Julian launches a massive explosion of energy his way. In one motion, Arthur swallows the pill, feeling a violent surge of power rip through him as he pours every ounce of it into the gate. The mana he deposits doesn't just hit the limit, it shatters it. The massive doors of the vault finally groan open. Just as the explosion is about to vaporize him, Arthur dives headfirst into the swirling portal. Julian can only watch in absolute fury as his target vanishes. He actually made it. On the other side of the portal, Arthur collapses, gasping for breath. That was way too close. But the peace doesn't last. Movement in the shadows. Dozens of grotesque, sticky monsters start crawling toward him, hissing with pure rage. Back at the club, Lady Seraphina rushes in, confused. What happened? Where is he? She stops when she sees only Julian standing there, but all the man can talk about is mana potions. Even though she's completely lost, she just sighs in frustration. Fine, how many do you want me to make? Lord Donovan turns on him, aura flaring like a madman, and barks an order to slaughter them all. Arthur doesn't even blink. The beasts lunge, but he instantly coats his blade in frost and freezes the whole pack solid. This power, it comes from the Frost Queen's blessing, a rare constellation he snatched up after taking down that high-ranking knight, 𝒏𝒍𝒚. It's built for one thing, infusing weapons with lethal cold. And trust me, against slimes, physical strikes are useless. You need that elemental edge to shatter them into pieces. Arthur narrows his eyes at the last one standing, the Slime King. This thing is massive, twice his size, and it looks absolutely legendary levels of pissed off. It starts launching smaller slimes like cannonballs, but our boy Arthur, he just dances through the chaos and closes the distance for the kill. His stats are just off the charts now. With one lightning-fast blur of motion, he carves the king into scrap and smiles as he scoops up a glowing red crystal from the remains. Not a bad haul at all. Arthur can't help but think that the loot in these emerald depths is actually worth the trouble. A notification pops up. He just earned a skill called Adorable Charm. He cringes, muttering that he'll only use it if he never has to say the name out loud, then keeps moving until he spots a cluster of glowing flowers. Flashback time. Before heading in, Arthur had checked in with his mentor, Archmage Kenneth, to see if the old man needed anything from the crypt. Kenneth didn't hold back, handing over a massive shopping list of rare herbs. We're talking mandrake roots, century heartroots, and spiritual vines, the kind of stuff legends are made of. See, years ago, a group of foreign knights stumbled into a different rift and made it back out in one piece. One of them was a master botanist who swore he saw mythical herbs growing right there in the dirt. His theory: the weird mana in these dungeons creates the perfect environment for species that should have been extinct centuries ago. No one knew if this dungeon was the same, but Kenneth made him promise to bring back a moonlight lily if he found even one. Looking at the flowers now, Arthur figures he might as well finish the side quest. "Leave it to me," he says, already reaching for the plants. And there it is, a genuine moonlight lily. Kenneth was right all along. This place is huge, which means the rest of those rare herbs have to be around here somewhere. But wait, something's watching him from the shadows of an ancient tree. Arthur wonders if it's some kind of guardian beast protecting the grove. It's a shellback turtle. Suddenly, the ground shakes. Those flowers were actually growing on the turtles' backs, and because he plucked one, the whole colony is waking up angry. In seconds, he's completely surrounded by the stone-shelled beasts. But hey, look on the bright side. Every single one of them is carrying a rare herb. Arthur just grips his knife and gives them a cheeky grin. "Thanks for saving me the trouble of hunting you guys down one by one," he quips. Meanwhile, back at the manor, we see a flashback where Arthur tells Kenneth he's going into the depths. He's determined to find the herbs needed to cure the old man's failing health. Kenneth just sighs, telling him no medicine can fix what he has. He knows his own body, and it's fading fast. But here's the kicker. The dungeon entrance has a weird seal. Only someone with Arthur's specific, unique illness can actually step through the threshold. Kenneth tells him it's not right to risk everything now that they've become like brothers. But Arthur just tells the old man to shut up and worry about himself for once. Kenneth realizes there's more to it, though. He asks if Arthur is really going in just for that moonlight lily. That specific herb is exactly what the Iron Rose Syndicate wants to use as leverage against him. And little did they know, Alara was listening at the door the whole time. Mentioning that syndicate is enough to make Alara's blood boil. Back in the present, Arthur finishes turning those turtles into soup and collects every single herb. He's checked off almost everything on Kenneth's list, but there are still a couple of rare ones missing. He figures they'll turn up as he goes deeper, but then, boom, something moves like a blur, forcing him to pull off a desperate midair dodge. No time to catch his breath. The dungeon boss reveals himself, actually sounding impressed that a human could dodge that opening strike. Arthur looks up and hits the jackpot. All those missing flowers are growing right on the boss's body. The beast is fuming, though, growling about how Arthur invaded its domain to steal its treasures. It swears he won't leave the woods alive. Arthur just rolls his shoulders, pulls his knife, and says, "Perfect. This saves me a lot of walking." Back at the manor, a mysterious man confronts Kenneth, asking why he's still protecting a plant he refuses to sell to the nobles. Kenneth isn't budging. He tells the guy negotiations are dead, and honestly, he wasn't even sure if the moonlight lily truly existed in that hole anyway. But if Arthur actually brings it back, then Kenneth can finally figure out what kind of twisted plan the syndicate has for that herb. The boss screams that Arthur will become fertilizer for his garden, launching a wave of sharp roots. Arthur triggers his acceleration skill, moving like a ghost to close the gap. He aims straight for the monster's head, flashing a cocky smile while politely asking it to just hand over the plants and make this easy. Before the boss can even react, Arthur sinks his blade deep into its neck. The monster's eyes go wide in pure shock. Taking advantage of the confusion, Arthur scales the beast like a mountain, snatches one of the rare plants, and leaps back to safety. The boss is losing it, screaming about his sheer audacity. Totally enraged, it lashes out with every root it has. Arthur just executes a perfect evasion, dodging the wooden spikes by a hair's breadth. The boss taunts him, telling him to try that again, boasting that his scales are way too thick for a puny human knife to pierce twice. But time is running out. The effects of the cursed venom Arthur used are about to wear off, and the nasty side effects are starting to kick in. The boss twists its roots into a massive drill, screaming that it's going to shred him to pieces. Arthur just sighs, "It's time to end this right now." Kenneth remains hopeful, thinking that if the boy makes it back with the herb, they can finally expose the syndicate's dark secrets. The stranger grunts, noting that plenty of other noble houses want to see that syndicate burned to the ground. He just can't wrap his head around how they've kept their crimes secret for this long. Lord Alistair admits they lure men with false promises of gold, only to silence them forever when the job is done. His granddaughter, listening from the shadows, realizes the relic they seek must be priceless. Lord Sterling and Sir Geoffrey were the true puppets behind the Nobles Guild, and the girl knew their names were etched in blood. Suddenly, the old lord collapses into a violent fit of coughing. He looks down, and his palms are stained crimson. It is blood. The young knight, Sir Cedric, asks if he is all right. Alistair just grunts, blaming his rising fever on the weight of their dark conversation. He scolds him, saying the boy came here seeking a healer, yet he is the one worn out by all this incessant chatter. Swallowing his elixir, the lord warns that while the lad is talented, this quest will not be easy. Alistair knows it all too well. The real challenge was not slaying monsters. It was slipping past the Obsidian Crown's guards and escaping the kingdom alive. Outside the crypt, Commander Thorne tries forcing the heavy iron doors after draining every mana potion in sight, but they will not budge. Lady Beatrice hands him their very last vial. They have emptied every apothecary in the village. There is nothing left. She offers to hunt for more, but Thorne pushes the bottle back, saying it will not be necessary. "Are you abandoning the hunt for 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚?" she asks. He shakes his head. A new plan is forming. It is time to gather the entire legion. Deep within the catacombs, 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 is a blur of motion, using his phantom glide to rain strikes upon the beast. The monstrous guardian roars in fury. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 and his illusions dance between positions, barely outrunning the creature's deadly root drills. "What do you hope to achieve?" the beast snarls. It retreats into its spiked shell, hurtling toward 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 with one goal, to tear him limb from limb. A massive rolling juggernaut, it speeds toward him like a falling star. One touch, and it is game over, instant death. Leaping high, the monster screams its intent to kill. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 just tightens his grip on his dagger, eyes locked on the target. He slams his blade into the earth, tracing a mystical circle. A sudden storm whirlwind erupts, throwing the massive beast into the air. Seizing the chance, he blinks through space, landing right on the monster's back to burn his spirit mark into its flesh. Closing in on its throat, he prepares the executioner's strike. With every ounce of strength, he drives his blade into the one soft gap in its armor. The guardian crashes down, defeated. 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 stands over the fallen titan, breathing hard but victorious. Slowly, the beast's body begins to rot away into ash. The spoils, exactly the treasure he had been dreaming of. His endurance just surged by 20%, enough to stave off the exhaustion a bit longer. He claims 2 glowing crystals and the rare herbs. It was a hell of a gamble for an endless mana well, but everything is vanishing. Is it because the master of this hell is dead? He can hardly wait to see the look on Commander Thorn's face when they finally meet again. Outside, the Obsidian Crown's elite archers stand ready, bows drawn at the gate. Captain Julian snarls that the boy will appear the moment the magic fades. He barks orders for everyone to stay sharp. The second they see a shadow, they loose their arrows. The men shout their agreement. Lady Isabella knows her master never lets a target escape, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the tomb doors erupt with a blinding white light. From the radiance, the young warrior steps forth. The captain raises his hand, ready to deliver the final word. The moment 𝒂𝒏𝒍𝒚 exits, a dozen crossbow sights lock onto his chest. Thorn spits out his cigar and gives the cold command to fire. A hail of bolts flies toward the boy, but he activates his divine charm. And just like that, the story cuts to black. Don't miss the next chapter. Hit that notification bell and stay tuned for more here on The Bard's Tale.